There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
How can I put this? Christmas ornaments, drywall, and Jerry Epstein. Name 3 things that don't hang themselves.
Tell Trump that Epstein's calling. I feel you broke him out of jail. Tell Trump Ghislaine is calling. She said that she'll be out soon too. Tell Trump that Gaza's calling. They know he helped the genocide. Tell Trump the bombs are falling. Tell Trump the world is dying. Tell Trump the sky is falling. Tell Trump that God is calling.
Epstein is a Democrat hoax. Oh no, I said. Why? Because
He killed himself. Do you think, let's play out the logical conclusion of this. Do you think that myself, Bongino, and others would participate in hiding information about Epstein's grotesque activities?
It's the year 2026, and humanity is currently experiencing a time of great change as we learn the truth about the world around us, attempting to find order out of the chaos that's being revealed. We are living in what you might call the age of conspiracy, as the heads of the snakes in the grass have surfaced. The depths of depravity have been revealed, and it's far deeper than anyone could have expected. The tendrils of corruption spread far to all corners of the earth, and we are finally learning how the system works and how those in power can commit war crimes and crimes against humanity without any repercussions, getting away with murder and genocide on a grand scale, unpunished and without any accountability. Recently, the US government released millions of documents known as the Epstein Philes, creating a rabbit hole into the conspiracy world. Due to extreme redactions, the public have been left with more questions than answers. However, the pieces of the puzzle are slowly coming together. The picture that is coming into view is much more disturbing than we thought, so viewer discretion is advised. This rabbit hole takes many twists and turns, so we will start at the beginning in order to fully understand just how dark and disturbing this rabbit hole really goes.
How does a college dropout from Coney Island, the son of a Parks Department groundskeeper, end up with $600 million, a private island, a townhouse in Manhattan, and the personal phone numbers of presidents, prime ministers, and princes? How does a man with one publicly known client, build an empire that gave him access to the most powerful people on the planet?
Jeffrey Epstein liked to paint himself as the product of the gritty streets of South Brooklyn. However, the truth was far more uncomfortable. Born in 1953, he grew up in Seagate, a private, gated, predominantly Jewish community at the edge of Coney Island. His father Seymour worked as a city parks groundskeeper, and his mother Pauline was a school aide. Friends knew him as Epi, older brother to Mark, and a math and music prodigy who at least back then seemed perfectly normal, except for one childhood incident that stood out, a disturbing prank where Epstein allegedly dressed up as a Jewish rabbi to lure a girl close enough to touch.
This is the house up here where Jeffrey Epstein was raised.
But this humble home, in this working-class enclave, is where the disgraced financier lived for 2 decades. And to understand how he clawed his way to the top, you need to hear from the people who knew him first, like his old classmate, Philip Messing.
When I knew Jeffrey Epstein, you know, he was just another kid that was trying to get through puberty and like hoping that he wasn't victimized by acne. You know, I mean, he was really, you know, nobody. And Jeffrey was a very, very good math student, but everything about him like had a certain, it may have been shyness, but it was almost a supercilious air about him.
As a kid, Epstein, known as Bear, was also a gifted musician, but his mates knew money was what drove him most, and a deep desire to escape the neighborhood.
Jeffrey Epstein, back at the time I went to school with him, told a classmate of ours that he would definitely be rich someday. But nobody could have ever envisioned that Jeffrey Epstein would turn into the villain that we now know of.
He skipped 2 grades and graduated from Lafayette High School in Brooklyn at just 16 years old. He enrolled at Cooper Union, then transferred to NYU's Courant Institute of Mathematical Sciences to study mathematical physiology. He never finished either program, he never got a degree, and this is where the story starts to bend.
Epstein's rise to the top was fast-tracked by his drive and his ability to lie. By 21, he might have been a college dropout with no degree and 0 credentials, but he somehow secured a prize teaching job at Dalton, one of New York's most prestigious high schools.
If you don't know Dalton, it's one of the most elite private schools in Manhattan. Tuition today is nearly $70,000 a year. Its alumni include Anderson Cooper, Claire Danes, and Chevy Chase. The students are the sons and daughters of New York's wealthiest families. And into this world walked a kid from Coney Island with no credentials and no degree.
He was hired by headmaster Donald Barr, father of future Attorney General William Barr, who in another overdose of suspicious irony would later be in charge of Epstein's death investigation.
The headmaster at the time was a man named Donald Barr, former Office of Strategic Services, the precursor to the CIA. Barr announced his resignation in February 1974, and Epstein started that September.
It's easy for me to imagine that he marched himself into the headmaster's office at Dalton and just started talking as if he belonged there, and the headmaster clearly bought it. And that is one of the constant lessons of the Epstein saga over the years, is that the more information you get, the more questions it tends to raise.
What is a matter of record is that in 1973, 1 year before Epstein arrived at his school, Donald Barr published a science fiction novel called Space Relations. The plot? A distant planet ruled by oligarchs who, out of boredom and absolute power, have turned to child sex slavery. The book describes breeding programs, sexual exploitation of teenagers, and a power structure built on the systematic abuse of the vulnerable. Donald Barr is the father of William Barr, who would later serve as Attorney General of the United States twice, including during the period when Epstein died in federal custody. Now, that might be a coincidence. Snopes has noted there's no evidence Barr mentored Epstein, and the novel doesn't celebrate the abuse it depicts, but the fact pattern alone is enough to make you pause. What isn't a coincidence is what happened next.
At Dalton, the school became a hunting ground in Epstein's inappropriate pursuit of women. Officially, Epstein was fired in 1976 for poor performance, but some reports suggest that the real reason that he was fired was actually because he'd been aggressively flirting with students and even attending their parties as the only adult teacher amongst high school students consuming alcohol.
The audacious ascent of the kid from Brooklyn had begun. At the time, Scott Spicer was a student and, like Epstein, an outsider in this privileged place. But even he felt there was something off with the maths and physics teacher.
What I remember is seeing him in a circle of female students and always kind of being taken aback by that. But at that time, it was just very distinct that, okay, well, that's different. That's not what I'm used to. That seems not entirely okay. But what do I know? I'm a 16, 17-year-old knucklehead.
Knucklehead or not, Scott witnessed Epstein get unusually close to the sons, but mainly the daughters, of the global establishment.
He was a teacher who seemed to show up at social events, parties, gatherings. Everything seemed very blurred in terms of the boundaries between students and him.
He acted like one of the students. Several recalled him constantly surrounded by a circle of teenage girls during non-teaching hours. One former student described a mild sense of creepiness. Another said there was a real clarity to the inappropriateness, that this isn't how adult male teachers conduct themselves. Years later, in a 2009 deposition, Epstein was asked whether he had had any sexual conduct with his students while at Dalton. He said no. Then he was asked whether he had had any sexual encounters with those students after he left the school. His answer was, "Not that I remember." And when asked if he had ever dated a former Dalton student, he invoked the Fifth Amendment and refused to answer.
By the time that he left there 2 years later, in 1976, the school was basically chasing him out. They felt that his performance as a teacher was not strong enough to merit his continued employment. And luckily for Jeffrey Epstein, and unluckily enough for the rest of us, Epstein found another place to work very soon after that.
A student's father, impressed by Epstein's knowledge of mathematics, recommended him to Ellen Greenberg.
And just like that, Epstein traded in his chalkboard for Wall Street, seemingly with no qualifications or track record.
When you make money, we make money.
A powerhouse that didn't care for credentials, which was lucky given Epstein didn't have any, though he claimed he did. When his lies were exposed, instead of being shown the door, he was given a second chance.
This would be the first episode in a whole series of them over the ensuing decades in which Epstein was caught red-handed, and instead of being punished in a serious way, people opted to look the other way, and so he was able to keep rolling forward with impunity.
By 1980, he had inexplicably risen to be a partner in the firm, advising wealthy clients on complex tax strategies, and even suspiciously landing himself an award, being named as Cosmopolitan's Bachelor of the Month. Now, I think it's pretty telling that as Epstein's career rose, he was publicly winning awards not for his teaching ability or financial management success, but for his supposed ability to get hold of girls. Funnily enough, the rise of his suspicious financial career would suddenly stall out in 1981 when an internal investigation at Bear Stearns forced his resignation. Apparently, he'd been investigated for giving a girlfriend access to inside information on new stock launches, which he was using to make extra money behind the scenes.
But even Bear Stearns grew tired of Epstein's shady deals and abusive expenses, poised to punish him with a fine and a 2-month suspension. Instead, Epstein quit and set up on his own. But it didn't matter. His old company was more than happy to continue doing business with him.
He left and started tapping right back into that network, and it led him to be introduced to some very powerful businessmen in various parts of the world. It allowed him to partner up with some Bear Stearns clients.
His firm's operations were opaque, its client list never disclosed, and its assets never verified. He had only one confirmed client, and everything else is a fog of speculation, secretive offshore companies, whispered blackmail theories, and a social circle that included everyone from US presidents to British royalty. According to the New York Times, Epstein told the SEC during an insider trading investigation that he had been let go for 3 reasons. He had lent money to a friend to buy stock, there were irregularities with his expense account, and there were rumors of an affair with a secretary.
His connections also saw him partner up with young women, delivered directly to his apartment by his old bosses at Bear Stearns, including office assistant, 23-year-old Patricia Schmidt.
I was sent over there because my boss had asked me to deliver some papers to him. And I went after work, and I did exactly that. I think it was clearly my boss doing him a favor.
But Patricia was immediately hooked, and she and Epstein started a year-long consensual relationship.
he seemed to be kind of the center of the universe. He was so confident, and he was so attractive, and he was so incredibly smart.
So what you're saying is it wasn't transactional?
No, nothing about it was transactional.
Did you fall in love with him?
I think so, yes. And I remember thinking, gosh, when is he gonna call again?
Patricia kept a diary of her time with Epstein.
Who knows what he really thinks of me?
It's a glimpse into their romance, but 40 years on, Patricia recognises Epstein also treated her as currency, and she would prove to be the blueprint he'd use against so many other women.
Jeffrey phoned me yesterday and asked if I'd show a friend of his around Bear Stearns. His friend arrived with his father, both from Switzerland.
Did you ever feel exploited by him or used by him?
He would ask me to meet clients, friends of his, go to lunch or go to dinner.
Do you think he was supplying you to these men to have sex with them?
I have to think absolutely yes. I never did. I wasn't interested in any of these men. But, oh yes, I think it was very much his intent to make that trade.
Though never charged with wrongdoing, the episode marked the beginning of a pattern. Epstein's ability to gain access to elite institutions and powerful people, often without the credentials or transparency typically required.
So far, this is a hustle. A brilliant, ambitious kid from Brooklyn pressing his nose against the glass of a world he wasn't born into and finding a way through. But here's where it gets strange. After leaving Bear Stearns in 1981, Epstein founded his own consulting firm and started claiming to anyone who would listen that he managed money exclusively for billionaires. The thing is, nobody could verify this. His client list was a secret. His investment strategy was a secret. The nature of his actual business was again a secret.
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember. Late, I think 89 or 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get on the board of a blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place? How do they pick a guy like you, a trader from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
Epstein also had ties with Leon Black, the billionaire co-founder of Apollo Global Management. Black is reported to have paid Epstein $158 million in fees, which he claims were for things like tax advice and estate planning. It's somewhat surprising that Jeffrey Epstein, a man with no obvious tax experience, would get hired as a tax advisor by someone like Leon Black, who you would imagine has access to the best tax lawyers in the world. On top of that, tax lawyers don't typically charge $158 million in fees.
Do you think that there's anybody that understands money or understands the world's financial system as good as you?
There must be.
But it doesn't come to the top of the head?
No.
Okay, fine.
This pseudo-interview in 2019 with firebrand Trump advisor Steve Bannon was meant to be a training session to help Epstein rehabilitate his reputation. Its recent release in the Files is an intriguing insight into a man just months away from having his privileged world ripped away.
When you get on something like the Trilateral Commission, you're on the board at Rockefeller, which is the most advanced research. You get brought into the Trilateral, which is the elite of the elite. How, since you're only at that time 8 years from teaching adult, right? You're adult.
10 years.
10 years teaching adult. Yes. Walk us through. I mean, put us in the room. Walk me through exactly what it felt like. What it felt like being on the board at Rockefeller. We got these Nobel laureates, and you're sitting there making decisions, and you start to meet these people at Rockefeller. Now you start to meet these people at the Trilateral Commission. What did it feel like?
That's a great question. What did it feel like meeting some of these people like Kissinger or Rockefeller? And those were two extraordinary people. But in general, I think the question, the people on Wall Street, I tell the story, the first day, one of the first days when I was in Wall Street, someone said to me, would you like to buy ATV? And I was looking in the brochure and I couldn't figure out what stock had a symbol of ATV. And when I finally said, well, I can't find it. And they said, what's the matter with you? Do you want to buy ATV? Which is, he was selling hot televisions, stolen televisions from the floor of the American Stock Exchange, referred to in common parlance as the televisions fell off the truck. So I knew what that phrase meant from Coney Island.
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact...
Why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
But you earned it.
I earned it legally.
We went back to this before. You earned
Yes.
it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money. What are you, class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
What's tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, I'm
the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes. So he formed this trilateral commission of businessmen and politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, would you like to be on the trilateral commission? Now, I was 30 years old, 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, comma, just a good kid, which I thought was funny, nobody else did.
At 24 years old, Epstein got hired at a job he had no business doing by the father of a future United States Attorney General, who at the same time had recently left his job in the OSS, the United States spy agency before the CIA was formed. Then, after being fired, Epstein ends up working as a banker at one of the most prestigious firms in New York City, before being asked to leave when he got caught for insider trading. After that, he's on record working in some capacity for Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi billionaire arms dealer who is known around the world for being the key player in the Iran-Contra scandal, where the US government, specifically the CIA, secretly, illegally sold weapons to Iran during an international embargo. It was around this time that numerous people would go on record saying that Epstein had introduced himself to them as a CIA agent.
After that, he would reinvent himself, co-founding a company called Intercontinental Assets Group. He would brand himself as a high-level financial bounty hunter that was helping clients recover stolen money. And clearly things went well for him, because by the mid-80s, Epstein would be jet-setting between Europe and the Middle East, boasting about connections to intelligence agencies and carrying a fraudulent Austrian passport. The way he was moving like a spy or a mobster made a lot of sense, and soon, his most lucrative business opportunity yet would emerge, the opportunity to manage the money of a billionaire. But unfortunately, that job was already taken. But lucky for Epstein, the role would suddenly become available following a suspicious and cold-blooded murder.
When did you first meet Jeffrey Epstein?
Probably 35 years ago, 40 years ago, I don't remember exactly. And met him through friends.
Approximately what year would you have met him?
Probably between 80 and 85. I don't remember.
So at that time, you had no knowledge of Mr. Epstein until Mr. Meiser introduced you to him?
Never heard of him, never saw him, never met him.
At that time, did you have any understanding of what he did for work?
No.
Did you understand Mr. Epstein to already be wealthy when you met him?
No.
Before Jeffrey Epstein became the gatekeeper to a multi-billion-dollar fortune, that role belonged to Arthur Shapiro. As personal attorney and financial advisor to Victoria's Secret billionaire Les Wexner, Shapiro controlled the empire's finances, but by 1985, his control was beginning to crack. By then, Shapiro was under intense IRS investigation for allegedly hiding money in questionable tax shelters. In fact, he was scheduled to testify before a federal grand jury the very next day, but Shapiro never made it to the stand. Instead, on the morning of March the 6th, 1985, Shapiro was seen sitting in his red BMW, parked at a cemetery of all places, sharing breakfast with an unidentified man. Then, moments later, that same man, dressed in all black, wearing a broad-brimmed hat and apparently walking with a distinct limp, began chasing Shapiro from the vehicle while firing a handgun, grazing his hip and arm. After cornering him at the entrance of a nearby condo, the gunman fired 2 close-range shots to Shapiro's head before stealing Shapiro's BMW and using it to flee the scene. By the following morning, that car was discovered in a nearby parking lot, wiped clean of fingerprints, all the hallmarks of a professional mob hit. And to this day, that murder remains officially unsolved, but still the timing was impossible to ignore. Notably, a suppressed police report would later point to alleged organized crime connections within Les Wexner's own circle, and suggesting the possibility that the killing was actually financed in order to prevent damaging information coming out on Wexner during Shapiro's expected testimony. Almost immediately then, Jeffrey Epstein, a college dropout with no formal financial credentials or awards other than being a celebrated bachelor, would suddenly assume control of Wexner's 10-figure fortune. The chilling nature of this bond was eventually hinted at in leaked emails years later, when Epstein had claimed in messages that Wexner owed him a debt for their years of, quote, gang stuff. Decades later, during a 2026 deposition, Wexner insisted that the phrase gang stuff was merely just shorthand for confidential business dealings.
Jeffrey was like a Brooklyn guy. And he, in hindsight, he didn't use words like have a confidential discussion or my opinion or this is secret or private or confidential, personal things that lawyers or accountants might use in normal language. He would say this is gang stuff.
Your attorneys, quote, explained that over his years handling Wexner's finances, Epstein stole or otherwise misappropriated several $100 million from Wexner. That misconduct, together with the fees that Epstein paid himself for his services to Wexner, appears to account for virtually all of Epstein's wealth. So several $100 million is a large but not precise figure. To the best of your knowledge, how much exactly did Epstein steal?
I don't know. I don't think I'll ever know.
The trusts that he was trustee of would receive gifts of limited stock, and he would then sell that stock on the New York Stock Exchange, and then use a portion of those proceeds for his own personal purposes. Do you have any knowledge or recollection of what I just described?
I'm effing surprised. I'm shocked. I didn't know this.
Is it that you have not previously heard what I just described?
I never heard of it, never saw this document.
And it was publicly reported, I think, by ABC several years ago, but not ever on your radar.
Never.
And then separately, it's been reported that around $20 million of stock and cash were contributed by 2 of your charitable foundations to one of Epstein's charities. Do you have any knowledge or awareness of that?
Effing shocked. I'm appalled. I never heard that. Did you know that? No. Except so.
By virtually every account, the seed of his immense wealth was planted by Les Wexner and Leon Black. Do you think those 2 men have come clean in terms of what they really know about Epstein and what their real relationship is?
Absolutely not. No, those 2 men are in it up to their necks, and they have only avoided prosecution because of hiding information that they have. I think at the end of the day, those 2 men know a lot more than what they have told the public, told under oath. I think that they have avoided avoided discussing information that they are well aware of occurred. And unfortunately, unless it comes out of their mouth, it's highly unlikely they end up getting prosecuted for their actions.
People think of money laundering
as like this boring sideshow when it comes to organized crime or their cousins in the intelligence community. It's not a sideshow. It's right at the center of the thing. The whole operation relies on money laundering because you have to be able to hide that. It's the easiest way to trace out your networks and what they're doing and who's a part of them, who is. I mean, you can figure out everything from it. Who's the most significant player in this network? All these things just by looking at their money. And so you have to have guys like Jeffrey Epstein, who spent 4 years at Bear Stearns and a few years since then, like by the time he starts doing work for Khashoggi, figuring out how to move money offshore, move it around through different countries over time, changing jurisdictions. So you got to remember, too, this was back before the internet or anything like that. It was not exactly an easy process to just hop on your computer and look at where these transactions are being passed through the global financial system. You know, it's a different world today for that reason, but it was tougher back then. You had to send investigators probably to that country to go to that bank and look at their records, kind of thing, you know. But still, you needed a guy like Epstein who was skilled at moving money around in ways and hiding it in ways that would be hard to trace. Like they would pass at a first glance, you know. If you get like a really skilled forensic accounting team at the Department of Justice who really dedicates themselves to it, they can figure it out, but it needs to just pass at a glance so that some congressman's not taking a look at it, you know.
In 1987, Jeffrey Epstein was hired as a high-paid consultant by Stephen Hoffenberg, then CEO of Towers Financial Corporation, a Manhattan-based debt collection agency that would later be exposed as the operator of one of the largest Ponzi schemes in U.S. history. Hoffenberg paid Epstein $25,000 a month and set him up with an office, describing him as his wingman and closest friend during that period. Together, the two men attempted high-profile corporate takeovers, including failed bids for Pan Am and Emery Air Freight. But behind the scenes, Towers Financial was raising more than $400 million by selling fraudulent bonds and promissory notes to investors. This money was used not to fund legitimate operations, but to pay off earlier investors, cover operating costs, and finance lavish lifestyles, including private jets, luxury homes, and expensive cars. Hoffenberg later claimed that Epstein was the mastermind behind the scheme's financial engineering, describing him as the architect of both the insurance bond fraud and a stock manipulation strategy. Court records and attorneys involved in the case confirmed that Epstein's name appeared on organizational charts and that he held a senior role at the firm. Yet despite his proximity to the fraud, Epstein was never charged. This episode is one of the most glaring examples of Epstein's ability to operate in elite financial circles while avoiding legal consequences, even when his business partner was convicted and spent 18 years in prison.
Hoffenberg doesn't deny it. He took responsibility for it at the time. Well, he gets a call from Douglas Lease and says, hey, I got a guy who can help you out, because he knew this. And he puts him in touch with Jeffrey Epstein. And Epstein, he said, is just the kind of guy that a business like a quote-unquote business like the one I'm running, this Ponzi scheme, is looking for. It's a guy who's very intelligent, who knows a lot about the offshore accounting and things that we need to know about, and he has no moral compass whatsoever, Hoffenberg said. And this is what he told Ward at the time. And so some of the other things that he said that what Epstein would do, and he did this to Hoffenberg himself eventually, is the people that they would be moving money around for, they would take some of that for themselves. And Epstein had a scheme that he called playing the box, which I don't know where the name exactly comes from, but what it entailed is stealing money from people and making sure that you have compromising information on them so that even if they catch you doing it, they're going to be too embarrassed or too afraid to actually come out and go after you. So he confirms the story of Epstein being attached to Douglas Lease, first of all, because he knew Lease, and that's how they met. And he says that Epstein used to talk quite openly about his connections and dealings with the intelligence community, not just in the U.S., but in Israel as well.
Epstein's name also appears in connection with a small emissions control company called Environmental Solutions Worldwide, in which he invested alongside individuals close to Leon Black. This company was the only one for which Epstein's firm ever filed an SEC disclosure. These scattered and often informal relationships, many involving vast sums of money but little documentation, underscore the mystery of Epstein's financial life. He operated in elite financial circles, moved hundreds of millions of dollars, and advised billionaires, all while leaving behind almost no public record. In 2019, Les Wexner accused Jeffrey Epstein of misappropriating more than $46 million while managing his personal finances. In a letter to members of his charitable foundation, Wexner disclosed that he had recovered some of the funds and had severed ties with Epstein in 2007. That same year, a lawsuit filed against Epstein's estate alleged that he had used underage women not only for abuse, but also as a means to ingratiate himself with powerful individuals so that he could gather compromising information for blackmail. These accusations suggest that a portion of Epstein's fortune may have been built not only on financial misconduct, but also on the strategic exploitation of his business associates.
As a result of meeting Wexner and taking over his finances after Shapiro's murder, Epstein's fortunes rose suddenly and dramatically, with Epstein having secured full power of attorney over one of the richest men in the world. With that single document, Epstein could borrow enormous sums of money on Wexner's behalf, sign his tax returns, hire staff, and even orchestrate major corporate transactions. And from there, the rewards became staggering. Gradually, Epstein took control of extraordinary assets, including a Manhattan mansion and a $100 million Ohio estate that had once belonged to Wexner himself. At the same time, he began systematically pushing Wexner's longtime friends and senior advisors, tightening his grip on the empire. Initially, some believed that Epstein's rise was just the product of his still unexplained financial brilliance. Later, however, newly released files would suggest that his position may well have been tied to a secret relationship with Wexner, with some articles referring to them as boyfriends.
Did you personally have a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
Are you aware that others have claimed that you had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
Whatever the true nature of their bond, Epstein clearly understood that his position offered more than just financial leverage. By the mid-1990s, he was leveraging his association with Victoria's Secret to present himself as a high-level talent scout for models. In May 1997, that facade allegedly drew a 27-year-old model named Alicia Arden to a Santa Monica hotel room under the promise of a catalog audition, but once she arrived, the audition story collapsed, and she later alleged that Epstein had attempted to her. Even so, despite the growing pattern of accusations, Epstein appeared untouchable. In fact, at least two senior executives later claimed that they had uncovered his recruitment tactics and personally warned Les Wexner. Yet no meaningful action ever followed, and Epstein's access remained intact.
For the record, it reads, soon after introducing Wexner and Epstein, Meiser started hearing disturbing stories about Epstein's sexual proclivities. Think of whatever the worst thing anyone could do is, and Epstein did them all, Meiser said. Did Meiser ever express concerns related to Mr. Epstein's sexual proclivities?
Never.
Objection, double hearsay. He answered.
Never.
The very next sentence continues, Mr. Epstein showed up unannounced at Meiser's Park Avenue apartment with 5 models for Meiser's sexual entertainment. Epstein thought he was bringing me a gift, according to Mr. Meiser. Were you aware of this occurring?
Objection, double hearsay.
No.
Did Mr. Epstein ever present you with women for your sexual entertainment?
Absolutely not.
For years, the only publicly known client was Leslie Wexner, the founder of L Brands and Victoria's Secret. And the Wexner relationship itself defies explanation. Wexner, one of the wealthiest men in America, gave Epstein full power of attorney over his finances. He transferred to him the largest private dwelling in Manhattan, a townhouse worth tens of millions of dollars essentially for free. Wall Street veterans described the arrangement as unlike anything they'd ever seen. As one put it, it's not typical for someone of enormous wealth to suddenly hand their money to some guy most people have never heard of. The New York Times investigated Epstein's wealth in late 2025, and the headline tells you everything you need to know. schemes, scams, ruthless cons. Their conclusion was that Epstein's fortune was built on a series of lucky breaks, lies, and frauds, but even they acknowledged that the full picture doesn't quite add up, because the wealth was real, the properties were real, the $600 million at the time of his death was real, and no amount of con artistry fully explains how a man with no financial training and almost no verifiable clients accumulated that kind of money, which is why a much darker theory has followed Epstein for decades.
Like if you're working for people and with people like Douglas Leese, Adnan Khashoggi, Robert Maxwell, you're rubbing against the intelligence.
Yeah, you're right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And that was the thing they were. It just blows my mind that there's a connection between Jeffrey Epstein and Iran-Contra. That just really, I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
I mean, Iran-Contra, it is like sort of the patient zero for understanding power structure in the modern world in a lot of ways. It really, really is. It's so fascinating.
I remember it well.
When Douglas Leese's own son, Julian, he said that his father was essentially, for many years, he used the word a mentor to Jeffrey Epstein of sorts. And so, and he expressed disbelief that Epstein would have claimed not to know him. I mean, so, you have these connections that Epstein denies, which again, if they were innocent connections, he probably wouldn't have a reason to do that. Guys like Khashoggi and Douglas Leese, who was his mentor, I mean, these are guys who were right in the middle of the most high-profile operations going on.
What if Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a financial genius at all? What if he was an intelligence asset? Now, this isn't fringe speculation. This theory has been discussed by Rolling Stone, The Nation, The Washington Post, and there's documented evidence that gives it real weight. In the 1980s, Epstein possessed a fake Australian passport. It was found in a locked safe in his Manhattan townhouse, alongside $70,000 in cash and 48 loose diamonds. The passport bore his photograph, but was issued under the name Marius Fortellini. His place of residence was listed as Saudi Arabia, and it contained entry and exit stamps from France, Spain, the United Kingdom, and Saudi Arabia, all from the 1980s. His lawyers claimed it was given to him by a friend as protection in case of hijacking while traveling in the Middle East. Prosecutors pointed out that the stamps clearly showed it had been actively used. During this period, Epstein was moving in very unusual circles. He was working with defense contractors and arms dealers, including Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi billionaire who served as a middleman in the Iran-Contra affair. He was introduced to Khashoggi through a British defense contractor named Douglas Leese. And then there's Stephen Hoffenberg. Hoffenberg hired Epstein as a consultant in 1987. He later told reporters that Epstein moved in intelligence circles and openly claimed to have CIA connections.
These are people who were not only active, but absolutely central to the most high-profile operations that were going on in the 1980s. And Jeffrey Epstein is right there in the middle of all of them, and they all seem to think that he's pretty damn important.
Hoffenberg also said that Epstein had worked on projects with Robert Maxwell, the media mogul, the father of Ghislaine Maxwell, who multiple intelligence sources have identified as a long-time asset of Israeli intelligence.
There's a lot to unpack here. So Robert Maxwell was also one of the main money conduits for Iran-Contra as well.
By 1990, Jeffrey Epstein had embedded himself within the world's most elite financial circles, and once again, a highly suspicious death would change everything. At the center of that shift stood Robert Maxwell, the British media tycoon with a boatload of money, power, and respect all over the world. And his notorious daughter would be named Ghislaine Maxwell, and she would benefit from much of the connections that her father had built up over the decades.
Robert Maxwell's a super interesting character.
Let's talk about Robert Maxwell. Fascinating guy. Really a fascinating guy. Another guy like Epstein that you look at him and you're like, man, he's kind of an amoral, beast in a lot of ways, but at the same time, he's a force of nature. So he was born in Czechoslovakia, and he was, I want to say he was 18 or 19 years old. He was very, very young when the Germans invaded. And he managed to escape. He wasn't called Robert Maxwell at the time. He changed his name 8 or 9 times over the course of the years. But he managed to escape to France in May 1940, which, if you know the story of World War II, was not the best time to escape to France. And so he hooks up with what's left of the Czechoslovak resistance there in France and follows the British retreat and manages somehow to talk his way onto a boat and gets over to Britain and gets hooked up with the Czech government in exile there in London. Becomes disenchanted with the government in exile pretty quickly. He's working at first for the Czech government in exile, gets a little disenchanted with them, and so joins the British Army. And he's a part of the Normandy invasion, and he was in heavy combat all the way to Berlin. He won the second highest medal that the British Army gives out, not just to foreign volunteers, but to anybody. So it's the Distinguished Service Cross or the Navy Cross here in the U.S., and you don't get those just for showing up on time every day. Like, he got it for storming a machine gun nest and saving a bunch of people's lives, So physically courageous guy, obviously very resourceful, ballsy guy, to make it across Europe at such a young age and do all these things.
Robert Maxwell was born into a Hasidic family in Czechoslovakia. His name was Jan Ludwig Hock, and he fought in battles across Europe.
He was one of 9 children himself that was so poor that they had to share shoes. They all slept in the same rooms.
And a good portion of his family was murdered in the Holocaust.
By the time he was 23, he'd changed his name 4 times. He fixed on Robert Maxwell because it sounded faintly Scottish, which he quite liked.
5 minutes to midnight.
After the war's over and we occupy Germany, he goes to work for British intelligence, first as a translator. I don't know how many languages he spoke back then, but later on he allegedly was fluent in 9. He had connections behind the Iron Curtain that was emerging. He's from that side of the line. He was a soldier who had fought valiantly for the British, and so now he's working for British intelligence, and he's actually pretty valuable to him. And he gets involved in some dirty work. I mean, he was involved in interrogating captured SS soldiers, for example, which I imagine those were not always pleasant experiences. He was actually fingered in an investigation for murdering a bunch of unarmed German civilians while he was there.
Next question. No, you cannot.
And people were physically afraid of him.
And so he's working for British intelligence for a while there in Berlin, which is a pretty hot assignment, obviously, especially as the Iron Curtain's starting to come down. And when the war ends, he goes back to Britain. He's changed his name to Robert Maxwell by this point, gets British citizenship. And one of the first things we have him doing in the late 1940s after the war, when he gets back to Britain, is you have this guy who, again, is from the other side of the line. He's got connections with people across Europe. He's involved with British intelligence, and he hooks up with the British Zionist movement, and in contravention of British law at the time, is helping to smuggle weapons, specifically aircraft parts were kind of his main bag, through Czechoslovakia down to the Zionist movement in Israel to fight the Arabs. If you have a situation like the Zionists in Palestine in the late 1940s who were facing down the possibility of war with several countries around them, and you're just a movement that kind of just drove the British out of the country, and now you got to figure out how to hold on to it. And the British, who are the main people who have any foreign presence, European foreign presence in the region, have a weapons embargo against you. You need to get weapons and supplies. How are you going to do it? Well, you need guys like Robert Maxwell, because not everybody knows how to do it. Organized crime knows how to do that kind of thing. And so, when you get into any of these kind of things, this is why I say, the intelligence community and their cousins in the organized crime world, they've always been directly next to each other. They intersect.
There's a symbiosis, of course, there has to be.
He actually became a member of Parliament in the 1960s.
Publicly, Robert commanded a vast international publishing empire.
I'm quite determined and confident that I shall be successful in getting the Mirror newspaper group.
Well, Robert Maxwell was one of the most important and powerful people in British public life in the 70s and 80s. He was a media tycoon. He owned a publishing house. He owned tabloids, various different companies.
That we've got to get the Mirror newspapers on top, all the way.
He made national news almost every day because of his extravagances and his pronouncements.
Incredibly powerful and charismatic.
Hugely egotistical.
He would eat caviar.
And it was there in the 1960s that the Mossad representative in Great Britain, like the assigned guy at the time, was Yitzhak Shamir, who later became the prime minister of Israel in the 1980s, but started his career as the leader of the Stern Gang, a very infamous terrorist group that killed a lot of people back in the 1940s. Carried out the King David Hotel bombing along with the Irgun. I mean, killed 91 people, including 15 Jews, which, you know, if I was Yitzhak, I'd probably be pretty upset about that part at least. But killed many people. Killed Lord Moyne, a British diplomat in Egypt in 1946. Sent mail bombs to several British government officials in Whitehall in London there. Sent mail bombs to Harry Truman's White House addressed to him. So that's what Yitzhak Shamir was up to. And he goes to Robert Maxwell and he talks to him about his obligations as a Jewish billionaire and a important guy with intelligence community connections in foreign countries, the obligations that he has to the Jewish state of Israel. But you can find people with buttons to push, you know, and Robert Maxwell was one of those people. And so Yitzhak Shamir recruited him, and he became from that point on a very committed Zionist and asset to Israeli intelligence.
In 1991, a former senior officer in the Israeli military intelligence, a man named Ben Menashe, became the first person to publicly identify Robert Maxwell as a Mossad agent, and he was right. Almost 30 years later, in 2019, right after Epstein's death, Ben claimed in an interview that Epstein had also been recruited into the Mossad. And the trafficking network of underage girls was specifically and deliberately designed to be offered to powerful political figures, so that the photographs would be taken and the leverage established. According to Ben, this is precisely how Epstein served Israeli intelligence, and how he influenced political events at the highest level.
What was his connection to Jeffrey Epstein? How does Jeffrey Epstein wind up in an orbit of a guy like that?
Douglas Leese introduced him. And so, according to multiple sources from Israeli and U.S. intelligence circles that have gone on the record to journalists like Vicky Ward, both of them were involved in the weapons deals and things that we're talking about in the 1980s. You know, Maxwell would be the guy who, like, his pension fund would be used as a slush fund, for example, the conduit to move money through. Epstein would be a guy who made sure that it moved around in ways that couldn't easily be traced. And so they worked together with intelligence on these operations. The Israeli government wanted to meet with the heads of the KGB in the 1980s. You can't exactly, I mean, without raising a ruckus or having it be a thing, you can't put the head of the Mossad on a plane and send him to Moscow to go meet with the head of the KGB. And so they would talk to Robert Maxwell. Robert Maxwell would go talk to them, and he'd be, you know, the kind of go-between and the deal maker and fixer.
Epstein's former business associate, Steven Hoffenberg, claimed that Epstein had actually met Ghislaine as early as 1988, while her father was still alive and still operating as an intelligence asset.
I feel that Robert and Jeffrey have very similar qualities. And I feel that Ghislaine spent most of her life trying to please her father. And her father groomed her to be this socialite, to learn how to read people and manipulate and exploit people.
People who spent time with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein when they were together say that Ghislaine was deeply in love with Jeffrey Epstein, that she would do anything for him.
Robert is the one who introduced him to his daughter. That's not something a father really wants to do, introduce your daughter to a guy like Jeffrey Epstein, but maybe she had problems of her own, I don't know. He introduces her, and so just add another zero to the odds of all of these connections kind of piling up, right? Known 100% locked in Israeli intelligence agent for decades, Robert Maxwell. His daughter just happens to be, you know, Jeffrey Epstein's partner in crime. And you know, have you seen that famous picture of Prince Andrew with Virginia Roberts? She's a teenager.
Yes.
Standing over there. That's in Robert Maxwell's house in England that picture was taken. So they were close.
However, privately, he was siphoning hundreds of millions of pounds from his employees' pension funds to prop up his collapsing businesses. Amid mounting financial pressure, Maxwell reportedly turned to Epstein to help shield vast sums of money from creditors and tax authorities. But then, on November the 5th, 1991, everything would change.
9 months after he buys the New York Daily News, he decides to go out for a cruise on the Lady Ghislaine all by himself. The crew describes him on this vacation as being in a great mood.
The BBC documentary Robert Maxwell Downfall shows extraordinary video taken by the crew during that trip. The video would give no clue that anything was wrong.
A body has been found in the sea off the Canaries. It would appear very much as if it is that of our father.
Well, I mean, it marked a turning point for all of us.
One of the most powerful publishers in the world has died, Robert Maxwell. He disappeared today from his yacht.
While sailing near the Canary Islands aboard his $15 million yacht named Lady Ghislaine after his daughter, Robert Maxwell would vanish, and days later, his naked body would be recovered from the Atlantic Ocean.
I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the many hundreds of people who have sent messages of support.
Although an official inquiry concluded that he likely suffered a heart attack and fell aboard, an autopsy would note significant head and spinal injuries not directly attributable to drowning. Some believe that he had taken as nearly £2 billion in hidden debt was about to surface. Others suspected that he had been silenced before he could expose sensitive financial secrets that would have caused damage that went far beyond his own empire.
While the official cause of death was a heart attack, a lot of people didn't buy it.
Nobody was sure what happened. Some thought it was an accident, others thought suicide.
Ghislaine, however, uniquely in our family, has always thought he was murdered. And she's alone in that. It's her profound conviction that that is what happened.
The Lady Ghislaine. The official cause of his mysterious death in 1991 was heart attack and accidental drowning. But in echoes of her response to Epstein's suicide, Ghislaine believes in something more sinister, as she revealed in this interview in 1992.
What do you feel? What happened to him?
You'll never know, so you'll never be 100% sure of exactly what took place. The only thing I'm sure of is that he did not commit suicide.
And there was a satellite photo, I don't know if it was ever introduced in court, but I believe this is true, a satellite photo taken that showed a boat with, the belief is that the boat was boarded by some group that threw him off.
Yeah,
and he had injuries.
Three different doctors couldn't agree on the cause of death.
Right.
And,
it was not a drowning. And he had injuries consistent to a shoulder, consistent with a struggle.
He was a big guy, he would have fought.
Yeah.
Declassified intelligence documents later fueled speculation further, suggesting that Maxwell had long-standing ties to international intelligence agencies, MI6 in the UK, the KGB in Russia, and the Mossad in Israel.
A former Israeli intelligence officer named Ari Ben Menashe is a very controversial but interesting figure. He and Victor Ostrovsky, who's another former Mossad official who wrote a book about his experiences after he got kind of jammed up by them and blamed for some things. They both say that Maxwell, what happened, we talk about him being murdered, is that, once you start reaching into your company's pension fund to help out Israeli intelligence, well, I can do it for this personal reason too. I'll pay it back. I'll always pay it back, of course. And he starts doing that and he gets himself into a lot of trouble. And by the end of his life, he was going to be, his empire was going to be brought down. He was going to be bankrupt and probably going to prison. He had robbed his company's pension fund blind for years at this point. It was all getting to the point where it was just no longer solvent. It couldn't be hidden anymore. And what Ben Menashe says is that he went to his friends in the Mossad and he told them, look, I've done all this for you over the years. I have done so much for you. You are going to get me out of this somehow. One way or another, whether you give me the money, whether you deal with the issue in Britain, you're going to get me out of this. And he got a little too aggressive about it, Ben Menashe says. And, shortly after that, they found him floating off of his yacht near the Canary Islands.
But then, in the morning, they look for him and they cannot find him. It seems that in the night, he has gone overboard.
Years later, Epstein himself would allegedly claim in an email that the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad had murdered Maxwell after he had attempted to blackmail them for £400 million.
Mr. Wexner, at any time, did Jeffrey Epstein ever inform or represent to you that he was a part of any intelligence service of any nation, including the United States?
Absolutely.
Did you ever learn that he was involved with any intelligence service?
Never.
The world's press basically flocked to the Canary Islands in the hope of finding out what had happened.
It's Ghislaine who takes the lead, and she stands on the deck of the boat that bears her name and gives a press conference.
I want to thank the press for their courtesy and consideration.
He gets a state funeral that's attended by every living Israeli prime minister, intelligence agency head, and the president and the prime minister, Yitzhak Shamir, actually, gave his eulogies, and Yitzhak Shamir said that this man has done more for the state of Israel than can now be told. And he was given a burial plot on the Mount of Olives facing the Western Wall, which is reserved for, it's the highest honor, that you can bestow when it comes to that kind of thing. And so clearly this was a guy who was very important to a lot of people.
The Israel president said that his contributions to Israel would never be forgotten. He was a newspaper owner. Countries don't bury newspaper owners on the Mount of Olives for being good at newspapers.
Never.
Robert Maxwell was Jewish, and he was a big friend of Israel. His funeral took place in Jerusalem, and then just a few weeks later, this massive scandal drops.
It was discovered that he had looted hundreds of millions of dollars from his employees' pension funds.
Two sons, Kevin and Ian, were actually tried for fraud in connection with the pension money, but they were acquitted and cleared of any wrongdoing.
Unfortunately, our father's business collapsed, and that caused all of my siblings, including Ghislaine, an enormous difficulty.
Right before he died, Seymour Hersh went on the record with four independent sources that all fingered Maxwell and his number one in his media empire as agents of Israeli intelligence, as active agents of Israeli intelligence, and 2 weeks later is when he was found dead. And it was after that a lot of the financial stuff, the problems that he had kind of came out.
And there was a 5-year lawsuit, five-year case against his two sons.
Yeah, and they actually brought a lawsuit against Seymour Hersh for defamation and lost. And not only did they lose, they had to pay all of Hersh's legal fees and pay him out for suing him.
And life was unbearably cruel because the man she loved the most in the whole world was dead, and he was disgraced, and to bear his name was an extra disgrace on top of all of that.
The next time I met her, she seemed like a very different person, someone who had changed overnight. She seemed broken. It was as if somebody had turned the lights and the volume off.
You can see why she gives up on London. She moves herself entirely to New York.
In the chaotic aftermath of Maxwell's death, his daughter Ghislaine resurfaced in New York at Jeffrey Epstein's side. While she had lost her father's wealth, she still possessed his unprecedented access to the global power elite, and together they formed a mutually beneficial alliance where Ghislaine opened doors to presidents, royalty, and industry leaders, and Epstein would supply the capital, or perhaps other things that these powerful men wanted access to.
I just would like to thank you so much, and it's such an honor to be here.
Attaching herself to causes is not new for Ghislaine Maxwell.
I'm here representing civil society.
It was not that long ago, in an attempt to distance herself from Epstein, her great passion was to save the planet's oceans.
The deep sea and the wild animals that live there.
Now it's other inmates and, of course, herself, with yet another spin on her relationship with former boyfriend Epstein. He might have had plenty of money, but Epstein needed something more. And he found it in Ghislaine Maxwell. The British socialite gave him entree to the upper-class world of prestige glamour, and on the surface at least, respectability.
She was someone who was basically an aristocrat. She rolled in aristocratic circles, and she brought Epstein along for that ride. And it was around this time that Epstein starts showing up at the White House, for example, and starts interacting with people like Prince Andrew. It creates this aura around him that he is one of the best connected and most powerful people in the world. That helps him attract new people who will help him make more money. It helps him lure more young women and girls into his web, and it allows Epstein to become who he became. And Maxwell played an instrumental role in that.
Between 1997 and 2007 alone, court records would later show that Epstein had transferred more than $30 million to Ghislaine. Their relationship became romantic and carried into the late 1990s, with Les Wexner stating that Epstein had once even intended to marry her.
When did you first meet Ghislaine Maxwell?
Must have been about 1990. Jeffrey wanted me to meet the person he was going to marry.
Mr. Wexner, the committee is investigating the circumstances surrounding Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell and the trafficking of young women, trafficking and sexual abuse of young women or girls. Did Miss Maxwell ever introduce you to any young woman or girl?
No, I don't think she ever introduced me to any female or man.
Did Miss Maxwell ever ask you to introduce a young woman or girl to your friends or associates?
No.
Did you ever introduce any young woman or girl that you met through Miss Maxwell to any of your friends or associates?
Objection assumes in fact not in evidence.
Fine, so just to answer the question.
That's fine.
Repeat the question. I think the answer is no, but let's...
Did you ever introduce any woman or girl that you met through Miss Maxwell to any of your friends or associates?
No, never.
But as we're reminded in this release of the files, behind the opulence, this depraved couple was running an international sex trafficking ring and systematically raping girls as young as 14.
So this is Okeechobee Middle School. I went to school here on and off from 6th grade to 8th grade. Feels weird, it feels ghostly. This is the start of where my whole world changed. So it's emotional and makes me angry.
A broken kid from a broken home, Jenna Lisa Jones was just 14 when she was lured into Epstein's vile world in 2004 by his network of young recruiters. How did your world collide with his?
We were all hanging out and listening to music, and then they were making jokes, and they started making jokes about a guy named Jeff, and he was like a weird old guy that liked to get massages, and he would pay $200, and $200 sounded great. I mean, my mom was addicted to drugs. There was times I didn't have food, had nowhere, you know, so... It seemed, why not?
It seemed like the only decision you could make in that moment as a 14-year-old girl.
Yeah.
A decision forced by circumstances that completely altered Jenna Lisa's life. She'd been delivered into a rock spider's web at the pedophile's mansion in Palm Beach, Florida. It was just 10 kilometres from her trailer park neighbourhood, but in every other sense, a world away.
He walked in pretty quickly, and he laid down on the massage table like he was a regular massage. And after a couple minutes, he just flips over, and it was see how far, you know, he could push it.
What was he telling you to do?
Think about the worst thing that you would want to happen, wouldn't want to happen to your child, and it was happening. That's what was happening in those rooms with these victims and with myself. It was traumatizing. It set the tone for the rest of my life.
Maria Farmer was reportedly brought to the guest house in 1996 She stayed there for a summer and claims she was assaulted there by Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell. Mr. Wexner, do you recall who Maria Farmer is?
I know her name from the press.
Did you ever meet Maria Farmer?
Never.
Do you have any reason to not believe Maria Farmer's account of being abused by Jeffrey Epstein on your property?
Objection. On his property.
Let me be sure I answered this correctly. I never met her, didn't know she was here, didn't know she was abused.
How were you doing at that moment?
Oh, I was hysterical.
Farmer alleges in her complaint that when she tried to flee the following day, she was not allowed to leave. She claims a member of Wexner's staff warned her.
His exact words were, "You're not going anywhere. You are never leaving. You are never leaving."
Although she escaped with her father's help, she later described receiving an implied threat from Ghislaine herself.
Farmer alleges Maxwell threatened to destroy her reputation in the art world, and in one phone call, she believes, threatened her life.
She says, "You're going out to jog on the West Side Highway every day, and I know this. You need to be very careful because there's so many ways to die there. So you have to be really careful. Look over your shoulder."
Shortly afterwards, Farmer learned that her sister Annie had allegedly been subjected to a massage by Maxwell at Epstein's New Mexico ranch while Epstein watched. Despite filing formal complaints with the NYPD and the FBI in 1996, the sisters encountered a wall of silence. Astonishingly, those early reports remained buried for decades, only resurfacing publicly years later in 2025. And with these and perhaps other damaging allegations brushed under the rug, this allowed Epstein and Maxwell to continue building an international operation protected by the very elites that they were compromising.
Now, earlier in the deposition, Mr. Wexner, you said that you were never aware of Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell sexually abusing minors or adult women. Is that correct?
I know Jeffrey was accused by an adult woman of abusing her, and that's the only thing that I knew until the shit hit the fan.
The next highly suspicious death would be Epstein's most famous accuser, and the mysterious circumstances around her death would leave more questions than ever. As the world continued to dissect the fallout from the Epstein scandal, Virginia Giuffre had evolved from a victim into a warrior for justice for women and girls around the world. Over time, she stood up to the powerful, suing princes, confronting billionaires, and helping force sealed court records into public view and reshaping the public conversation about power and accountability in abuse and cases. But in the spring of 2025, things would get very scary. On March the 31st, Giuffre posted a photo of herself in a hospital bed, visibly bruised, claiming that she had gone into renal failure after a crash with a school bus and that doctors had only given her 4 days to live. However, almost immediately, Australian police would push back, denying the severity of the accident.
I do know there was an accident on the 24th of March. It was a bus with another vehicle.
And was there any passengers on the bus at the time, are you aware?
I'm not aware of passengers on the bus, but certainly the bus driver reported it as he was required to do and in the right time frames. And I'm advised it was about $2,000 damage in the vehicle. Not aware of any injuries.
At the same time, parents of children that were apparently on the bus would come out publicly to dispute her account as fiction in a rather suspicious article published by TMZ. Weirdly, a litany of articles in mainstream publications would be released around this time, discrediting Giuffre's claims with a level of venom that seemed unwarranted and very suspect. The Daily Mail would publish an extensive interview with the alleged bus driver, who essentially called her a liar and massively downplayed the incident. Then on April the 25th, nearly a month after the reported car accident, emergency services were called to her rural home in Western Australia, where the 41-year-old was found unresponsive and pronounced dead at the scene. Soon after, her family confirmed that she had apparently taken, and major crime detectives stated that there were no early signs of foul play. Notably, her own father rejected the ruling outright, saying there was no way she would have taken.
I mean, I started crying right away. I'm still crying. I can't believe that this is happening. It's impossible. And then for them to say that there's no way that she did. Somebody got to her.
And after this, a 2019 tweet resurfaced in which Virginia insisted that if she ever died, it would not be by However, behind the public headlines, apparently personal turmoil had been unfolding in her life, leading some people to believe the official version of events. According to her family, she first raised the prospect of divorce in August 2023, claiming that she no longer loved her husband Robert, and although they remained married, they separated in 2024 and stayed in separate homes. Then in January 2025, tensions erupted during their daughter's birthday reunion, and Virginia claimed that Robert became aggressive and assaulted her when she refused relations with him, claims which he would deny. In the days after the alleged assault, while Virginia was recovering at Royal Perth Hospital, she would take photos of her injuries, and although both contacted police, no charges were filed. Robert, however, secured a restraining order while she was hospitalized, gaining temporary custody of their younger children and blocking contact for 6 months. From that point forward, her family said the separation devastated her, and against that backdrop, her March 31st hospital post, the bruised photo, and claim that she had 4 days to live, was described by her family as desperate attempts to reach her kids. Then, on April the 25th, her brother Sky broke down her locked bedroom door and found her unconscious, attempting CPR for nearly 45 minutes before paramedics arrived. The actual manner of death would not be officially reported, but then in February 2026, a released email included a claim by another victim, Maria Farmer, that Virginia died from a gunshot wound. In the end, regardless of the official ruling, her death raised more questions than answered. It was a tragic close to one of the most important and powerful voices in the Epstein saga, leaving one final enormous question mark over the whole situation, a giant mystery that might never be solved. By the mid-2000s, Ruslana Korshenova was one of fashion's most recognizable young stars. Discovered at 17 in Kazakhstan, she was nicknamed the Russian Rapunzel for her long chestnut hair and ethereal look, and she would quickly become a runaway regular for brands like Marc Jacobs and Nina Ricci, traveling internationally for major shows. However, in June 2006, her name would appear in a far more controversial context. Flight logs later showed that on June 7th, 2006, the 18-year-old boarded a private jet owned by Jeffrey Epstein, and according to those records, that plane was headed to Epstein's Island on Little St. James in the US Virgin Islands, with the passenger list also including Epstein himself and his assistant Sarah Kellen. The trip would occur just weeks before Epstein's 2006 arrest in Florida, but what, if anything, transpired during that visit has never been publicly established, and unfortunately, Ruslana would never be able to speak about what happened on that island because 2 years after that flight, a suspicious tragedy would strike when on June the 28th, 2008, then 20-year-old Ruslana would fall from the 9th floor balcony of her Wall Street apartment. Authorities reported no signs of foul play and claimed that she had However, she would leave no note behind, and friends and family would question this conclusion. A former boyfriend said that she had shown no alarming signs of behavior hours earlier, and a close friend would recall that she had recently returned from Paris and was planning her 21st birthday. Also, her mother had consistently rejected the official findings, and in July 2010, an email later attributed to Epstein would actually reference Ruslana, blaming her boyfriend for her death because apparently he believed in alternative medicine. The same released materials would include a saved image containing a disturbing quote attributed to Korshenova, though no context is provided, the quote simply reading, "Love does not take away from one in order to give to another." Separately, a 2014 investigation by journalist Peter Pomerantsev suggested that she had been involved with the Rose of the World, a controversial self-development group that critics would describe as cult-like. But regardless, while the goings-on at Epstein's Zorro Ranch appear to have been ignored extensively, it would be Epstein's actions at his Palm Beach, Florida residence that were so brazen and damaging to the community that the authorities would eventually have no choice but to step in. But once again, as the investigation progressed, people would continue to die suspiciously.
And when I first heard the story from my client, who at the time was only 14 years old, who was brought to my office by her parents, it was unbelievable. I didn't believe it. It sounded like conspiracy theories. It was absolutely unbelievable until I met with the lead investigator at the time, who was Joe Riccari, and he laid out exactly what had been occurring there on Palm Beach Island.
Jenna Lisa was not alone in her suffering, but she wasn't aware police were finally closing in on the predator.
So this story really started in a high school here in Palm Beach County, in the western counties, which is an area called Royal Palm Beach, and it was Royal Palm Beach High School. These were young girls who had attended events or parties on the beach during the weekends. And one of them in particular, which was a young lady by the name of Haley Robson. I can tell you her name because she has been out publicly and has disclosed her name publicly as one of the...
She's been on this show, as a matter of fact, Haley has, yeah.
So Haley was approached by Sarah Kellen and Nadia Marcinkova. These were two girls that were in their early 20s, living with Jeffrey Epstein, traveling with him. And Haley was told to come out to this house, and for some money, $200, $300, she could meet with this older man, give him a massage, and then go home. Well, Haley then does that and then subsequently decides she doesn't want to anymore. So then he tells her, if you bring other girls from your high school, then you don't have to do this. And I'll give you $100 just to bring other girls. So that's what Haley did. She went back to Royal Palm Beach High School and recruited a number of other young girls, including how we now know her, victim 1, who was 14 at the time. And she was enticed to come out to the home on false pretenses and then basically stranded there. This is the day of yellow taxi cabs. There was no Uber, there was no Lyft. There were no cell phones to use. And she is stuck in a home where she's then led upstairs to a massage room where Jeffrey Epstein gets naked and expects a massage. So once he had these girls in this locked massage room, he would either begin to pleasure himself while touching them. He would ask them to disrobe, tell them they needed to take off their tops, take off their bottoms, and then he would begin to touch them while pleasuring himself in the massage room, ultimately to completion. And then the girls would want to just get out. So as best they could, they would try to leave the room and talk to the women that were there at the house in order to be able to get a taxi cab to be able to get home. So there was an incident at the school. Apparently word had gotten around about Haley Robson and her requests to bring girls to this home on the island. And other girls were saying nasty things that high school girls say to one another in those situations, calling them different names. And they got into a disagreement and a fight, an altercation. And then a school administrator thankfully got involved, recognized the dispute, and brought it to the attention of this young 14-year-old's parents. And that's when parents realized that she needed to immediately go to police, which is what they did.
I've talked to a lot of girls, almost 40 girls so far. And so I know pretty much what transpires, okay?
For the first time, the pedophile's 2007 draft indictment is on the public record. It's shocking reading, 32 counts of sex crimes against minors. Their sordid stories captured in these police interviews.
She told me that all I had to do was give him a massage and he would give me $200. It was a weird situation.
Did you ever take your panties off and be completely nude?
Every now and then, yeah. I was unaware that I was going to be alone with him for that 10 minutes and I thought I was going to die.
Where was the case at that point?
They were still in the investigative stages. This is early on. We're talking 2005, 2006. And they were still surveilling the home. They were outside of Epstein's home for numerous days and weeks. They were doing trash pulls. So they were following the trash truck and they were doing pulls of his trash at his home, looking for any evidence they could collect, which they did. They collected different sex toys. They collected massage oils, different things there at the home that he had thrown out, message pads. And then they were videotaping young girls going in and out of the home on a regular basis.
Epstein girls openly enough that his entire staff knew about it. An employee described fanning $100 bills near Epstein's bed, disposing of used condoms, and placing a gun between his mattresses. In 2002, journalist Vicky Ward investigated Epstein and found evidence of the of two sisters, one of whom was underage. She was preparing to publish it, and then Epstein appeared personally at the front office of her editor-in-chief and asked her directly to not include the accusations. Shortly after, a bullet and a dead cat's head appeared on the doorstep of the editor. This terrified the journalist, and the most damning accusations, they were excluded from the article. Epstein walked away completely untouched, and over the years, every warning sign imaginable was there. And nobody chose to investigate because nobody wanted to go against the rich and powerful.
We had heard rumors, he's friends with Trump. He is, flying around on planes with Bill Clinton. He's, socializing with all of these wealthy, powerful people. those were kind of rumors in the background in the original litigation. But to now see the true breadth and scope of his power and influence with those people, and the fact that he was bringing people to his pedophile island and coordinating these events with very powerful individuals. You know, these are things that people back then would have been called conspiracy theorists. But the reality is, Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted of a conspiracy because it was true. All of this is proving to be true, and it's just sad and frankly very scary that this alternate universe of powerful, wealthy individuals were doing this right under the noses of everyone, including the federal government.
Why weren't criminal charges brought earlier in this matter? It seems like they had a lot of evidence between the trash pulls, the surveillance, witness statements. I mean, there were crimes committed here.
Undoubtedly, undoubtedly. And it's really kind of sad because back then, we were going to the state attorney's office here in Palm Beach and talking about how this was awful and widespread, and we were basically being ignored. They were shutting the doors in the face of numerous different victims that wanted to come forward, and ended up where they just focused on one or two girls, and then they proceeded to bring the grand jury charges, which they themselves ended up tanking. I have even one worse, though. With the disclosure of the records that have recently been released by the Department of Justice, what I found in those records was the fact that back in 2001, 4 years even before my client went to police and began the investigation, they had stopped Ghislaine Maxwell because of a report from 2 Palm Beach Atlantic students who had been approached by Maxwell to come out to the home. And that investigation ended up being dropped and went nowhere. Chris, I can tell you firsthand from sitting down across from the predator himself during both 2 depositions that I took of him, one that only lasted a minute and another that we were court ordered to go back and he had to sit for 6 hours. But then again, in a private mediation that we had on the cases, he was trying to convince me, an advocate for the victims that he knew was advocating for these young girls, that he had done nothing wrong. He was absolutely convinced. And he would say to me, you know, listen, age is just a number. You know, well, what's legal in one country may be illegal in another. What is legal in one state in the United States may be illegal in another state in the United States.
Do you remember specifically how you posed the question about his penis?
Isn't it true, sir, that you have what has been described as an egg-shaped penis?
Would you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Could you please give us your name?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Is it true, sir, that you have what's been described as an egg-shaped penis?
Form, vague, and definite, and I'm going to give you the first warning, Mr. Coogan, that these types of questions are not only argumentative, but directed in a manner to embarrass Mr. Epstein. If you continue with this type of question, I will adjourn the deposition immediately.
Sir, according to the police department's probable cause affidavit, one witness described your penis as oval-shaped and claimed when erect it was thick towards the bottom but was thin and small towards the head portion, and called it egg-shaped. Those are not my words, I apologize. But as Mr. Critton has stated that this...
And then I go, listen, I'm sorry, sir, but, you know, I'm just reading from the probable cause affidavit from a 14-year-old that described your penis as egg-shaped.
I'm willing to continue.
That was enough for them. They said, that's it, we're done. And they terminated the deposition, and he got up and walked out.
We've been telling you all along how bad this man was and what was going on, and it has taken this long. It's like, why did it take this long for someone to listen?
In 2005, however, after a direct report from the family of a 14-year-old girl who said that she was at his mansion, it became too much to ignore, and finally an investigation was launched.
And what was so frustrating back then was that not only were the state attorney's office kowtowing to Epstein's lawyers and deciding not to bring charges, but even the federal government, who oftentimes we look to as, you know, the agency that can actually get something done when it comes to a big, wealthy, powerful predator like him, they dropped the ball.
Epstein was arrested for the first time in July of 2006. The subsequent FBI investigation identified over 30 underage victims, and by May 2007, the prosecutor had drafted a 60-count indictment.
Police thought they had a watertight case, and if convicted, Epstein faced going to jail for the rest of his life. Instead, in a shocking secret sweetheart deal with prosecutors, he pleaded guilty to 2 minor charges only: procuring a child for prostitution and soliciting a prostitute. He served a mere 13 months in jail, but was barely ever in his cell.
How many days a week are you out on work release? 6. And of those 6 days, how many hours per day are you out on work release? 12.
They did this whole investigation on him and he didn't even get in trouble.
We have this indictment from the newly released files, and here is what it says. As set forth herein, over the course of many years, Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, exploited dozens of girls at his homes in Manhattan, New York, and Palm Beach, Florida, among other locations. In particular, from at least in or about 2002 up to and including at least in or about 2005. Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, enticed and recruited and caused to be enticed and recruited girls to visit his mansion in Manhattan, New York, and Palm Beach, Florida, to engage in sexual acts with him. After which, he would give the victims hundreds of dollars in cash. The victims described herein were as young as 14 years old at the time that they were by Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, and were, for various reasons, often particularly vulnerable to exploitation. Epstein intentionally sought out and knew that many of his victims were in fact under the age of 18, including because, in some instances, victims expressly told him their age. In creating and maintaining this network of victims in multiple states to and exploit, Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, worked and conspired with others, including employees and associates. For reasons that were never fully explained, federal attorney Alexander Acosta agreed to a plea deal. Epstein would plead guilty to a single count of soliciting prostitution from someone under the age of 18 and serve 18 months in a work release program.
Then there's the Alexander Acosta connection. Acosta was the US attorney for Southern Florida who gave Epstein his famously lenient plea deal in 2008. Journalist Vicky Ward later reported that Acosta told the Trump transition team he'd been instructed to back off because Epstein belonged to intelligence. When asked about it in a 2019 press conference, Acosta didn't deny the report. He said he couldn't address it directly and that reporters were going down rabbit holes. He has since denied the claim under oath in congressional testimony, but the fact that his initial response wasn't a simple no is what people remember. In early 2026, the Washington Post reported that Epstein's own lawyers had filed Freedom of Information requests with both the CIA and the NSA seeking any records that could document an affiliation. The CIA responded with 3 words that in intelligence circles speaks volumes. They could neither confirm nor deny the existence of such records. The NSA gave an almost identical response. Think about that for a moment. A straightforward no would have ended the speculation. Instead, both agencies used the exact language reserved for classified operations.
The Miami Herald identified over 60 of his victims, just young middle and high school girls at the time of the abuse. Epstein pleaded guilty in state court to 2 prostitution charges and served 13 months. Epstein's punishment was like that of no other sex offender in Florida. He had a private space in a vacant wing of the Palm Beach County stockade, but records show he spent limited time there. He was allowed to go to his private West Palm Beach office, where he spent up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, often accepting visitors, including female friends.
All federal charges were also dropped, and immunity was granted not just to Epstein, but to all of his co-conspirators, who, by the way, were never named. Epstein was never truly held accountable, even though everyone knew.
Even though Jeffrey Epstein was shocked to be behind bars, it's hard to imagine that those who knew him would have been. Nothing speaks to his perversions more than his 50th birthday book, compiled in 2003. It's a 238-page album littered with innuendo and sexual references, purportedly from Jeffrey's high-flying friends.
To me, the most galling and shocking thing was that it was really clear that it was an open secret among these dozens of people who contributed to the birthday book that Epstein had an unhealthy predilection for young women and sometimes girls. It was a big inside joke, and everyone was in on it other than the victims.
One of the guards said, "Do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing. I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do?" And I said, "Sorry, Wall Street's crashing? What's happened?" And he said, "There's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt." I said, "Are you sure?" And he said, "Yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified we're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers?" And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. "Oh no," I said.
"Oh no," I said.
Why? Because that's the company I was a partner in. And in fact, that was a company I had a very large investment in. So, in the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. The person I called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, "Tell me what's going on." And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under, and they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders and asked their, your thinking by the most prominent and important people in the world, and here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call to somebody. Did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in that position?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make one collect call, one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns. The biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number 2 would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number 3, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you had ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6x9 with a steel bed and your food being passed into a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay. Who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at J.P. Morgan, who was then, I didn't know it at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had 2 phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord.
They're afraid people are gonna hang themselves with the phone cord.
Billionaire Jeffrey Epstein will be a free man today.
After 1 year on house arrest, Epstein's federal probation ends today. News Channel 5's Thalia Hayden joins us now live from the federal courthouse with more. Thalia, good morning. Some people are saying that Epstein got off easy.
They are, Roxanne, and one of the reasons people are saying that was because of during his year-long house arrest, he was flying around on his private jet, with permission, of course, but as of today, he does not need permission from anyone to go wherever he wants. Now, the 57-year-old faced dozens of lawsuits filed by young women, some as young as 14 years old. Now, in those lawsuits, the underage girls claimed they were lured into Epstein's Palm Beach mansion to give him sexually charged massages or sex in exchange for money. When Epstein pled guilty to 2 sex-related felonies in state court, federal prosecutors dropped their investigation into additional counts. He did serve 13 months of an 18-month jail sentence. Since placed on house arrest last July, he has taken several trips each month to his 8-story home in New York City and to an island he owns in the Caribbean. Many say Epstein has been granted special privileges because of his money and status, but officials at the Florida Department of Corrections and his attorneys say Epstein was treated just like any other probationer. Now, although Epstein is a free man today, he is a registered sex offender for the rest of his life. Live in West Palm Beach, Thalia Hayden, WPTV News Channel 5.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
They're afraid people are gonna hang themselves with the phone cord.
Many were happy to continue with the joke, even when in 2008 Jeffrey Epstein became a registered sex offender. Nor did his shameful classification stop his trafficking. But the files show he may have got more careful, recruiting young women instead of minors.
This was something that he was operating on an international scale. He was bringing in women from all over Eastern Europe and getting them into the United States, offering to pay their tuition, put them up in housing, set them up with bank accounts, and they were then beholden to him, and that's exactly what Epstein wanted.
For the next 10 years, Epstein operated with near impunity.
That's a big thing that they did, and no one was ever really punished for it.
No, and the people that were kind of celebrities now.
The sweetheart deal. There were 4 co-conspirators named in that deal that to this day have never been prosecuted, despite the fact that they had involvement in all of the conduct that Epstein was involved in, and the FBI knew about it and has evidence of it.
And who are you referring to in terms of co-conspirators here?
So in the non-prosecution agreement, we had Leslie Groff, we had Nadia Marcinkova, we had Sarah Kellen. They were specifically named in the non-prosecution agreement.
And nobody seems to be aggressively pursuing at all any of those cases?
No. Nadia Marcinkova is out there. I think she's got an Instagram page and traveling around the world as a pilot. Sarah Kellen married a gentleman from Grand Prix Racing. It's almost like they're just out there laughing at the establishment saying, you know, what I did, I got away with, and nobody's going to come after me.
And what did they do?
They were recruiters, just like Ghislaine Maxwell. The government knew that these young girls were out there recruiting other girls and bringing them into Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. That's why they were named as co-conspirators in the original agreement.
At the center of the original Palm Beach investigation was Joseph Ricari, the detective who led the 2005 to 2006 investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. Alongside police chief Michael Rita, he identified dozens of victims and helped build the case against pressure from then State Attorney Barry Kreischer to drop it. Meanwhile, Roccari and his colleagues later said that they became aware that they were being followed and that their trash was disappearing and that private investigators hired by Epstein's legal team was examining their personal lives. After retiring in 2013 as one of the department's most decorated detectives, his name nevertheless remained closely tied to the Epstein case. And then on May the 25th, 2018, Joseph Roccari would die at age 50, his death being publicly described vaguely as just the result of a brief illness, with no additional details being released. However, other unverified sources suggested that he had died from a heart attack at 50. Notably, his passing came just 1 year before Epstein's 2019 arrest, and later, when Epstein-related files were made public, it would emerge that Epstein had directly referenced Roccari's death in an email, suggesting even he believed it to be suspicious, even comparing it to a 2017 death of a Russian diplomat, Mergias Shurinsky, who was found dead in a pool after suffering an acute heart attack. However, Shurinsky at the time was one out of 9 high-ranking Russian diplomats that had died in the span of 9 months suspiciously following Trump's election under similar circumstances.
I told you about Russia's UN ambassador Vitaly Churkin, who died suddenly in his New York office last week. This makes him the 8th Russian diplomat to die unexpectedly in the last 4 months. He died quickly. He wasn't sick until the day he died. The Kremlin very quickly called it a heart attack. But not only is Churkin's death strange, it's strikingly similar to the death of Russia's ambassador to India, Alexander Kadaykin, on January 27th, also called a heart attack by the Kremlin, and the death of a Russian diplomat to Greece, Andrei Malinin, on January 9th, the Kremlin also calling that a heart attack.
Now, it's unclear in that email if Epstein is inferring that Putin, Trump, or even himself might have played a role in the death of the detective that had hoped to put him away for good. But either way, Joseph Roccari was yet another name tied to Epstein that would have proved an important resource in any future investigation. And now he too was dead before his time, and before he could once again make a difference in putting away this prolific predator.
The explanation coming as one of Epstein's accusers called on other alleged victims to tell their stories.
If you have already made the decision to come forward, thank you. If you have not, the time is now.
Courtney Wild first told authorities Epstein sexually abused her more than a decade ago, and says she was kept in the dark about the secret deal he cut with federal prosecutors in Florida in 2007.
My voice was muted by the same government that was supposed to protect me.
Law enforcement officials across the country now working together as more women speak up, saying they too were victimized by Epstein.
He didn't get in trouble. It enraged me. And I have 2 children of my own, 2 daughters, that are going to school on Palm Beach Island, who go to school a mile away from his house. That really set in. It made me realize he was still out there doing that. And it could have been my kids next.
But in this interview, released in the recent file dump, Epstein is begrudging his short stint in jail.
I'd been there since June, in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table.
Jeffrey, being one of the financial geniuses in the world, did you understand what Lehman Brothers going into bankruptcy, the domino effect, that by Thursday the financial system would be under such extremis that if it didn't have $1 trillion cash infusion in the United States, it might collapse? Did you know that at the time? Did you view that at the time?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Epstein then magically starts accumulating an unbelievable amount of wealth in public while becoming one of the best connected people in the world at the same time. He's hosting presidents on his private island, flying celebrities around on his private Boeing jumbo jet, meeting the Pope, and then even after he gets arrested for soliciting little girls as he somehow doesn't get prosecuted for all of the other evidence the FBI spent years accumulating against him, ultimately not even being sentenced to prison, but instead hanging out in a county jail for a few hours a day while he spends the rest of his time in an office taking meetings just as he always had. And even after he gets out of jail and is sent to register as a and live out the rest of his life in exile, he only accumulates more influence, meeting with the world's richest men, somehow getting banks to give him a free pass to keep trafficking even though they knew he was doing it. And meanwhile, on the side, he's exerting his influence over a wide range of political situations and speaking in a form of code so obvious that it all but confirms his crimes against children only continued after his first time in jail.
Attached is a confidential brief produced by the Provincial Reconstruction Team in Helmand Province for international investment opportunities. These are not exclusive to Helmand Province, but principally focused on that province. A senior member of the British royal family was forwarding classified military intelligence from an active combat zone to a convicted sexual offender. Why Epstein would want classified military intelligence from Helmand Province is what brings us back to the Mossad question. Epstein was born to Jewish parents. He carried a fake Austrian passport, which was found in a safe during the 2019 raid, and an IDF shirt was found on Little St. James Island. Then there is this email from Epstein in 2018, sent before any of the public allegations connected him to the Israeli intelligence. It says, "You should make clear that I don't work for Mossad." Smiley face. Netanyahu wrote that Barak's personal ties don't suggest that Epstein worked for Israel. Whether Epstein was a Mossad asset will probably never be officially confirmed.
I got to ask you about an important part of all of this, which is, and you just talked about the close ties Epstein had with so many people in the administration. As you know, there are a lot of questions as to whether or not Epstein was associated with foreign intelligence services and other governments. There have been reporting to suggest that he was linked to the KGB. There's reporting to suggest that he was linked to the Israeli intelligence services. How do you go about investigating that? Because the Israeli prime minister has come out and said Jeffrey Epstein's unusual close relationship with Ehud Barak doesn't suggest Epstein worked for Israel. It proves the opposite. And I don't think that's going to silence those who have been combing through these emails and finding multiple links between Jeffrey Epstein and Israel through various causes, people associated with Israel, the former prime minister, and agents, as well as Russia and the KGB. Poland is investigating him possibly being a KGB agent.
There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
How can I put this? Christmas ornaments, drywall, and Jerry Epstein. Name 3 things that don't hang themselves.
Tell Trump that Epstein's calling. Happy you broke him out of jail. Tell Trump Ghislaine is calling. She said that she'll be out soon too. Tell Trump that Gaza's calling. They know he helped the genocide. Tell Trump the bombs are falling. Tell Trump the world is dying. Tell Trump the sky is falling. Tell Trump that God is
Epstein is a Democrat hoax.
Oh no, I said. Why? Because
he killed himself. Do you think, let's play out the logical conclusion of this. Do you think that myself, Bongino, and others would participate in hiding information about Epstein's grotesque activities?
Inexplicable wealth, the access to world leaders, the decades of protection from prosecution, the sweetheart deal, the surveillance cameras in every bedroom, the fake passport, the fact that a man who should have been a nobody was somehow at the center of a web connecting presidents, princes, prime ministers, tech billionaires, and Nobel laureates. And this is where the conspiracy theories that people used to laugh at start feeling less funny. Because look at the structure of what Epstein built. He cultivated relationships with the most powerful people in the world. He placed them in compromising situations. The surveillance cameras in his homes, they weren't there by accident. He recorded everything. And then, according to multiple theories, though not proven, he used that material as leverage, a blackmail network disguised as a social circle. Now, is there hard evidence of a blackmail operation? The DOJ's July 2025 memo said no, they found no client list, no evidence of organized blackmail. But that same memo was met with immediate skepticism.
Memos have now been released in emails that basically told Alex Acosta that he needed to get this deal done. And I'm not sure why. I can speculate. You know, you've got information that potentially Epstein was an asset that the US government and the Israeli government were utilizing at the time. You could speculate that he was utilizing the planes that he traveled around the world in to take different things to different countries, whether it be weapons or people. You know, there were all different kinds of theories that abounded back then, but ultimately it just came down to wealth and power and influence. And I think the federal government just dropped the ball on what we now know was likely the largest sex trafficking ring in the world back at the time.
How did Epstein get involved with this Israeli company in the first place? Who brought it to him? Who connected him to the Israeli tech world and pushed him to shop it around Silicon Valley? And the answer to that is that this company, Carbine, that's today worth over $900 million and deployed all over the world, was co-founded by yet another good friend of Jeffrey Epstein, the former Prime Minister of Israel itself.
Jeffrey Epstein had deep economic and political interests across Africa, including in Nigeria. A year before his death, newly released emails show that Epstein was helping negotiate access to the country for Emirati logistics giant DP World, that's the Sultan, whose chief Sultan Sulayem resigned last week following ties to Epstein and documented in another recent Dropside news story. Years before those talks, hacked emails show that Epstein also was helping coach another close friend, former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, as he built ties with Nigeria, including his attendance at a technology conference offered as cover for meeting with top Nigerian officials, while Barak pursued security and energy deals to advance both personal and Israeli interests in the country. Following similar operations in Ivory Coast and Mongolia that Epstein and Barak were pursuing at the same time, sales of Israeli surveillance technology offered an inroads with Nigerian leaders, but the real prize was developing access to lucrative energy and logistics deals in the country. Since Epstein's death, DP World has moved forward with major deals in Nigeria, while Israeli surveillance firms, whom Epstein and Barak also helped introduce to the region, have steadily expanded their footprint. We got to remember, guys, this is on top of proof that Epstein was, for example, working on a deal to bring Israeli spying technology to the Ivory Coast. That's just one example. He worked with all these different governments all around the world, sometimes as a representative for the Israeli government, sometimes working on behalf of other governments. He worked a lot on behalf of Saudi Arabia too, for example. There's evidence of deep connections with Russian intelligence as well. And so the thing that's perhaps the most mind-boggling to people is that, no, it really does appear to be a shadow government of pedophile billionaire elites that run the world.
You know, he had Ehud Barak's phone number in his phone book on speed dial, and we know that Virginia, in her own book, in her own words, describes the violent behavior that she was subjected to by Barack. So these are people that were high up in government positions here in the US and in Israel at the time.
Epstein knew Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak personally. They met at least 30 times between 2013 and 2017, and Daily Mail photographers show Barak entering Epstein's Manhattan home within hours of young girls entering the same building.
Ehud Barak is a former general in the IDF who was active in Israeli national politics from the late 90s to the early 2010s, serving at different times as the Minister of Defense, the leader of the Labour Party, the head of the IDF, and at one point even as the country's prime minister as a successor of Benjamin Netanyahu's first term. He also appears in the Epstein Files over 4,000 times, and looking at their relationship as revealed by the release of the Epstein archives, we can see a level of connection that goes far beyond casual acquaintance. Because from 2013 to 2017, Barak and Epstein are on record having met at least 40 times, and for some years, they had scheduled appointments every month. Epstein functioned in many ways as Barak's secret advisor, giving financial and business advice, helping expand his network, and acting overall as a kind of sounding board. And even more than just visiting the island, which he also did, back in New York City, Barak and his wife would so frequently stay over at Epstein's Upper East Side apartment that it turned into a running joke for Epstein's staff. In 2015, Epstein's assistant emails her colleagues to ask, "Jeffrey is wondering if we can get faster internet for apartment 11J. Ehud is requesting it. Looks like this is slowly becoming his apartment." And if their social ties were close, their financial entanglements were even deeper. In 2015, Barak invested $1.5 million in a seed round for Reporty, later rebranded as Carbine, an Israeli emergency communications software startup. And much of the capital for that investment had been given to him directly from Epstein himself. And besides Barak, the only other investor in that initial round was the Israeli Ministry of Economy itself, which contributed $300,000. Basically, Jeffrey Epstein was deeply financially connected to the highest level of Israeli politics. According to Reason magazine, Epstein used Barak to seek out opportunities in the surveillance industry and build connections with powerful figures around the globe, including multiple figures in Israeli intelligence and figures in Vladimir Putin's circle. Of course, there is still the question of what Barak knew and when. He has maintained that he had no idea Epstein was involved with underage girls, but leaked emails reported on by Straight Arrow News show that Barak's own aide sent him news articles about Epstein as early as 2011, 4 years before Epstein invested in Barak's companies. And so Epstein's relationship with a former prime minister of Israel has raised even further questions about what exactly Epstein's true role in politics may have been. Because as it would turn out, his connection with Barak wasn't just social and wasn't just financial. Not only is he hosting this guy at his house all the time, he's advising him on politics, emailing about how to deal with Iranian nuclear enrichment, pushing ideas about taking military action against Syria. They weren't just friends and business partners. Epstein was exerting influence with a political agenda as well.
Do you know who predicted that Donald Trump would start a war with Iran when he was cornered about his dark past and destroy everything? Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein predicted in communications that are in the Epstein Files that when Donald Trump was cornered, he would do exactly what he just did now. And Donald Trump is cornered as a result of the Epstein Files surfacing. Donald Trump and the DOJ have been caught covering up Donald Trump's disgusting and despicable past. Donald Trump is panicking, and now he has launched what I've been referring to as Operation Epstein Fury, or the Jeffrey Epstein War. These are text messages between Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein at or around December 20th of 2018. Spoke with new Syria United Nations envoy Geir Peterson, who used to work for me. Russians very good and kind. Epstein to Bannon, and here's what he says. You guys need to understand that he, Donald Trump, is psychotic and would not blink twice at encouraging an attack on us so he can leap to the country's defense. That's his mindset. If I go down, I'm taking everyone with me. Epstein goes to Bannon, cornering a rat, never a good idea. China, Pakistan, Russia, Turkey, Iran. He also might have just decided to trade the Kurds to Turkey for them standing down on Saudi. The game is now on. Bannon talking to Epstein and saying, "My God, is he that cornered?" And then Bannon says, "You are the invisible in the midst of the visible. Who am I in the middle of this thought traffic?" To himself here as well, he goes worse, because it is not only him, it is his family, business, etc. I believe that Mueller is making a mistake and treating him like he is organized crime. No organized crime leader has a 1 million man army. Epstein then goes on to write, "They are going drip by drip, but rats go crazy before the cage closes. Too much time. The Republicans are beginning to understand. I would not be surprised to see him do things that might encourage a real problem, so he can rush to the country's defense. Either he traded the Kurds to Turkey for Saudi, or he prefers to remove his family before he burns down the house." Then they go on to say, "Probably the first. He has also struck my mind. Maybe he will extradite Ghislaine and company. Why would he remove the family?" Epstein says, "We only had 2,000 troops there. If he were to bomb Iran, they would be slaughtered." Oh, that would be crazy. Not from his perspective. Not from his perspective. But you know where a lot of the documents leaked out originally, where people started to ask questions? Iran. Iran's hackers got into the former Israeli Prime Minister's email, Ehud Barak, and they would go around to authoritarians across the globe and offer defense services, and specifically Israeli defense weapons, and try to bring the Israeli defense industry to authoritarian regimes to kind of prop them up. Leaked emails from former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, as Dropsite writes, reveal that Jeffrey Epstein helped open a secret back channel between Israel and Russia during the Syrian civil war, planning a meeting with Vladimir Putin to discuss removing Bashar al-Assad and promoting a Russian-led peace plan. Notable because Assad gets removed, Donald Trump becomes friends with al-Jilani, al-Jilani then goes to Russia and then cuts deals with Russia, then becomes Donald Trump. Remember, Donald Trump then sprayed him with cologne in the White House? So Donald Trump seems to have done the deal that Epstein and Ehud Barak were trying to do with Putin as it relates to replacing Assad with Jilani and basically moving the leader of Al-Qaeda to now run Syria, to be loyal to Putin and to Trump. Do you see what's going on here? Between 2013 and 2016, Epstein advised Ehud Barak on messaging to the Kremlin, coordinated with Israel intelligence contacts, and used his elite network to shape US and Russian policy debates on Syria and Iran. And so here are messages that Epstein is sending to Ehud Barak. On May 20th, Thorbjørn Jagland, remember he's the former prime minister of Norway, and he's a top diplomatic official, and he's since been under investigation, and he's in a lot of trouble right now. On May 20th, Thorbjørn Jagland's going to see Putin in Sochi. Jagland asked that I make myself available to meet with him sometime in June to explain how Russia can structure deals in order to encourage Western investment. I never met him, wanted you to know. Epstein and Ehud Barak are saying, okay, Panetta, Alexander Clark. Then this is from Ehud Barak with a copy to Epstein. Dear George, think of Syria. CW, background of Iran's elections and nuke program, global terror, North Korea, etc. Probably briefing for selected group. Thanks, best Ehud Barak. Then you had from Jeffrey Epstein to Ehud Barak. By the way, these are all right around May of 2013. And here's the message that Epstein was sending to the former Prime Minister of Israel, former Defense Minister of Israel. He's helping him deliver this message. Wait until it's too late seems to be the new fashionable foreign policy. The unfolding tragedy in Syria has already cost 75,000 precious lives, millions displaced. The complex dilemma recently illustrated in bright colors by the recent juxtaposition of the evidence of nerve agents being used by the Assad regime against its own, alongside the vivid videos of executions and cannibalism carried out in the name of the rebel god. Though it appears red lines have been crossed, the world still hungers for waits for a coordinated plan of action. The human suffering has been staggering. In a region where the pursuit of happiness often takes a back seat to the pursuit of revenge, the very continuation of the bloodletting will be a strong driving force for sectarian killings for many years to come. In addition, the conflict already has become a powerful magnet for various extremist groups, greatly increasing the odds of a post-Assad Syria ending up at best as Lebanon, a failed state, or further down the failed line as Somalia. Another factor often overlooked is the likelihood of the much wider use of chemical weapons with every unpunished round of its actual use. This is as a direct consequence of the psychological thresholds being more easily breached as impact of external deterrence wanes. With it comes the undeniable increased prospect of chemical weapons in the hands of terrorist groups as the internal civil war sparks a much wider regional conflict. This could be as a direct result of Syrian attempts to transfer advanced weapon system to Hezbollah. Israel cannot simply wait until it's too late. They're giving the freaking roadmap here of Donald Trump. Donald Trump just took over Epstein's role, it seems.
If Epstein was connected to intelligence, whether American, Israeli, or both, suddenly a lot of things click into place.
These were girls that were not only U.S. citizens, locals like my clients, but also girls that had been brought in by Jean-Luc Brunel as part of the modeling agency that he had part ownership in Miami. They were bringing these girls in from Eastern European countries.
In addition to Epstein's New Mexico Zorro Ranch, at his Palm Beach property in Florida, countless more girls would be sucked into his orbit and systemically. Perhaps the most famous one of all was Virginia Giuffre, who grew up in an household and cycled through foster care. She was homeless by 14 and unfortunately the kind of vulnerable young runaway that would be the textbook target for the Epstein operation. And eventually, she encountered a man named Ron Eppinger, an associate of Epstein who ran a South Florida modeling agency, later described in court records as a recruitment front for. He would eventually be investigated and arrested and was facing up to 10 years, but ultimately he only received 21 months in prison alongside a $6,000 fine. And after Eppinger's arrest, Virginia Giuffre would secure a job at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in Florida, and it was here that the then 16-year-old Virginia was allegedly approached by Ghislaine Maxwell with an offer to work as a traveling masseuse for Epstein. Giuffre would later allege that she was and between 2000 and 2002 across Epstein's various properties and to some of the world's most powerful men, including Prince Andrew, billionaire hedge fund manager Glenn Dubin, powerhouse attorney Alan Dershowitz, famously known for representing O.J. Simpson and later Epstein and Trump, the governor of New Mexico, and the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Bill Richardson, Marvin Minsky, the MIT scientist regarded as the father of artificial intelligence, and Jean-Luc Brunel, the MC2 modeling executive who was later accused of playing a central role in managing Epstein's broader network. By 2002, Virginia Giuffre would leave Epstein's circle after marrying her husband Robert and relocating to Australia. According to Virginia, Epstein would openly brag about Jean-Luc Brunel delivering over 1,000 girls to him, and she would also describe hidden cameras inside Epstein's homes, as well as alleging that he discussed using recordings of influential figures as leverage, explicitly telling her that she was a pawn in a scheme designed to ensure the world's most powerful and influential figures owed him favors. But meanwhile, in Palm Beach, authorities started acting on tips in 2004 about young girls visiting Epstein's estate, and by July 2006, the FBI launched Operation Leap Year, a federal investigation into Epstein's activities. However, in a detail that would later raise eyebrows, Ron Eppinger, the man who had first recruited Virginia Giuffre, would die in a local hospital just 2 months before the federal investigation formally begun, and publicly available records did not specify a cause of death. This was a huge red flag and the first of many highly suspicious deaths connected to the initial investigation into Epstein's operation to women. Perhaps if he was still alive, Eppinger might have flipped on Epstein to save himself, collaborating with the authorities to expose the operation. He's certainly the kind of weak link that a mob-connected abuse think nothing of making disappear. But with basically no information publicly available on his death, this is clearly a huge question mark that those in power would rather you forgot. But his untimely demise may well have been a big part of what happened next, as ultimately, despite the mounting evidence gathered during the investigation, in 2007, Epstein secured what would later be infamously described as a sweetheart deal, as it appeared that strings were pulled behind the scenes, allowing him to plea out to reduce charges of soliciting a For nearly a decade, Jeffrey Epstein moved as if he was untouchable, operating within the highest levels of global power, and he was splitting his time between numerous locations like his Manhattan townhouse, his Palm Beach mansion, his Zorro ranch in New Mexico, and his private island Little St. James in the British Virgin Islands, all while socializing with the world's most powerful men. During Bill Clinton's presidency alone, visitor logs would show that Epstein had entered the White House at least 17 times. Behind that access, however, prosecutors would later allege there was a pattern of systemic that involved a revolving door of vulnerable girls, and it would appear that was occurring at every single property belonging to Epstein, and one of the darkest locations for this operation was his Zorro ranch in New Mexico, an operation which was connected to a number of suspicious deaths and has led to calls to investigate and possibly even excavate from the property, with some even believing that Epstein may well have even been an uncaught New Mexico serial killer who left over 10 women buried in the desert there.
So why did I buy a ranch in New Mexico in 1993? So that gives you some sense. So I would have funded it in 1990. Los Alamos, which was the high-energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists.
In Los Alamos, it was where Oppenheimer and where a lot of the nuclear weapons program, the bomb.
That's where the Manhattan Project.
Manhattan Project was
yes,
as Los Alamos, and you bought your property out in New Mexico to be near that?
Yes, because the scientists were going to be, they cut the funding for high-energy physics. But the people who worked in Los Alamos would still be in the Santa Fe area.
They cut that because this was the Cold War dividend, right?
I don't remember exactly why. It was because, again, people thought that physics and high-energy physics really wasn't that important.
Because that was about nuclear weapons.
No, it was because they decided, which may be not right. This was the same time that Murray Gell-Mann came up with the term quark, Q-U-A-R-K. He picked it out of an old poem, the word quark. But it was it was mysterious. So they were starting to understand in the 90s that in our world of the physics world, there was things that were just unexplainable.
In 1993, Jeffrey Epstein purchased a 7,000-acre property outside Stanley, New Mexico, known as the Zorro Ranch. It flew under the radar during the later investigations into at his infamous Palm Beach residence that led to serious charges. Unlike his Manhattan townhouse or private island, that ranch offered near-total isolation, complete with a private airstrip and miles of desert shielding it from public view. Years later, reporting began to shed light on what twisted plans Epstein allegedly envisioned for the property. A 2019 investigation revealed that he had discussed plans to, quote, the human race with his DNA, telling scientists and associates that he wanted hundreds of women to bear his children at the ranch. Meanwhile, victim testimony added another dark layer, with victims such as Rena O referring to the ranch as a cloning lab.
He extensively went on for about 3 hours talking about, he called it his cloning lab. He was obsessed with genetics, eugenics, and science, and he talked about selective breeding a lot.
Other women like Juliet Bryant would allege that she experienced unexplained medical procedures at this property. Even more mysterious were the large industrial vents around the property that made it seem like there was some kind of larger facility built underneath it.
When I showed some of the footage and pictures to a friend of mine that did security in the Air Force, as soon as he saw the mesa that the mansion was on, so that looks like it is built like something is underneath it. This time I noticed a whole series of vents on the south side of the mansion that look like industrial gratings for like air conditioning and heating vents and things like that on big industrial buildings, except this is a mansion. This just should ostensibly is a house, but these are big, like in some cases like 10 or 12 foot by 3 foot wide steel grating.
In 2026, newly surfaced emails reportedly referenced discussions about freezing eggs and reproductive plans. Separate diary excerpts attributed to an alleged victim would describe a being taken away under Ghislaine Maxwell's supervision and with Epstein named as the father. Additional correspondence mentioned claims from unidentified informants that Epstein had offered her financial incentives tied to for black market purposes. Crucially, that same email would actually mention John of God, a Brazilian cult leader who was later convicted in 2019 and sentenced to over 400 years for his offenses. Beyond these biological experiments, an email originally sent in 2019 resurfaced in February of 2026, alleging that bodies were actually buried in the hills surrounding Epstein's Zorro Ranch.
Eddie Aragon says it was early in the morning in November 2019 when he got this email from someone claiming they were a former staffer at Zorro Ranch. Writing, "Did you know somewhere in the hills outside of the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. Both died by strangulations."
I got the email. I was startled.
The emailer says they had 7 video, but never actually sent the footage, asking Aragon for digital currency Bitcoin.
More chillingly, there were also 11 unsolved murders of women who were found nearby in West Mesa, New Mexico, that authorities discovered in 2009.
The more investigators dug, the deeper the West Mesa mystery became. 11 women, one of them pregnant, all buried nude sometime between 2001 and 2005. Investigators quickly identified 7 of the women, but there were still 4 Jane Does. Months went by without any more IDs, until now.
The victims aged to 32 would actually disappear between 2003 and 2005, many of them being vulnerable women involved in sex work and battling addiction. 8 additional women who vanished between 2003 and 2006 are believed by investigators to be connected to the same perpetrator or perpetrators. And one of the last women to disappear during that period, Vanessa Reed, would vanish in June 2006, just weeks before the FBI formally launched its federal investigation into Epstein, at which point these disappearances would suddenly stop. Yet 17 years later, as of 2026, New Mexico police still have no answers.
Well, that's right, Doug and Shelley. Police definitely say that they are still on this case. You can see that there are monuments all out here. This one says in memory of Michelle Valdez and her unborn angel. And then you can see where there's just flowers and different monuments placed throughout the park. Now, with that said, we did have the chance to talk to investigators, and we asked them, why is this case so difficult to solve?
I want you to know that this remains an active and open investigation, and we are committed to finding the truth.
That truth dates back at least 17 years. On February 2nd, 2009, Christine Ross and her dog were on a walk. That's when Ross's dog found a bone. That bone determined to be a human bone and led to the remains of 11 women and 1 unborn child.
So when the bones were found in 2009, yes, it was a shock to our community and to the police department.
Liz Thompson is a retired APD homicide sergeant who worked this case for nearly a decade, along with Ida Lopez.
We, have persons of interest that we're looking into, and we continue. So I just don't want it to be out there where we're losing tips because people assume that we've got this #1 suspect, and we're not there yet.
There was no clothing, there was no jewelry, there wasn't physical evidence.
Police say there are 8 women still missing from 2003 to 2006. According to investigators, their cases share similar circumstances as the West Mesa victims.
Law enforcement has not publicly connected these crimes to Epstein, but still, the geographic and timeline overlaps are deeply concerning. And as questions about what might have happened in those deserts lingered without definitive answers, attention would gradually shift from the isolated grounds of the Zorro Ranch to the powerful figures who were moving in Epstein's circle. But despite the New Mexico disappearances slowing down as the feds began investigating Epstein, there would unfortunately be vulnerable women who would lose their lives right up to the point where he would face justice.
The ranch in New Mexico has been referred to variously as a burial ground of some sort, a baby farm. You mentioned genetic superiority experiments.
Right.
What do you make of that? And I know that there's a truth council being put together by local politicians there to get to the bottom of it. But, there's talk of now doing ground surveillance and x-rays to see what's underneath the ground. What kind of intelligence do you have on the ranch in New Mexico?
I would not be surprised if there was something untoward going on out at the New Mexico ranch that led to the death of someone. And again, to avoid a report, let's take a hypothetical, right? In a hypothetical situation, if you have trafficked a girl from an Eastern Bloc country and brought her here to the United States and flown her to New Mexico, and she ends up taking some drugs or doing drugs or whatever and ends up overdosing on your property out there because of a party one night or an event that occurs, you're not going to want to report that to police because you just trafficked her from another country. So what you're going to want to do is try to dispose of that body. And one of the reasons he liked that ranch was its isolation from anyone else. So would it surprise me If they found something out at the ranch, no. Sadly, I don't think it would surprise me at all. And I think that they should do extensive searches out there.
Mysteriously, the couple, the married couple apparently, who ran that ranch and who were also involved in Epstein's Island property, they vanished.
Yeah.
Nobody can find them.
A lot of people in Epstein's orbit seem to have just vanished. You know, it's, it's definitely curious. It's definitely something that should be investigated, that unfortunately our federal government has chosen not to investigate it, but local authorities there in New Mexico should take on this investigation and should look into all potential allegations of what occurred out there and look into the facilities and search the ground with ground penetrating radar and cadaver dogs, whatever it takes. I found out from touring the mansion back then during the litigation that he had a strange fascination with dentistry for some unknown reason, because he had literally a full dentist chair with equipment in his home in Palm Beach. And then later we saw in the photographs that were released from the island, he had a companion dental chair down there. So that was dentistry. For some reason, he had a weird fascination with making sure he was, I don't know, taken care of and didn't have to go to a dentist or would take care of others.
Sir, I'm already at the dentist, waiting for the kid. Then there was the dentist. In Epstein's emails, the dentist is mentioned almost 2,000 times. He writes about sending other people to the dentist in New York. There was a dentist room on his island featuring masks resembling his friends across the walls. In one email, he writes to someone telling them to send $20,000 to the dentist for redacted. There are emails where Epstein is complaining about a dentist breaking someone's jaw and emails back to him about a nurse piercing someone's genitals and entire body with needles. This stuff is absolutely nightmarish, monstrous shit. And I don't even have time to get into the emails where Epstein would write to bury everything on the island because he didn't want to deal with it. The time that Epstein would instruct his staff to buy a replica of a painting that depicted the killing of kids.
Some of the girls that he would traffic back and forth would get injured. And it is much easier, especially someone with that much wealth, for them to have a private doctor on call that can come out to the home and treat somebody for an injury that they may have so that they don't have to report it to police or anywhere else. Because if a girl like that goes to a hospital, there are mandatory reporting laws and questions that get asked. And he certainly didn't want any of those questions being asked.
Some of what surfaced in the DOJ's January 2026 release goes beyond trafficking and into territory that people have been speculating about for years. Buried in the millions of pages were FBI interview summaries with a man who described himself as a victim of what he called ritualistic sacrifice. The summary contained in an email between an FBI agent and an NYPD detective described allegations of extreme violence aboard Epstein's yacht.
Found in the Epstein Files, an audio file of a woman saying, "Kill them and dispose of the bodies." Huh? So this is on the Justice Department website, and I'm going to play some of it for you here. Let's listen.
No, you called me after the fact. You didn't call me when the fucking boat crashed. No one called me. Let's get that straight. Listen, I got the message from you midnight. Did it happen at midnight? No. Did anybody think to call me and say they're going to use the boat to come get some dead fucking deer? No. No, right?
No, you're right.
And now we're dealing with this shit. Look at the boat. Look at the man's boat. This is bullshit.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
You the head electrician. You like one of the head landscapers. I finally got you a gig as a boat captain, and this is the bullshit I'm dealing with. This is bullshit. Oh, y'all know better than this shit. This man is living right now with us. I mean, I don't even know what. I'm so fucking cross right now, right? It fucking makes no sense. This is just completely, this makes absolutely no sense. No sense.
For both of these guys, I said, you want these bears, you wait for the morning. And then all of a sudden...
But that was the plan, to kill them, wait till daylight, and then we dispose of them properly. And then I get these calls and this bullshit happened. This is the man's crew boat. It's bad enough he don't have another boat. He don't have another boat. What are we gonna use? A barge? How much money is that gonna cost us to run a staff back and forth on a damn barge now?
Online complainant reported she was a victim and witness to a sex trafficking ring at the Trump golf course in Rancho Palos Verdes, California between 1995 and 96. Complainant reported Ghislaine Maxwell as the madam and broker for sex parties, clients of whom included Epstein, Robin Leach, and Donald Trump. Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. Complainant reported being threatened by Trump's then head of security that if she ever talked of what went on there or who she saw, she would end up as fertilizer for the back 9 holes like the other cunt. That's a real document in the Epstein Files.
The word cannibal appears 52 times across the documents. The word cannibalism appears 6 more. Fact checkers have emphasized that these allegations are unsubstantiated. They come from anonymous sources and unverified tips. No charges were ever brought based on them. There is no forensic evidence supporting claims of ritual abuse or sacrifice connected to Epstein. But here's what makes it eerie. The DOJ removed one of the key files, which contained the FBI interview summary about ritualistic sacrifice from its public archive after Snopes reported on it. They never explained why. When journalists asked, the DOJ simply didn't respond. Think about what that does psychologically in a case already defined by redactions, missing footage, sleeping guards, and broken cameras. The government quietly deleting a file about ritualistic sacrifice doesn't reassure anyone. It does the opposite. It feeds the exact narrative they claim to be debunking. And it feeds into a much older, much darker set of theories about what Epstein was really part of. Online people have drawn connections between his temple's architecture and ancient symbols of child slavery. They've pointed to the golden bird statues on the island and linked them to Moloch, an ancient deity associated with child sacrifice. They've noted the zodiac ceiling painted inside the temple. They've connected the chessboard in his townhouse with Epstein as king and his victims as pawns to ritualistic power structures described in occult literature.
Jeffrey Epstein exchanged emails with photographer Antoine Verglas about a drug called scopolamine. It comes from the borrachero tree and a plant called angel's trumpet. Scopolamine starts working within minutes and removes free will, wipes memory, and can even kill. Scopolamine does not show up on toxicology reports due to it only staying in the body for 5 to 6 hours. Epstein had angel's trumpet plants in a nursery. In the email below, you can see where he is asking his worker to check on his angel's trumpet. This is literally what was happening in the movie Blink Twice. You better find the motherfucking writer of that story and track them down and put them in this investigation, because they need to be investigated motherfucking yesterday. Alright? The fact that they wrote this movie and it's exactly what Jeffrey Epstein was doing in real life.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is somebody knows it. The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
It's not like there isn't precedent for something like this. In the 1950s, the CIA opened a brothel in San Francisco specifically for the purpose of trying to develop mind-controlled drugs. They would bring men off the street, literally just random guys, slip them psychedelic drugs after they were done with the prostitutes, and try to see if they became more easily influenced or controlled as a result. The experiment, of course, did not work. Instead, it just resulted in countless lives ruined and and even deaths as American spies would go on to secretly test on American citizens for decades, including with MKUltra, where they would set up fake research experiments and blast unsuspecting hospital patients with drugs to the point where hundreds of Americans had their brains melted, sometimes permanently, without ever knowing why. And so the idea that an intelligence agency would allow unthinkably horrible crimes against innocent people as a means to an end is not science fiction. Honestly, it's old news. Of course, we only even know about all of this by accident. The CIA would do their best to destroy all evidence before it was suddenly, unexpectedly revealed in the late 70s. But when I look through stuff like this, I can't help but be reminded of Epstein himself. In 2016, just before Donald Trump won the presidency, a conspiracy theory alleging that prominent Democrat politicians were running a human trafficking operation using seemingly normal food-related words like pizza, pasta, and cheese as code for activities linked to child sexual abuse and human trafficking went viral. Following that, people became convinced that Comet Ping Pong, a pizza restaurant in Washington, D.C., was a meeting ground for the satanic ritual abuse that these politicians were allegedly engaged in. The story eventually attracted mainstream media attention, and within a couple of weeks, a 28-year-old man from North Carolina traveled up to DC and began firing an AR-15 at the restaurant, among other violent incidents. In the end, no substantial evidence of the Pizzagate story was ever produced, and the conspiracy is mostly remembered as being a product of the mentally unstable far right.
The craziest fake news of all is something called Pizzagate. People actually believe a conspiracy theory that Hillary Clinton and her former campaign manager, John Podesta, ran a child sex ring at a pizzeria in D.C. This is a lie. So where did this conspiracy theory start? Apparently, some alt-right folks were combing through Clinton campaign emails hacked by Russia and published by WikiLeaks and noticed there seems to be more references to pizza and pizzerias than they had expected. Which can only mean one thing: secret sex ring.
But when the Epstein library was released, something strange happened. Because buried in these millions of emails across years of correspondence with countless different people, Epstein and the people around him were essentially speaking in a way that is exactly like what Pizzagate had described. And it's in there over and over again. The word pizza itself appears in the Epstein files over 900 times, with countless examples that make it clear they weren't actually talking about food. One email reads, "This is better than a Chinese cookie. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. What time do you want to get pizza and grape soda tomorrow? Your pizza is yummy yummy. Feeny asking about a pizza party this weekend." And it wasn't just pizza. Epstein's staff would receive instructions using air quotes around all sorts of words that clearly had alternate meanings. J.E. has confirmed he would like you to serve snacks at 8 p.m. on Tuesday. Jabor would like to come see Jeffrey today at 1 p.m. He wants snacks. Can you be in charge of snacks? I asked if he wanted lunch and he said no, snacks. They're literally distinguishing between the real word and the code word in the same email. The person writing this knows that snacks doesn't mean snacks. They literally clarify that they aren't talking about lunch. Of course, I'm not necessarily saying that Pizzagate was true. I don't really believe that there were people trafficking little kids out of the basement of a pizza shop. Add on to that the fact that none of the politicians that were accused of being involved in Pizzagate are mentioned in the Epstein files at all. But the core idea, this idea that the historical narrative decided was a joke, that powerful people involved in the systemic abuse of children were communicating using words for food as a code, that wasn't crazy at all. In fact, it's exactly what was happening. It's just back then, 10 years ago, they didn't really get right who was doing it. And pizza is far from the only word that gives credibility to this theory. In fact, there are others that are way more suspicious. For example, Epstein and his staff spend hours talking about his obsession with jerky, how they have to bring it on planes and fly it around the world just to make sure he has enough. Why would someone in Epstein's position in life, with his money, his status, and his schedule, have time to obsess over beef jerky for hours every week? Why are there emails where Epstein is asking people on his staff how to deal with the frozen white tuna? Jeffrey Epstein was a billionaire. Billionaires are not sitting around worried about how to manage the contents of the dozen different refrigerators at their 6 different homes.
In 1999, a film came out that nobody knew what to make of. It was called Eyes Wide Shut, directed by Stanley Kubrick, starring Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. The plot revolved around a secret society of New York's most powerful figures who gathered in a country mansion for masked sex rituals. When the main character stumbles into their world, people start disappearing. A woman who tries to warn him dies of a conveniently timed overdose. And when a powerful friend confronts him about what he saw, he's told, "If I told you their names, I'm not going to tell you their names, but if I did, I don't think you'd sleep so well at night." Audiences in 1999 thought the premise was far-fetched, a secret cabal of powerful men using wealth and secrecy to exploit women while remaining untouchable. It sounded like paranoid fiction. Kubrick died 6 days after screening his final cut. He was 70 years old. It was a heart attack. Now, conspiracy theorists have had a field day with the timing. 25 years later, with everything we know about Epstein, the private island, the masked indifference to human life, the parade of powerful men, the women who tried to speak up and were silenced, the witnesses who died or recanted, eyes wide shut, doesn't feel like fiction anymore. The Hollywood Reporter ran a piece in late 2025 arguing that Kubrick's film presciently predicted the Epstein saga. Rich Cohen, writing in the Paris Review, put it even more bluntly. He said Kubrick's film revealed a dynamic that had long played out in sectors of elite society but was not glimpsed until now. And here's what makes the parallel truly disturbing. In the film, the secret society's power doesn't come from violence alone. It comes from the fact that everyone involved is complicit. Everyone has something to lose. The system is self-protecting because exposure would destroy everyone, not just the guilty. And that's exactly how Epstein's network functioned. In Belgium in the 1990s, a man named Mark Dutroux kidnapped and imprisoned young girls in a dungeon beneath his house. When police searched his property, a locksmith accompanying them heard children crying from the basement, and the officers concluded the sounds must have come from the street outside. They left. The girls remained in their cages. Multiple witnesses in the case died under suspicious circumstances. Dutroux claimed he was part of a network that supplied children to powerful people. The investigation was widely seen as deliberately stalled. 300,000 Belgians marched in the streets in what became known as the White March, demanding answers that never came. In the UK, Jimmy Savile, one of the most infamous television presenters in British history, was revealed after his death to have been one of the most prolific child abusers in the country's history. Over 400 victims came forward. He had abused children in BBC studios, in hospitals, in children's homes. He was a close associate of the royal family. He was knighted. He was protected for decades by institutions that either looked the other way or actively covered for him. In the United States, NXIVM, marketed as Personal Development Organization, was exposed in 2018 as a sex trafficking cult. Its founder, Keith Raniere, branded women with his initials and coerced them into sexual servitude. The organization attracted wealthy, high-profile members, including a heiress to the Seagram fortune. Each of these cases shares the same architecture: wealthy or powerful individuals, exploitation of the young and vulnerable, institutional protection, investigations that stall, witnesses who disappear or recant, and a public that struggles to believe the truth because the truth is too monstrous. Epstein fits the pattern perfectly, but he also represents something more, because unlike Dutroux, who was a street-level criminal, or Seville, who was a celebrity predator, or Rainier, who ran a cult, Epstein operated at the intersection of finance, intelligence, politics, and technology. His network wasn't regional, it was global, and the people in his orbit weren't just powerful, they were the people who run the world.
In November 2018, the Miami Herald published a 3-part investigation by journalist Julie Brown called Preservation of Justice. And the impact was explosive. It revealed that Epstein had run a global actual trafficking ring for years, and that the police knew about it, and that they had just let him go.
Hollywood producer Steve Bing was a wealthy financier known for films like Kangaroo Jack and for moving in elite social circles that occasionally overlapped with figures connected with Jeffrey Epstein. However, in 2019, tragedy began circling in his private life. According to Carrie Mitchum, the aunt of Bing's girlfriend, Alexanne, in 2019, Alexanne had urged him to make a statement through his attorney about what he knew regarding Epstein shortly before his July arrest. Then in June 2019, while the couple was staying at a hotel in Beverly Hills, an argument led Bing to ask her to spend the night elsewhere. As a result, Alexanne went to a friend's house, but within 24 hours, she was in a coma at UCLA Medical Center following a drug, and just 8 days later she would be dead. In the aftermath, Bing reportedly became convinced that her death had not been accidental, even after the death was ruled an accidental from taking Xanax laced with fentanyl. The next year, when his late girlfriend's aunt paid him a visit in May 2020, she found his large 27th floor apartment mostly empty. And then, on June the 22nd, 2020, Steve would lose his life too after falling from the 27th floor balcony of his luxury apartment in Los Angeles. And just like the many people in Epstein's orbit who just so happened to take a plunge from a tall building, this led to intense speculation as to whether he jumped or was pushed. Sources connected to Steve would suggest that he had been depressed about the lack of human contact during quarantine, while others suggested it was related to the grief that he felt about the death of his ex. Once again, behind the scenes, as years went on, more people connected to his charges would wind up dead under suspicious circumstances. When Alfredo Rodriguez died in 2014, whatever secrets he carried about the inner workings of Epstein's Palm Beach mansion died with him, because for years, Rodriguez had served as Epstein's house manager with access to his daily operations.
Kept any pictures of the young women who would come to give massages on her laptop.
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw those pictures?
Yes.
He was privy to all of Epstein's powerful visitors, as well as the infamous Little Black Book, a contact list that apparently contained hundreds of elite contacts of Epstein's, along with contacts for his network of women that he was luring into his network. Apparently, in fear of his life, as investigations into Epstein had just started, Rodriguez took Epstein's Little Black Book with him as life insurance. But ironically, it might be that his life insurance ended up actually being his death warrant. Years later, in 2009, Alfredo attempted to sell Epstein's Black Book for $50,000 to what would ultimately turn out to be an undercover FBI agent.
Okay. Who created this book?
Epstein himself.
This book was made by Epstein?
All his Mercedes, all his planes, they were supposed to have this. He made all of these disappear.
So he had a copy of these for everywhere, everywhere he was?
Of course he said, I don't have it.
He would be sentenced to 18 months in prison for obstruction of justice, ironically the very same amount of prison time that Epstein received for crimes against women in his controversial 2008 plea deal. And after his release, Rodriguez would quickly fade from public view, but then in December of 2014, he would die at age 60, apparently the result of an extremely rare form of cancer caused by exposure to asbestos. His death was ruled as natural, but his widow would give reporters a chilling statement saying that he died with so many secrets and that he knew about everyone, including the prince.
The public outrage? It was large enough that the FBI's Manhattan field office felt forced to open a new investigation.
Before Jeffrey Epstein was sentenced, for whatever reason, you have this billionaire who's just the definition of a flight risk. They don't take his passport away. And before he's sentenced, he flees the country, goes to Israel, stays there for several months, moved all his money offshore by this point. And while he's in Israel, he's telling people there that he's thinking about staying because you can actually do that. They don't extradite, Jewish criminals at least who flee to Israel. There's a organization called Jewish Community Watch, which is a Jewish organization that tracks pedophiles who have fled the United States to go to Israel where there's no extradition of Jewish criminals there. And between just the years, I think it was 2010 when they started, when they opened up, and 2016, 2017 when this story was written, so a period of 6 years, there were already 60 pedophiles from the United States that had fled to Israel and were living freely there. Some of them had reoffended there and got thrown in Israeli jails.
Intense media scrutiny and fresh allegations of abuse forced authorities in New York to act. On the 6th of July 2019, Epstein flew into New Jersey aboard his private plane. Unaware, police were waiting.
Breaking news, billionaire Jeffrey Epstein arrested on new sex trafficking charges.
The 66-year-old is being held in New York, where he's expected to be arraigned tomorrow.
By nightfall, he was in custody on sweeping charges that threatened to pull powerful names of his potential clients into open court.
So if he's looking at life in prison, now may be the time to roll over on people, and who knows what type of people may be involved in this conspiracy.
Great point. This guy's a billionaire with a lot of wealthy and high-profile friends. Should those people be worried about Epstein taking them down with him, Alex?
2 days later, in a Manhattan courtroom, he pleaded not guilty and was denied bail.
Epstein, who has pleaded not guilty to federal sex trafficking and conspiracy charges in New York, is fighting to be released from jail while he waits for his trial. His lawyers now offering an explanation for the most mysterious item uncovered in a search of Epstein's Manhattan mansion. An expired foreign passport revealed by prosecutors as they tried to convince a judge that Epstein is a serious flight risk. The passport appearing to show Epstein's photo, but under a different name. His residence listed as Saudi Arabia. Epstein's attorneys describing him as an affluent member of the Jewish faith now say he acquired the document from Austria in the 1980s for personal protection while traveling in the Middle East, adding it was only to be presented to potential kidnappers, hijackers, or terrorists should violent episodes occur.
Within hours, he was processed into the Metropolitan Correctional Center and placed inside the Special Housing Unit, aka the SHU, the most secure tier in the prison. And almost immediately, he was assigned a cellmate named Nicholas Tartaglione, a former police officer that was serving multiple life sentences for murder.
U.S. attorney said Tartaglione killed 4 men in April of 2016. Martin Luna was strangled, targeted for a $200,000 drug debt. 2 of his nephews and a friend were with Luna and allegedly shot dead to stop them from talking. Their bodies were found buried at an Orange County farm rented by Tartaglione.
He was also a man who had openly expressed hatred towards child. Unsurprisingly, before the end of the month, Epstein was found injured in his cell with marks on his neck in what officials described as a possible attempt, though Epstein reportedly told his lawyers that he had been attacked.
Epstein was found curled up in a fetal position inside his cell here at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan. He had marks on his neck and was reportedly crying and semi-conscious. Epstein is claiming he was beaten up by another inmate and called a child. Another theory, it's a scam concocted by Epstein to get a transfer out of the MCC, notorious for its harsh conditions.
At 1:27 a.m. on July 23, 2019, his cellmate felt something hit his legs. And he turned the lights on, and he found Epstein slumped on the floor with fabric around his neck. His eyes open completely, but unresponsive. The guards were called, and immediately first aid was provided, and he was okay. But now, Epstein was placed on suicide watch. That means constant monitoring in like a special observation cell with the lights always on and just visual checks throughout the night. And surprisingly, after only 31 hours, he was taken off suicide watch. Instead, he was placed in a cell with a different cellmate. He reportedly complained that he was anxious and that he hadn't slept in 20 days due to the banging and screaming of the inmates throughout the night.
His cellmate Nicholas Tartaglione denied harming him and was later cleared by an internal investigation. Yet Tartaglione would go on to make an eerie and chilling statement that he had been placed in that cell for a reason, and he even later made explosive claims inferring that the Trump administration had specifically wanted Epstein dead. In response to this alleged attempt, Epstein was placed on watch for 6 days before being returned to the SHU under a strict protocol that apparently required him to have a cellmate at all times and to be checked every 30 minutes by guards. On August the 8th, just 2 days before his death, he signed a new will transferring his estate, reportedly worth $600 million into a trust. Then, on August the 9th, his next cellmate, Ephraim Stone Reyes, was transferred out and no replacement was assigned. Later that evening, after meeting his lawyers who described him as upbeat, he was escorted back to his shoe cell at 7:59 p.m. As the night progressed, required counsel missed at 10 p.m. and through the night in violation of the jail's normal procedure, and Epstein was not checked every 30 minutes like he was supposed to be.
And when you add all this together with the way that the US government has refused to offer any account of what Epstein was really doing and who his clients really were, instead putting forward shockingly flimsy deflections and excuses, it starts to look an awful lot like Epstein may have never gotten away with anything, but instead was part of a much bigger machine than we currently understand. He was rich for essentially no explainable reason, has a history going back decades of international spy involvement, claiming to be a spy in front of other people, was given a huge break after he was caught the first time, with multiple people involved in his 2006 arrest saying that they were basically told not to pursue the case because of how important he was, and then you add in the fact that he was literally killed the next time they got him.
A month later, the Brooklyn grifter turned global predator was found dead in his jail cell.
Accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein is dead, taking his own life in a New York City jail cell.
Shortly after 6:30 a.m. on August the 10th, as breakfast was distributed, Epstein was found unresponsive, kneeling beside his bunk with a strip of bedsheets tied to the frame and wrapped around his neck. Despite CPR attempts, he was later pronounced dead, yet still allegedly taken to a hospital. And only a few hours later, at 8:16 a.m., a suspicious post was made by an anonymous 4chan user who typed, "Don't ask me how I know, but Epstein just died an hour ago from cardiac arrest." Screen cap this. It was the first public indication that Epstein had been killed, beating the mainstream media outlets by 38 minutes. This anonymous user would make a total of 4 posts according to 4chan's response to the subpoena. The one that was perhaps the most shocking of all would read, "You guys, I'm shaking. I think they switched his body." The 4chan post was later linked to a guard at the prison, and in the days that followed, the official autopsy would claim that Epstein had taken it. The first time this had happened at this facility in 21 years, which apparently claimed that was nearly impossible there, and on August the 12th, Attorney General William Barr would publicly condemn the prison's failures while promising investigations into the death and Epstein's co-conspirators.
I was appalled, and indeed the whole department was, and frankly, angry to learn of the MCC's failure to adequately secure this prisoner. We are now learning of serious irregularities at this facility that are deeply concerning and demand a thorough investigation. The FBI and the Office of Inspector General are doing just that. We will get to the bottom of what happened, and there will be accountability. Any co-conspirators should not rest easy. The victims deserve justice, and they will get it.
So now we have a man who was previously on watch protocol, required to have a cellmate left all alone, guards allegedly not checking on him for 8 hours, cameras that conveniently malfunctioned, and that's just the timeline. We haven't even looked at the body yet.
When Epstein died in 2019, we were just starting to kind of scratch the surface of understanding what made him tick, who had enabled him, how he had gotten so much money, and whose secrets he was hiding.
Jeffrey Epstein is dead, but the Epstein scandal is far from over. The death of the financier raises yet more questions about accusations of sex trafficking involving dozens of underage girls, which allegedly took place in his various estates from 2002 to 2005.
A long way from the prestigious world Jeffrey Epstein was used to, he spent his last month alive in this Manhattan prison.
Epstein's cell.
Amongst the millions of photographs, videos and records released in the Epstein Files are these sobering images, taken on August the 10th, 2019, documenting the demise of the disgraced predator.
The 66-year-old multimillionaire had been awaiting trial at New York City's Metropolitan Correctional Center.
The news was devastating for Epstein's survivors, including Jenna Lisa Jones, who was just 14 when she was abused by him. What was it like for you to learn that Jeffrey Epstein was dead?
I remember being so mad and saying, so I'm never gonna get my day for him to hear me. I even texted the FBI agent and I told her, I said, so he wins again. And he did.
The official ruling was suicide. But almost immediately came the unsubstantiated and seemingly wild speculation about who Epstein was in life.
Do you pay attention to this Jeffrey Epstein stuff?
Yeah, a little bit.
What do you think's going on?
That the financier was really a spy.
He represents no government. He clearly works for Mossad. He clearly works for CIA.
That he dabbled in the occult and carried out satanic rituals.
We're about to expose you. You're going to prove you're loyal. You're going to kill that little girl.
And that he was a keeper of dark secrets of the most powerful people in the world, who in turn had him killed.
Spoiler alert, season 2 is on the way, so in the end, he obviously didn't kill himself. Just like Jeffrey Epstein. Shut up! I know he's your friend, but I don't care.
We don't know why there was not more CCTV footage available. We don't know why the prison guards all fell asleep. There are a lot of unanswered questions here. And it is enough to leave a reasonable person wondering if we know the full story about this.
That full story, according to Mark Epstein, is that his brother was murdered. He's more than willing to talk about why he rules out suicide, just not face to face. Mark, now I've got to ask, why are we doing this over the phone? Why won't you talk to me on camera?
Well, because this is not about me. I'm not looking for fame or fortune or my 15 minutes. I don't need that. I want people to focus on the fact that Jeffrey is murdered.
Mark has spent years challenging the official account of his older brother's death.
It was not suicide. That's bullshit. If I say that on your show.
That's all right. He changed his will in the days leading up to his death. Does that not point to suicide?
No, because when I heard that, I looked into that. It's a legitimate question. But I checked with his attorneys, and it turns out he has changed his will a number of times.
So then that raises the question that if it's murder, who, why, and how?
Yes, that's exactly what we're trying to find out.
The siblings led separate lives, but were close even after Mark was made aware of his brother's sex crimes against children. In your opinion, was your brother a good man?
My brother was wrong for what he did. You know, he was with girls that were too young. Other than that, you know, people might want to hear it. He was a pretty interesting guy. He was a pretty good guy.
But this disturbing email interchange between the brothers emerged from the trove of files released in January. In 2012, Mark joked that a trip between his brother and Woody Allen to Paris was for a pedophile convention.
Jeffrey and I used to joke about a lot of things. So you can't take the things that I say in jest and put more weight to it than other than that it was just to take something, you know, funny. We make each other laugh.
But joking about pedophilia, it's a bit close to the bone, isn't it, when your brother is a pedophile?
I'm going to hang up on you if you continue to talk about things other than his death. You keep going off topic.
You have spoken at length about your suspicions of him being murdered.
I'm going to hang up on you. So have a great day.
The locks may or may not have been locking up the cells appropriately. That still hasn't been announced by the Federal Justice Department.
Tonight, the 2 guards on duty the night Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide facing criminal charges. Tova Noel and Michael Thomas are accused repeatedly of failing to conduct 30-minute inmate checks and of falsifying jail records to make it look like they had. Thomas allegedly telling a supervisor, "We messed up. We didn't do any rounds." Prosecutors say video surveillance shows the guards sat at their desks and appeared to have been asleep, at times browsing the internet for furniture and motorcycles. Epstein had just been removed from suicide watch but was left for 8 hours before he was found with a noose around his neck.
Do you concur with the opinion that it was a suicide?
That was the finding of the coroner, sir.
Okay, do you have any evidence to suggest otherwise?
I do not.
The pathologist hired by Epstein's family to investigate has said that the evidence points to homicide. Federal prosecutors say that security footage shows no one entered the area where Epstein was housed that night.
And this is regarding the FBI investigation into an anonymous post that happened on 4chan 2 hours before Epstein's death. Not saying anything after this, please, do not try to dox me reading the post here. But last night after the 4:15 count, they took him to medical in a wheelchair, front cuffed, but not one triage nurse says they spoke to him. Next thing we know, a trip van shows up. We do not do releases on the weekend unless a judge orders it. Next thing we know, he's put in a single man cell and hangs himself? ? Here's the thing, the trip van did not sign in and we did not record the plate number. And a guy in a green military dress outfit was in the back of the van according to the tower guy who let him through the gate. You guys, I'm shaking right now, but I think they switched him out. So the FBI did a 274-page report on this post back in 2019 when that came out. A subpoena is then sent to 4chan after this post, which is promptly complied with, his IP address being leaked to the feds. So you would say that he was not using a VPN, but you can see an American flag there, which denotes an American IP address. So then what happened after they had the IP address, they subpoenaed the AT&T provider for his personal information, which of course the AT&T provider provided. Next they subpoenaed his bank account, which happened to be Citibank, where they discovered his name. After they had the name, it was searched and they found that he was the prison guard for Jeffrey Epstein. Well, there's your reference in terms of sources down there, you can go check out. Take the information that's here, which is the claim that this person's been making, which states that, guys, I'm shaking, he switched him out. So what's going on here?
An autopsy carried out on Sunday may bring some clarity into how Epstein died. He was found hanging in his cell in what was described as apparent suicide. Victims were outraged that Epstein had been taken off suicide watch late July, even though he had been found injured and unconscious days earlier. The FBI and the Department of Justice are both probing his death. The Metropolitan Correctional Center where Epstein was detained was short-staffed, according to anonymous prison sources. While questions over his incarceration are being examined, the prosecution says it's pushing forward with the case itself. The billionaire will never be tried, but his alleged accomplices could be charged.
There are a number of co-conspirators that allowed these things to occur. Active co-conspirators as well as passive that watched what he was doing and said nothing over the years.
Some theorists are arguing the world's most powerful people may have been involved in his alleged prostitution circle.
The documented facts of what Epstein did are already so extreme, so carefully structured, so ritualistic in their own right. The fake temple, the surveillance system, the breeding program, the eugenics, the cryonics, the deliberate use of symbolism to intimidate, when the reality is that disturbing. The line between documented fact and conspiracy theory becomes almost impossible to draw. All of this, the intelligence connections, the impossible wealth, the Bitcoin entanglement, the failed investigation, the ritualistic allegations, the parallels to other elite networks, circles back to the central question that people have been asking since August 10th, 2019. Is Jeffrey Epstein actually dead? The forensic contradictions alone are staggering. The broken hyoid bone, more commonly associated with strangulation than hanging. The guards who were supposed to check on him every 30 minutes, both asleep. 2 security cameras outside his cell, both malfunctioned. His cellmate was transferred out the day before a fake body was wheeled out to divert the press. And the pathologist hired by Epstein's family, he said it looked more like a homicide than a suicide.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, is his legal next of kin, and he didn't find out from prison officials, from the medical examiner, from anybody official, really, that his brother had died. He found out from watching CNN, which is wild to me. Notifying the next of kin after a death is like death investigation 101. There's proper protocol, but it wasn't done here. So Mark, feeling something is amiss, something is off, he hires Dr. Michael Baden to observe the autopsy. Dr. Baden, if you don't know who he isn't just some internet doctor with a hot take. This was really interesting to read about. He's a forensic pathologist who has been involved in some of the most high-profile cases in modern American history. He's worked on cases connected to JFK, O.J. Simpson, George Floyd, Aaron Hernandez. He's served as chief medical examiner of New York City. He has decades of experience examining bodies and testifying in court. He was there to observe the autopsy of Jeffrey Epstein, and that matters because now you don't just have the Office of Chief Medical Examiner conducting the autopsy, you have an independent forensic pathologist watching and documenting what's being found on the body in real time.
Jesse Epstein, whose death was very convenient for lots of people, is still an investigation that's in progress. There's only so much I can talk about. I was present at the second autopsy. I was present at the only autopsy, at the first autopsy, did see the injuries, and what appeared to me was, as I've stated before, that the injuries to the neck with fractures of the hyoid bone, the thyroid cartilage, 3 different fractures, and the petechial hemorrhages in the eyes that we saw in the diagram were such that they were crushing injuries rather than hanging injuries. What's interesting with hanging is that the noose will slip up under the jawbone, under the mandible, so that there's often a ligature mark that goes in a U-shaped fashion up the sides of the neck. And it's above the Adam's apple, which is the thyroid cartilage. With Jeffrey Epstein, there was a ligature mark across the thyroid cartilage with crushing of the thyroid cartilage. There was no upward rotation, it was horizontal. And these are, in my experience over 50 years, indicative of a homicidal strangulation rather than a suicidal strangulation.
There usually is not any kind of hemorrhages in the eye. With homicidal strangulation, because of the increased pressure, there are hemorrhages in the eye.
And you yourself. What about your lower extremities?
When you yourself, the blood, the lividity, the blood settles down to the lower legs. And you get maroon discoloration in the front and back of the legs.
Turns purple.
Turns maroonish purple, okay. Yes. Maroonish purple.
And
this was not present here.
What color were they?
They were normal color, normal pale color of the skin.
In addition, Epstein had injuries that did not match the materials used, including multiple alleged neck fractures that he argued were more consistent with a homicide.
He also stated he believed the time of death for Jeffrey Epstein to be about 4:30 in the morning, roughly 2 hours before he was reportedly found. And then there were the fractures. He noted 3 fractures in Epstein's neck, not 1, 3. The left thyroid cartilage, the right thyroid cartilage, and the hyoid bone. And he stated that in his decades of reviewing jail suspension, catch my drift, he had never seen 3 fractures like that in what was ruled a self-unaliving. Now, the medical examiner's office stood firmly by their conclusion and stated that those types of fractures can be seen in both self-unaliving suspension and a manual compression. So now you have 2 experienced forensic professionals looking at the same neck and not agreeing. And that's before we we even talk about the ligature mark itself. But wait, there's more. Unfortunately, I have been on more calls than I can count where someone made the final irreversible decision using this exact method that allegedly Jeffrey Epstein did. Again, you catch my drift when I'm trying to tell you. People in basements, closets, garages, outdoors, different temperatures, different materials. I have seen it over and over and over again. In fact, I had no idea how many people chose this method of goodbye until I worked corner calls. And there is one thing that is incredibly common in suspension cases like this. People almost always leave themselves a way to adjust the pressure. They kneel on their knees, they lean forward, they shift their weight into it. And that lean of the person is everything. You have to picture the gravity of the situation, literally, okay? When someone leans forward into that position, gravity pulls downward on the body and then upward on the material. You following me? The mark or the wound, right? It doesn't just sit straight across the middle of the neck. It tracks upward, it climbs, and it moves towards the point of suspension. Often you'll see it like angling up behind the ear, up toward the jawline, because the body is pulling against it. That upward movement is extremely common. That is what I've seen. That's what we see. I almost wish I could take my hands and I don't even know. You would see it. When I look at that image that Jeffrey Epstein's brother provided in that interview, what stands out to me is that the marking appears more mid-neck and pretty much horizontal, right? It doesn't present with that strong upward tracking that I am used to seeing in cases where someone has leaned forward into a suspension point. There even appears to be what looks like a secondary pattern behind it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it looks that way. Almost like a layered compression. Now, could there be explanations for that? Sure. Bodies are complex and different materials behave differently. But based on my experience, if someone were positioned the way his brother described, because in the interview, he describes how Jeffrey Epstein's body was found. And just in case you missed that, I want to reiterate it really quickly. Jeffrey Epstein's buttocks was suspended from the ground when the guards walked in that morning. His feet were out in front of him and he had to be cut down. Again, I would expect to see more upward angulation from the photos, and I just don't see that here. And that's the part that makes me pause the most, because the body doesn't lie. People do.
Sorry, in the images we have of his dead body, the ear looks so different. Not sure if you've seen that. Epstein's ear in all photos. Exactly. So that no one could explain this. It's not a small
ears are like fingerprints. No two
Exactly.
people on earth have the same ears.
Exactly. So the ears did not match. The nose did not match.
First, I'm going to show you, from a mortuary science standpoint, why this photo does not show a deceased body. Not opinion, not conspiracy, anatomy, physiology, and what the body actually does after death. So let me show you exactly how I can tell, just by looking at this image that you all lovingly and morbidly tagged me in, that the person, aka Jeffrey Epstein, in this photo is very much alive in this moment, which actually makes the photo weirder to me. Pull the photo up again. I get tagged in this, and y'all want to know, does this look like a dead body to you? And that's when I realized why this photo is so effective and honestly dangerous, because it sits right in that uncomfortable middle space. Close enough to death to confuse people, or at least it's cosplaying death, but not close enough to actually be real. So when I saw this, the very first thing I noticed wasn't the weird looking table he's lying on. It wasn't his body positioning. It was actually the mouth area, his mouth. This is one of those things that families are always kind of shocked by, because no one really talks about it. But when someone dies, every muscle in their body relaxes, all of it, including your jaw. And when the jaw relaxes and someone is lying on their back, gravity takes over and the mouth opens. Not dramatically, just naturally. So naturally, in fact, that at the funeral home, we don't just hope the mouth stays closed. We actually have to physically close it, and we have a few different techniques on how to do that, but we'll have to talk about that in another video. That's not poetic, that's not optional, that's anatomy. So when I see an individual like Jeffrey Epstein laying flat on his back with his mouth naturally closed, no tape, no visual support, no tension, my brain immediately goes, okay, well, the muscle tone is still there. And muscle tone does not exist in a deceased individual. So right out the gate, before I even look at anything else, that closed mouth tells me I am not looking at a deceased person. In this photo though, the eyes are still moist. Are those tears? Are his eyes leaking? I don't know, but they definitely look full and hydrated and puffy in a way that suggests fluid is still being regulated in the body. That is not what I expect to see in someone who is deceased. When the heart stops, circulation stops, and the blood is no longer being pushed throughout the body. Gravity takes over. Blood settles into the lowest parts of your body, and we call that lividity. So if someone is lying flat on their back, I expect to see that settling, that purpley-ish color start showing up in very specific places. The back of the head, the neck, maybe even the ears, face, shoulders. What I do not expect to see is an evenly colored, we'll throw the picture up again, like right here, I don't know. But his face is evenly colored. You can even see pink in certain areas of the face, which fun mortuary fact of the day, when we are embalming, have you ever wondered why embalming fluid is a certain color, why it might be a little pink or a little red? When we embalm, you can see that little pink color in his cheeks, maybe his chin and his forehead. We are essentially trying to duplicate that being alive look. So as the embalming fluid goes through and it starts to firm up the tissues, it might make things look a little pink again. My cheeks are pink. So in the photo, there is still color in his face, pinkness, and that color matters because deceased bodies don't hold facial color like that while supine. That kind of color suggests ongoing circulation, or at the very least, very recent circulation. Either way, it's not consistent with a body that's already gone through post-mortem changes. I've also seen some people were zooming in on Jeffrey Epstein's nose area because there is moisture under the nose, and they think that it's purge coming out of the nose. This looks like purge, they say, but it doesn't. True post-mortem purge is heavier, can be darker, and purge follows gravity, usually. Purge is another nightmare term. Not a good day if you've got that going on, but clear moisture around the nose is incredibly common in living or recently treated patients. Oxygen, secretions, positioning. But when you stack it with everything else, Jeffrey Epstein's mouth, the eyes, the color of his face, it fits the same picture. This photo of Jeffrey Epstein is not behaving like a dead body. He's very much alive in this photo. We didn't get autopsy photos of Jeffrey Epstein. We didn't get clear crime scene images. We got a written report. And again, I'm not saying the report is fake. I'm saying we're being asked to accept a conclusion without the same level of visual documentation we've seen in other cases. And as far as the public knows, there was no traditional public funeral for Mr. Epstein. No viewing, no service, and no coverage. He was buried, not cremated, in an unmarked grave near his family. And that matters because cremation ends questions. I'm floored he wasn't cremated, honestly. Burial doesn't end things all the time. Burial gives us the opportunity to sometimes exhume the person if we need to and go back. What we don't know publicly, though, is whether Jeffrey Epstein was embalmed. And yes, that matters too because embalming leaves documentation, licensed professionals, and paper trails. Who was it? Who was the embalmer that embalmed Jeffrey Epstein? Please message me. Send me a message. Funeral service is so small, it's got to be somebody. I know it.
One of the most revealing aspects, I think, of the Epstein Files has been in regards to his death, his suicide.
Right.
And there is now information coming out about a corrections officer who apparently Googled Epstein's name in the moments before his body was found, who was receiving suspicious cash payments in her account prior to Epstein's death. There's talk of you murdered him, you let him die. There's movement of orange clothing and cloth, a lot of inmate discussions about cover-ups. Do you think he actually committed suicide, or what do you think happened here, Spencer?
Well, I have been quoted numerous times, consistently. First of all, I would say that I was probably one of the first ones to be interviewed after he's arrested. And you can check the quote back. I think it was in Sun magazine before anything happened. I said, he's not making it out of that jail alive. And sadly, that came true. This was either a monumental failure by the Department of Justice. First of all, you had 2 guards that allegedly fell asleep on watch. You had security cameras that were out. You had a man that was on suicide watch that they then take off of suicide watch and shortly thereafter is dead. You give an inmate who had previously been on suicide watch all kinds of sheets and clothing and cords and pills, things you should never give to somebody who potentially might want to end their life. That is a huge failure. Or he was killed. He was taken out, and they had an inmate that they took care of who was allowed in to end his life. The man who made the decision that this was not murder, that this was suicide, was Bill Barr. And most people don't remember, but the first place that Epstein worked when he left school was as a teacher at a private school in New York. And the principal of that school happened to be the Attorney General's father. So Barr had a personal connection with Jeffrey Epstein because his father had hired him to be a teacher at that school many years ago.
Then there is the file that above all demands an explanation, okay? We have a draft statement written by attorney Jeffrey Berman about Epstein's death. And it is dated August 9th, not August 10th, which is when Epstein actually died. The DOJ says that it was an unfortunate typo. A draft statement about a man's death, potentially written the day before he died. And the official explanation is, whoopsie, it's a typo.
Let's just get to it because I know it's on people's minds. Epstein, right? He killed himself. Do you think, let's play out the logical conclusion of this. Do you think that myself, Bongino, and others would participate in hiding information about Epstein's grotesque activities? Or do you think we would also participate in not prosecuting people we had evidence to prosecute people on? But the problem is there's been like 15 years of people coming in and creating fictions about this that doesn't exist. Where's the videotape of an Epstein Island of X, Y, and Z committing these frauds? Why haven't you given it to us? Do you really think I wouldn't give that to you if it existed? I'm working my ass off along with the leadership at the Bureau and DOJ to get you what we're allowed to give you. And you're going to get the video of the cell and you're going to see for yourself. And we will never be able to convince everyone.
Okay, let's get into that. So what did you think before you got in office? Did you think that Epstein was murdered?
No.
No suspicion at all of it?
But I have a different background, right?
Right.
So I was a public defender back in the day. I used to spend a lot of time in jails and a lot of time in segregated housing units, SHUs as we call them, right? And so, and I've known people that have committed suicide in these cells. And I know how you get in, how you get out, who works the system. And so the way, based on public information at the time, that he ended up, the pictures and him hanging himself, I was like, man, that guy killed himself. There's just no way that you could have run an op and had people go into that cell and not have any video of it and not have any people come out and say, hey, yeah, I saw that guy, he shouldn't have been there, the guard or this guy. There's just no access points into places like this in the detention center he was in, which I've been in.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but what I was told, what I'd read, was that the guards were not paying attention or were sleeping.
Well,
right?
And in short order, you'll see it.
Is that correct?
Well, it's hard to surmise that from a video, right? Like, where they and look, do guards doze off on the night shift? Yeah. But no one can get in to the cell. And if they had gotten in to the cell, you would see it.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that.
But that was in the news.
We're giving you all the footage we have.
When did you become aware of this video that showed that no one had gone in and out of the cell?
Recently.
So why was it recent, though? I mean, if this death was... How long ago was this death? 2 years? 2019?
2019.
Oh, really? Why time flies. So, 6 years.
Well, again, that's part of what I'm going to try to answer for you.
Jeffrey Epstein jail CCTV erased by technical errors. Whoopsies.
Yeah.
But you see how anybody on the outside... I mean, this is like a perfect storm.
Yeah. I'm not saying every single camera in the place was working. I'm saying we've got footage and you're getting it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can make up your own mind. And the theories can continue. But my job
So you became aware of this footage recently?
The ones that we're looking at, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, but this is like an article from quite a while ago that was saying that the footage was mistakenly erased.
Look, I mean, it goes back to the same, ask the people that were in power then.
Every time people talk to him, he looked caught. Every time. They'll be like, where are you on the investigation? He'll be like...
So this is the first suspicious detail in the surveillance footage. This is what the FBI analysis states. At 10:39 p.m., a flash of orange looks to be going up the L-tiered stairs. Could possibly be an inmate escorted up to that tier. Inmates are currently on lockdown. It is possible someone is carrying inmate linen or bedding up the stairs. So just a few hours before his death, someone can be seen going up the stairs, possibly carrying linen. But now read this exchange from the interview with Tova Knoll. This is one of the guards that was on duty that night. Why did Epstein have extra clothing and extra linens in his cell? I don't know. But you said that that was something you did, though, as part of your duties to provide people linens and clothes. I never gave out linen. Ever. Because that's done on the shift prior. She claims that she never gave out the extra linen. Yet the extra linen is reportedly what Epstein hanged himself with. The other guard states that an inmate entering the tier alone would violate policy and that they hadn't let anybody in. What's most damning is that authorities initially claimed no one entered Epstein's tier that night. Yet their own log and surveillance footage directly contradict that claim. In another interview revealed in the files, the Inspector General raised a deeply troubling question about the evidence, the physical evidence itself. I'm asking because in the photo you showed me, a piece of material is hanging, and you told me that the correction officer pulled and ripped it. This thing that they gave me isn't ripped at all. Like it would be ripped off of something. It's ripped to create a strip, but it's not ripped off. It's making me wonder if this is even the ligature that they gave me. The ligature recovered from the crime scene may not have been the one that killed him. Let me say that again. It may not have been the one that killed him.
New documents show the FBI destroyed its master copy of surveillance video from the night Jeffrey Epstein died before public demands for its release grew. When the agency later put out footage, it was a screen recording with a 1-minute gap. Officials initially blamed a nightly system reset, but records show that theory was never verified. Congress later released the full video, including the missing minute, which showed nothing unusual. The Justice Department has not commented.
And you're going to get the video of the cell, and you're going to see for yourself.
We recreated Epstein's prison in 3D to show you the top 5 lies hidden in the government's footage. Kash Patel, the FBI director, told us that this footage was of Jeffrey Epstein's cell, but it's not. Let's fly over to where Epstein's cell actually is. I've marked it with a green door. Down the hall, we actually see a camera marked in red that wasn't recording the night of Epstein's death. Deputy Director Dan Bongino of the FBI told us there was only one camera in the special housing unit, but that's not true. There were at least 2 cameras recording and 9 other cameras that were working but not recording due to a malfunction only days earlier. Now, the official report says that recordings should have been made for about half of the cameras, but in Epstein's block, only 2 out of 11 cameras were recording. Really bad luck, I guess. Now, I should say all the cameras were working before that, at a time when Epstein accused his cellmate of trying to kill him, and this was contradicted by his cellmate who said Epstein tried to commit. Epstein later got put on watch for this event, and we should have been able to get that footage, except the prison failed to save the correct file. Prosecutors claimed the footage contained on the preserved video was for the correct date and time, but captured a different tier than the one where Jeffrey Epstein was located.
It was only one camera.
So our deputy director lied when he said there was only one camera. There were actually 11. At least 2 were recording. Only 1 got released. And according to our own government's report, 5 or 6 should have been recording, but weren't. When the cameras were working properly, they didn't save the right files.
You're gonna see there's no one there but him.
Right.
There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know. But there's no DNA, there's no audio, there's no fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing.
The footage just directly debunks this. There are several people who appear in the footage the FBI released, and actually one even appears after lockdown walking up the stairs.
At 10:38 p.m., the report says someone, probably Noel, carries a bundle of bedding or clothing up the stairs. It's a rare instance the video does catch movement on the stairs, but barely. Let's see that zoomed in and in slow motion again. Several of the video forensic experts we spoke with were skeptical about the report's conclusion and thought that the video could be showing an inmate walking up the stairs. Authorities say this was the last time anyone approached his cell block until his body was discovered the next morning.
So that raises questions, and so do the 2 prison guards who were on staff that night and had a view of Epstein's cell. Both were charged with falsifying records on the night Epstein died, specifically with them lying about completing mandatory rounds to check on Jeffrey Epstein the night of his death, despite a posted warning that read mandatory rounds must be conducted every 30 minutes on Epstein as per God, but they did not do that. Instead, they appeared to fall asleep, according to the OIG report, and occasionally browse the internet, where one guard, quote, read a news article about Jeffrey Epstein.
We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
So yeah, I don't think I need to explain why this is one of the most brazen lies. We were told we'd be given a modified and the original footage. Instead, what we got are 2 modified videos because both were edited in Premiere Pro. Now, it isn't clear exactly what was edited, but expert forensic analysts who spoke to Wired said the footage wouldn't stand up in court, had 1 minute, no wait, actually 3 minutes missing, and now there are reports that the DOJ has the full footage, but just hasn't released it.
And a government source is alleged to CBS News the FBI and other agencies are in possession of the full, unedited footage.
Quote, anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located from the SHU common area would have been captured by this footage. The government's entire case is built on this lie, and that's why it's the biggest, because their whole case for saying no one could have reached him is the idea that this one camera angle shows everything. But let's put Maxwell in our 3D twin and have him walk up the stairs. First, we'll put him on the left side of the staircase, and as you can see, you can barely make him out. However, if we put him on the right side of the staircase, you'll find that you can't see him at all. He's invisible from our view. So there's just obviously a blind spot here, which, by the way, the government already knew because they already admitted in a previous Epstein report, saying that this camera angle specifically was a, quote, partial view of the L-tier stairway. So it's not a full view. You can't see everything. And as you can see in this excellent CBS investigation, you could actually access this stairway and Epstein's cell from a doorway invisible to the camera.
But with the primary entrance here, the pathway from the entrance to the stairs is completely out of view of the camera.
Yeah, that's right. You could access Epstein's cell.
Meanwhile, scrutiny grew over missing surveillance footage and malfunctioning cameras on the tier.
The unit has 3 wings, each with 2 levels. Epstein was held in the upstairs L tier of his wing. That tier is accessed by a set of stairs from the central common area. Directly adjacent to those stairs is the officers' station, where on-duty corrections officers spend most of their time. The Inspector General report says several cameras in the unit were streaming a live feed to a remote location in the prison, but no one was watching them. Malfunctioning equipment meant only one camera recorded the general area. That camera captured part of the common area, including the officer's station and a sliver of the staircase leading to Epstein's cell. When the FBI released the video, they said anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located from the common area would have been captured by this footage. But with the primary entrance here, the pathway from the entrance to the stairs is completely out of view of the camera.
Then, attention turned to a figure captured on video at 10:30 p.m. whom the FBI identified as Officer Tova Noel carrying linens.
At 10:38 p.m., the report says someone, probably Noel, carries a bundle of bedding or clothing up the stairs. It's a rare instance the video does catch movement on the stairs, but barely. Let's see that zoomed in and in slow motion again. Several of the video forensic experts we spoke with were skeptical about the report's conclusion and thought that the video could be showing an inmate walking up the stairs. Authorities say this was the last time anyone approached his cell block until his body was discovered the next morning. Again, while the video does not contradict that, experts who viewed the video say the limited field of view makes it impossible to definitively conclude that no one used those stairs in that time period.
Although during questioning with the FBI, Officer Tova Noel denied ever bringing beddings to the cell that evening. Simultaneously, neighboring inmate Johnny Contreras and his cellmate, who witnessed prison personnel discover Epstein's body, saw no visible ligature marks on Epstein's neck. But after prison personnel were inside Epstein's cell, they later observed someone leaving the cell carrying a sheet tied in a loop. Shortly afterward, he would allege that staff had begun blocking sightlines and camera views to Epstein's cell, and there would also apparently be claims amongst inmates that were there that prison staff had actually murdered Epstein. Subsequently, according to prison staff, they even created a decoy body out of boxes and sheets to mislead reporters, while Epstein's actual body was transported separately to New York Downtown Hospital, something that aligned with the 4chan post that claimed that the body might have been switched out. Yet the records that followed painted a far messier picture. During the investigation, a security technician warned the FBI that unplugging the DVR would permanently destroy any chance of retrieving the missing footage, yet agents removed the equipment anyway. Furthermore, one of the two guards on duty had suspicious cash deposits that the FBI flagged in the days leading up to Epstein's death. In addition, the footage that existed suspiciously skipped whenever anything eventful happened to Jeffrey Epstein during his time in prison. Even months earlier, when he was allegedly attacked, before the supposed camera malfunction had occurred, that also hadn't been captured.
Now, the DOJ released days and days and days of footage of this hallway, going all the way back to August 7th, but I want you to pay attention to what happens on August 9th, close to midnight. Now, I had always said that I thought that Jeffrey Epstein was murdered around midnight, a little bit after. So as you can see, right now it's at around 2300 hours, so this would be around 11 p.m. at night. And then all of a sudden, once we get to August 10th, it's going to skip to 1 a.m. So I decided to look and see what footage they released for the month of July, and it turned out they released footage that went back to early July, the whole month, except the footage around the time that Jeffrey Epstein's entry was reported. No footage around that exists. It skips that huge chunk of time. So anything in and around things that were reported to have happened to Jeffrey Epstein are not included in any of this footage. The footage is essentially useless in that sense.
By late 2020, Jeffrey Epstein's death inside the Metropolitan Correctional Center had already become one of the most scrutinized jailhouse deaths in modern history, as malfunctioning cameras, sleeping guards, and incomplete logs fueled relentless public doubt. One person who was at the center of Epstein's final days was Ephraim Stone Reyes, the last known cellmate who was housed with Epstein before he was found dead on August 10, 2019. At the time, Reyes was a cooperating witness in a Bronx narcotics case and had been assigned to the same unit, yet on August 9th, he was suddenly transferred out the cell, and less than 24 hours later, Epstein was dead, before being assigned a cellmate as was mandated by the prison. In the aftermath, Reyes reportedly told associates that he was personally questioned by Attorney General William Barr, although a former Barr spokesman suspiciously denied that claim. Months later, in April 2020, Reyes was released from custody as COVID-19 swept through the federal prison system. And on November the 27th, 2020, 7 months after his release, he too was dead at 51, with a source saying he contracted the virus and never fully recovered. Reyes' death would leave another huge hole in the narrative, and yet another person with the closest knowledge about what might have actually happened suddenly unable to answer. But in another very twisted set of circumstances, perhaps the man who supplied Epstein from all over the world and was most likely considered to be his most dangerous co-conspirator would wind up in jail and dead in the exact same circumstances as Epstein. And yes, once again, the cameras didn't catch this one either.
This is a moment where you have to remember the story of Jean-Luc Brunel, the French modeling agent who received millions of dollars from Jeffrey Epstein in 2004 to pay for the launch of a new modeling agency that would go on to run campaigns for some of the biggest retailers in the world, from Nordstrom to Target and Sears and more, while at the same time Epstein would be quoted as saying he had slept with over 1,000 of Brunel's girls, having had girls from the agency flown to his houses and island from all over the world. American authorities would go on to call Brunel a co-conspirator of Epstein, and he ultimately went into hiding after Epstein's death in 2019 before being arrested by French National Police in Paris and hanging himself before he could stand trial. Seeing Epstein write about moving jerky around the world on planes, worrying about where to put all of his frozen white tuna, planning pizza parties with other elites, it's hard not to connect these dots. Sometimes they didn't hide what they were doing at all. In 2019, on February 14th, Epstein gets an email that says, "The kid couldn't have done bikini wax because her hairs are too short."
Saved for 2012, but I could start to look for baby clothes if we wish to turn this into reality. Or would you stick with RL Baby around the corner? Forgot that you're planning everything. I will send you a picture of this Burmese girl, very pretty. She is the star singer in Myanmar. I will bring her to the US. Obama visits Myanmar and Chan Chan comes to America. I think that I have something new and fresh news to promote.
In 2020, the Epstein scandal had shaken governments and royalty worldwide, yet the sweeping downfalls many expected never fully arrived. Epstein was dead, and Ghislaine Maxwell would not be arrested until July 2020, and beyond a handful of investigations, there was no broad global crackdown on alleged co-conspirators, and most cases moved slowly, quietly, or not at all. However, in France, one major figure was set to face consequences. For decades, Jean-Luc Brunel had been a powerful force in the modeling world. However, along the way, many former models had accused him of misconduct and exploitation dating back to the 1980s.
It's a me, Marcus. You are there for the purpose of somebody wanting to take you home to bed. He is acting as a matchmaker. He's got the agency, he's got the girls. His friends say, "Oh, Jean-Luc, I'd like to meet some girls, or we're having a party tonight. Can you bring some girls?" And what happens if you say no? You don't work.
But this ex-model says several years ago she went to Jean-Luc's house and didn't get away. She asked to have her voice and face disguised.
He gave you a drink?
Yes.
You drank it, and then what?
I blacked out. I don't remember anything after that.
The next thing you remember
was being in this man's bed.
Who was he?
Do I have to say the name? It was Jean-Luc from Karen's modeling agency.
In 2001, Dutch supermodel Karen Mulder went on French television and accused Brunel and other influential men of assault, only to later be hospitalized in a psychiatric ward by the very same men that she was accusing. Years later, in 2005, Brunel reportedly received $1 million from Epstein when launching the MC2 modeling agency. Following Epstein's legal troubles in Florida in the late 2000s, Brunel was increasingly described as a key recruiter who was funneling models into Epstein's orbit. However, it wouldn't be until after Epstein's death that Brunel fell under scrutiny. Just days after Epstein died, unsealed court documents would claim that Brunel had flown triplets out from France to be by Epstein for his birthday. Clearly, Brunel was as dangerous, if not worse, than Epstein, and had enabled untold abuse by the men at the top. By the next year, Brunel was behind bars at one of the toughest and most secure prison facilities in France. Reports suggested that he had been in contact with US authorities and was even willing to cooperate too. Perhaps this was his biggest mistake, and soon the same play that went down on Epstein would run on Jean-Luc Brunel, because before any trial could begin, and before any additional names could surface in open court, the story took a tragically familiar turn. In the early hours of February the 19th, 2022, Jean-Luc Brunel was found inside his prison cell in circumstances suspiciously similar to Epstein's. Just like Jeffrey Epstein 2.5 years earlier, Brunel was found by his bed sheets. In both cases, the deaths occurred during the night inside high-security facilities, Epstein at Manhattan's Metropolitan Correctional Center and Brunel at Paris's La Santé prison. And in both cases, neither man was on active watch at the exact time of his death, despite prior reports of harm attempts while in custody. According to French prosecutors, guards had carried out routine night checks in the corridor, and while surveillance cameras covered the hallways, it would be reported that no cameras recorded the alleged incident, despite this being one of the toughest facilities in France. At the time of his death, Brunel was widely viewed as one of the last people who could have shed light on Epstein's network and those tied to it, and he was apparently willing to cooperate with American investigators. And then suddenly, he goes out the exact same way as Epstein, severing all ties to the network they left behind.
Ghislaine Maxwell's home sits at the end of a narrow half-mile dirt driveway. It's lined with no trespassing signs and barred by a padlocked metal fence. A stone stands near the gate with the words "tucked away." On Tuesday, Maxwell was arrested on charges she lured girls as young as 14 years old for the late and disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein to sexually abuse. Maxwell had been hiding out in style since December. A listing of her Massachusetts home said it had cathedral ceilings, a floor-to-ceiling fieldstone fireplace, and a wall of glass overlooking the 156-acre property.
My sister is no monster. We believe in her innocence and that she'll be exonerated in the end.
Ask you about all the allegations.
After her arrest, the FBI scorned her choice of getaway spot, a home that officials say she purchased for $1 million in cash.
We learned she had slithered away to a gorgeous property in New Hampshire, continuing to live a life of privilege while her victims live with the trauma inflicted upon them years ago. We moved when we were ready, and Miss Maxwell was arrested without incident. Like Epstein, Miss Maxwell chose to blatantly disregard the law and her responsibility as an adult, using whatever means she had at her disposal to lure vulnerable youth into behavior they should never have been exposed and which creates lasting harm.
Maxwell's home seems to have been secluded enough to keep her out of sight in Bradford, a small town of less than 2,000 people. Locals told Reuters they had no idea Maxwell was holed up nearby, and some said they had never seen her in town. Maxwell's arrest is the latest twist in Epstein's saga. He went from a former math teacher to high-flying investor, and was found hanged in a New York City jail last August in an apparent suicide while awaiting trial on federal charges of trafficking. Prosecutors on Thursday called Maxwell, who was Epstein's ex-girlfriend, one of his closest associates.
Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to a easier, softer facility after being interviewed by the Assistant Attorney General of the United States. What do you make of that? Why does that happen?
It was a deal. It was a deal cut before she ever gave the interview, right? Listen, as an inmate and working with people that have been convicted behind bars as defendants in some of my cases, I have learned very clearly that people that are convicted of sex crimes, especially against minors, they don't get any favorable treatment in prison. The prison system does not look highly upon those individuals. And at the end of the day, there's no reason for an inmate to talk to anyone. So if I had been Maxwell's defense counsel and had received a request, I don't care if it comes from the president himself, my client's gonna say, no thanks, I'm not talking to anybody, because all it can do is hurt her. So in order to convince her to speak, there had to have been a pre-conversation deal and discussion between her criminal defense lawyer and the Justice Department. And in that pre-conversation deal, I guarantee you promises were made. If she talks and doesn't say a word about the president, we will move her to a nice facility where she can relax in it. It's like a federal day camp. That was the pre-conversation deal that likely took place before she ever opened her mouth. So she knew that if she just kept the president's name out of the conversation, or even exonerated him as best she could, that she was going to get this deal and a transfer to a nicer prison. And she did. And that's what she got.
Carolyn Adriano was one of the key witnesses who testified against Ghislaine Maxwell in her 2021 federal trial that helped secure Maxwell's conviction and a 20-year sentence. In court, Adriano described being recruited into Jeffrey Epstein's orbit as a young teenager and spoke about the long-term trauma that she endured, including struggles with substance abuse. After the trial, she said she felt proud to have testified and hoped her story would empower other survivors. During the trial, she didn't use her last name, but she later revealed it as a show of strength and as a way to empower other victims to speak. Family members said she was planning a fresh start, including buying a home in North Carolina, but on May 23, 2023, Adriano was found dead at the DoubleTree by Hilton hotel in West Palm Beach. Police responded after her husband found her unresponsive in their hotel room, and according to reports, she had gone to bed with her husband and children the night before, and when they awoke, she was naked and unresponsive in bed, and her husband began CPR before first responders arrived. Investigators reported finding drug paraphernalia in the room, including a crack pipe and a small bag with white residue and a needle. Toxicology later indicated methadone, fentanyl, and Xanax in her system, and police would rule her death as an accidental. However, her mother, Dorothy Groner, publicly questioned the ruling and said that her daughter had recently texted her about being sober and was apparently ecstatic about her future and plans for a fresh start. She also noted that vodka bottles were found in the room, despite no alcohol being detected in Adriano's system. Meanwhile, other relatives, including members of her husband's family, rejected those concerns and said the official ruling should stand, describing the family as just grieving an immense loss. Notably, Adriano was the second publicly known Epstein victim to die of an in a Tampa hotel room following the 2017 death of Lee Skye Patrick under similar circumstances.
I have to ask you before we go, what are you expecting from Ghislaine Maxwell in the coming days? I mean, this deposition, is this a big deal, or do you just expect her to continue to evade the truth as she has been accused of so much in the past?
Look, I hope that she will be honest and forthright. That has not been historically what we've seen, and especially with the kid gloves that the Trump administration is, handling her with, and we've seen all the special treatments that she's gotten in her transfer and all of that. But I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get, some sort of real answers, because the fact of the matter is, what she helped, what all of these people did, was disgusting and illegal, and they should be held accountable. And we need transparency and accountability in order to make sure that these survivors get the justice that they so deserve.
Real quick, do you think Ghislaine Maxwell is in a safe place right now, before now, and when she actually has to? I mean, are you at all concerned about her security? Are you at all concerned about where she is, what kind of facility she's in, being kept in, given the important information that she has and that she may share with Congress?
I mean, it seems that she has made some sort of deal with the Department of Justice and the Trump administration, and that's why she got transferred. Obviously, we know there are a lot of questions surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein himself, and so none of that can be discounted.
Jeffrey Epstein died in jail. Do you believe that he committed suicide? Because many don't.
No, he didn't. I don't believe he did. I believe that he was murdered.
There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
How can I put this? Christmas ornaments, drywall, and Jerry Epstein. Name 3 things that don't hang themselves.
Tell Trump that Epstein's calling. Happy you broke him out of jail. Tell Trump Ghislaine is calling. She said that she'll be out soon too. genocide. Tell Trump the bombs are falling. Tell Trump the world is dying. Tell Trump the sky is falling. Tell Trump that God is coming.
Epstein is a Democrat hoax.
Oh no, I said. Why? Because
he killed himself. Do you think, let's play out the logical conclusion of this. Do you think that myself, Bongino, and others would participate in hiding information about Epstein's grotesque activities?
For years, the curiosity around Epstein seemed like it might be more interesting than the real truth. Like, yeah, he was a file, but that doesn't automatically mean he was running a secret file cabal of baby-killing billionaire freaks. But then his emails came out, and the truth is literally more insane than what people actually imagined in the first place.
Will you ask Attorney General Pam Bondi to release more documents to finally put this controversy to bed?
Whatever's credible, she can release it. If a document is credible, if a document's there that is credible, she can release. I think it's good. But it's just it's just a subject. He's dead. He's gone.
How Maxwell's move from federal prison to a prison camp has come with some extraordinary perks.
What we've just learned is that she has been receiving basically club fed or Trump hotel style treatment, concierge style treatment. She's got special arrangements where she's working with the warden to send materials to her defense team. It's an extraordinary situation.
Add to that one more perk for the convicted sex offender, puppy time. According to the whistleblower, an inmate who trains puppies to become service dogs was instructed to provide one to Maxwell for a time so she could play with the puppy. Joining me now, an attorney representing 11 of Epstein's victims, Eric Fudali. Thank you for being with us. Wondering if you've spoken to your clients about this and what their reaction is to these reports of this special treatment for Ghislaine Maxwell, including puppy time.
Yeah, I mean, their reaction is it's profoundly devastating. Ghislaine Maxwell does not deserve puppy time. Ghislaine Maxwell does not deserve anything but to be rotting behind bars. She is a convicted child sex trafficker. She was convicted of tricking 14-year-old girls into having sex and becoming sex trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. She belongs in a maximum security prison where child sex traffickers belong. She does not deserve any special treatment, and it's just profoundly devastating, disappointing, and re-victimizing for the victims to have to hear what sort of treatment she's getting.
She also is reportedly seeking a commutation from President Trump. Do you think he might reduce her sentence for sex trafficking?
Unfortunately, I can't rule it out. I mean, and that's how absurd this whole situation is.
Tonight, newly released videos showing Jeffrey Epstein's only convicted co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, appearing before lawmakers from a Texas prison, refusing to answer questions unless President Trump grants her clemency first.
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
The Supreme Court is back in session. Yeah. They rejected today an appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell to overturn her conviction. That means her only chance at getting out of prison is a pardon from you. Is that something you're open to?
Who are we talking about?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
I haven't heard the name in so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look.
President Trump, who was friends with Epstein for more than 2 decades, has not ruled out a pardon for Maxwell.
If Ghislaine Maxwell is pardoned or has her sentence commuted by Donald Trump, the only possible explanation will be that Donald Trump is pro-sex trafficking, and anyone who supports him after he does that is pro-sex trafficking. There is simply no other explanation.
I have a lot of people who have asked me for pardons. I call him Puff Daddy has asked me for a pardon.
But she was convicted of child sex trafficking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to take a look at it. I have to ask DOJ.
On September 22nd, 2016, Jeffrey Epstein receives an email with redacted images attached, sent just minutes apart. One is labeled pussy, one is labeled girls, and one is labeled age 11. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's not an anonymous tip from someone who's requesting Bitcoin to prove the truth. These are real emails that Epstein was getting and sending, exposed by the US Department of Justice. But before 2025, the case against Jeffrey Epstein, at least in the public eye, was built primarily on suspicion. The idea that Jeffrey Epstein was part of something much bigger than himself and that other people were involved, it came from two facts. Number one, Jeffrey Epstein was rich, a pedophile, and had a ton of powerful friends. And number two, he was found dead in a jail cell under suspicious circumstances. That alone is something where you don't need to be crazy to hear it and think something's wrong. In fact, you might be crazy if you hear that and don't think something was wrong. And so as a result, in the last couple of years, even though the historical, political, legal narrative was that Epstein worked alone and didn't leave any footprints behind, he still became this symbol of everything wrong with our society. Epstein came to represent corruption, specifically the idea that people at the top of society play by a completely different set of rules than the rest of us. After the release of 3 million documents, we know that the government holds 2.5 million more that they aren't going to show us. Every time they release anything, we're only left holding more questions than we had before. We now know who Jeffrey Epstein spent the last 10 years of his life with, who embraced him after his crimes were known. But that isn't the end of the story, it's just the beginning. Because ultimately, just Epstein having rich and powerful friends, that's not really proof of anything. But right now, there are more emails depicting crimes horrific beyond our imagination. Emails that reveal things about our world that are beyond what we thought was possible. There are records available right now that show that the truth about Epstein is far darker than what we had originally even feared.
Also buried in the files are many more deeply disturbing emails.
As you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein.
But Republican Congressman Thomas Massey, who has been instrumental in the release of the files, has no regrets about the worldwide exposure of those who appear in them.
There's some collateral damage to people's reputations, and frankly, I'm not sorry about it. If you went to the island where women were raped, to have a vacation with a known sex offender, and now you're embarrassed, I'm sorry.
There's lots of embarrassing stuff, but is there actually criminal stuff in these files, in your opinion?
Oh, absolutely. The question is, are the allegations true or not? And the way you determine that is you have an investigation and you have a trial. And that's how you get to the truth in this country. And all of those steps have been truncated because these are rich and powerful men.
Instant message to instant nightmare.
We're going to provide instant action to save the children.
Young girls and women lured into sex trafficking, sometimes through social media. Now Florida is fighting back.
This has got to stop.
Today, Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi announced a new statewide campaign.
Were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous.
Florida ranks 3rd nationally in calls for help for human trafficking, where young women and children are enslaved and abused. I knew we needed all hands on deck. Businesses and hospitals to spot it, our great law enforcement to stop it, and tougher penalties to punish it. We're taking on Medicaid fraud, pill mills, gangs, and more, and I'll fight to put human trafficking monsters where they belong, behind bars.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
Pam Bondi publicly stated that she was reviewing these files in February, just 17 days after her confirmation as Attorney General. That's quite a lot of video footage to go through, but it would appear that she did this, as a few days ago she was supposed to speak at a summit against human trafficking, where unfortunately this announcement was made.
I do have a note from the Attorney General, Attorney General Pam Bondi, that I wanted to share. I'm sorry to miss all of my CPAC friends today. Unfortunately, I am recovering from a recently torn cornea, which is preventing me from being with you.
Now, I don't know what caused this reported eye damage, but I feel that if I spent the last 6 months reviewing bathroom camera footage from Epstein's house, where Trump was frequently a guest, I think I would damage my eyes too.
Pam Bondi saw this photo, one of many from the Epstein files, yet declared there was no evidence of crimes. She now says the DOJ has released all the files, even though we have seen only 50% of the files. And by the way, that's outdated. Apparently, it's only 2% of the files we've seen. She is a pedophile protector covering up for these despicable perpetrators.
Based on the horrified expression on Kash Patel's face, it would appear that he's been going through the footage too. The horrors that man must have seen.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me, I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No.
A heated showdown on Capitol Hill Wednesday as Attorney General Pam Bondi fielded nonstop questions about the government's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
It was a hearing that was combative right from the very start.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
Be clear?
Not on our time. No way.
Be clear?
And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
A hearing with Attorney General Pam Bondi that got so heated, one Democratic member left the hearing room.
Epstein Files investigation suggests just 2% of data released to the public. So we were under the impression it was about 50%, and that of that 50%, it was colossally redacted. That's the sense that I got and most of you got. Well, that's wrong. Analysis by Channel 4 News has identified emails within the latest Epstein files that suggest the mountain of information released by the U.S. Department of Justice could amount to just a fraction of the total, potentially just 2% of the information that the FBI retrieved from Epstein's homes. Epstein survivors have told Channel 4 News that they believe that the Trump administration has failed to meet their request to release all the files, and they've illegally released the names of some of the victims, and they're in violation of the law on a daily basis, and somebody's got to go to prison for this. Somebody's got to go down. Based on what we've already seen, we have allegations of cannibalism. We have virtual confirmation of not only rape, but also torture, also murder and manslaughter. That's all in the stuff that we've seen casually being discussed in emails. But let me keep going because I want you to see this. Reuters says the following. Millions of files related to Jeffrey Epstein suggest the existence of a global criminal enterprise that carried out acts meeting the legal threshold of crimes against humanity. A panel of independent experts appointed by the UN Human Rights Council says. So now they're telling the truth. Now they're telling the truth. And their language is a global criminal enterprise doing crimes against humanity.
Epstein was at an almost surreal level of evil. There are things in here that people wouldn't have even made up, like the Rothschild family having Epstein on a retainer, like him talking about being at a pedophile convention with Woody Allen. It just goes on and doesn't stop. The DOJ says they found no co-conspirators. Officials insist that every wild theory or accusation is just paranoia. But then you keep reading and you find an email from a billionaire in Dubai that says, "I loved the torture video." Then another one is full of redacted images with the caption age 11. Then there's another email where they're talking about pizza and grape soda while giggling that no one else can understand. And then you find out that he was doing business with Israeli politicians and British politicians and American politicians and their advisors, Democrats and Republicans, and writing about Mossad and Jewish supremacy and how to get children addicted to video games and how to breed perfect babies and how to make young men disillusioned and believe in extremist politics. And then you actually look at what's in these files, not what the government says is in them, but what's actually in there. And it's not just bad, it's not just disturbing, it's enough to make our deepest, darkest conspiracies look like a joke. Every one of the worst, most strangest, insane ideas that's been said about Epstein turns out to have real evidence towards its truth. And so if you think what we've looked at so far is disturbing, if you think the list of rich, influential people who stayed around Epstein after they knew what he was is horrifying, we haven't even gotten to the bad part yet. What we need to understand now is what they were doing, what Epstein's purpose was, why he was so valuable that the most powerful people on Earth couldn't walk away, why the government let him operate for decades, why his network reached into intelligence agencies and political movements, and why all of this was allowed to happen in plain sight. Because this is how our world really works. This is the level of wealth and power where the rules do not apply. For decades, our society has been obsessed with the darkness of the upper levels of power. We've written books and made movies speculating what power and control really means and what it really looks like. This isn't just a story from the past. This is a mirror being held up to the present, to the world we live in right now, to the people who control it. And it's going to make you sick.
Take a look at this 2014 email addressed to Epstein. It reads, quote, "Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty." The sender's name is redacted, and it is a reminder of the sensitive matter being dealt with here and why the push for accountability is so dire.
Some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein.
Some of the people whose names are redacted had some of the most disgusting and vile comments that were made. It wasn't just about partying. There were clearly innuendos and references to young girls in very disturbing ways. And yet there are names that are not redacted in the Epstein files. What do you plan on doing this week with the redaction and being able to access it? Do you think we're going to learn the names of some of these individuals? How do we get to that?
Yeah, well, I'm glad that there is accountability in other countries, and we're going to keep working until there's full accountability here for anyone who committed a crime. And I am very concerned that the Trump administration's Department of Justice seems to have redacted a number of the co-conspirators while not protecting and not redacting the names of survivors, including even releasing naked pictures of them when they were girls, their addresses, other identifying information, which is blatantly against the law that we passed that said protect the survivors, but you cannot redact the names of the co-conspirators. I mean, the House Judiciary and the House Oversight Committees are really the ones leading this investigation, and they are doing a rigorous job of trying to figure out exactly what happened and how he got away with it.
They are currently doing that? You think they're currently asking those questions?
I think that they are trying to find all of the information they can, and in particular, how he was able to get away with this even after he was convicted, and why all of these people were still corresponding with him, why they were, still continuing to visit even after it was public, the disgusting and vile things that he did to young girls. So I think there are still a lot of open questions, but I think what's important to know is regardless of who he was working with and for, it's clear that Donald Trump was mentioned 38,000 times and that we need to get answers.
There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that.
I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein files.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath.
A past interview with Howard Stern now making headlines. Trump talking about how he had free reign at his beauty pageants.
I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clue. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Today, a former Miss Arizona, who calls herself a conservative, going public in an interview with KCBS, describing what she says happened backstage with Trump at a Miss USA pageant.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked, changing into our bikinis.
Tasha Dixon detailing her discomfort.
To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him, get his attention.
She describes feeling helpless.
Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. So there's no one to complain to. Everyone there works for him.
I moved on her, actually. She was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it. Whoa. I did try and fuck her. She was married.
It's huge news, Sarah.
No, Nancy. No, this was... And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there. And she was married. And all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look.
She's your girl's hot as shit. In the purple.
Whoa!
Yes!
Whoa!
Yes, the Donald has scored. Oh, my man. Wait, you gotta look at me when you get out of your set this up.
That is very.
You give me the thumbs up.
You are.
You gotta put the thumbs up. You gotta get the thumbs up. Can't be too happy.
else off first?
Yeah, let me just. You gotta get the thumbs up.
You and I will work it.
Got it.
Maybe it's a different one.
Better not be the publicist. No, it's
Yeah, that's it, with the gold. I gotta use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything.
Those legs, all I can see is the legs.
No, it looks good.
Come on, shorty.
Oh, nice legs.
Oof, get out of the way, honey. It's good legs. Go ahead.
It's always good if you don't fall out of the bus. Like Ford, Gerald Ford, remember?
Down below. Pull the hand.
Hello, how are you? Hi.
Mr. Trump, how
nice
are
seeing
you?
you. Terrific.
Pleasure to meet you.
Terrific. You know Billy Bush?
How are you?
Nice to see you. How you doing, Ariane?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Are you ready to be a soap star?
We're ready. Let's go. Make me a soap star.
How about a little hug for the Donald? He just got off the
Would
bus.
you like a little hug,
Okay,
darling?
absolutely. Melania said
hug
this
for the
was
bushy.
okay.
I just got off the bus.
Oh, bushy.
There we go. Excellent. Well, you've got a nice co-star here.
Good.
Yes, absolutely.
After you. Come on, Billy. Don't be shy.
As soon as a beautiful woman shows up, he takes
Get over
off
here,
on
Billy.
his always happy.
I'm sorry, come here.
All right, let the little guy in there.
Yeah, let the little guy in. How you feel now? I should actually.
It's hard to walk next to a guy like this. Yeah, you get in the middle. There we go.
Good. That's
This
better.
is much better. This is.
That's better.
Now, if you had to choose, honestly, between one of us, me or the Donald.
I don't know. That's tough competition. Yeah.
Seriously, you had to take one of us as a date.
Let's take fifth on that one.
Really?
Yep. I'll take both.
Which way?
Make it right. Here we go. Right in the days.
Here he goes. I'm gonna leave you here.
Okay.
Get my microphone.
Okay. You gonna? Oh, you're finished?
You're my man. Yeah.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna go do our show.
Oh, you want to reset? Okay.
Attorney General Pam Bondi warned Trump back in May that his name was in the files multiple times.
Since we were talking about fake news, this is going to come up because it's been going on since we've been recording here. Elon and Trump seem to be in a bit of a spat. Joe, you want to check the tweet that Elon just put out a little bit ago?
Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein Files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ.
I'm not participating in any of that conversation
What is
between
he?
Elon
Have a
and Trump.
nice day, DJD. Someone's day gets phone away.
They're going back and forth about different things.
Yeah. Listen,
Well, he said he was disappointed in Elon.
Yeah, they told him to leave.
Jesus Christ, that's a crazy thing to say. How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein Files? Or does he have access to the Epstein Files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of the Trump-Elon thing. That's way outside my lane.
What the fuck are they doing?
I know my lane, and that ain't it.
I just don't. I mean, I understand he owns Twitter. I think it's bad for your mental health. I think posting things public all day and arguing with people all day is bad for you.
Donald Trump's name appears thousands of times in the Epstein Files in uncorroborated and often bizarre tip-offs, providing endless fodder for laughs.
Wouldn't it just be easier to call this the Trump Files featuring Jeffrey Epstein? Rolls off the tongue.
The pedophile and president were certainly friends before a falling out in 2004, though Trump has long maintained he knew nothing of Epstein's crimes.
No, I had no idea. I had no idea. I haven't spoken to him in many, many years, but I did have no idea.
But a claim made in the files contradicts that. In an unexpected twist, Trump has been credited with contacting police when Epstein was first arrested on sex charges in 2006. Trump reportedly said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." He described Epstein as disgusting and the financier's girlfriend and co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, as evil, clearly indicating he was aware of their crimes years ago, despite saying otherwise.
Jeffrey Epstein in 2015, he emails someone named Landon Thomas Jr., and he says, "Have them ask my house man about Donald almost walking through the door, leaving his nose print on the glass as young women were swimming in the pool, and he was so focused he walked straight into the door. Jeffrey Epstein says in emails that he had been advising the Russian government on how to deal with Donald Trump, one of several cases in which he wielded his connections to try to influence the course of foreign affairs.
I think we have a snippet from one of the conversations that I recorded with Epstein. I think this was in a restaurant in 2017.
His people fight each other.
Right.
And then have outsiders. He sort of poisons the well outside. He will tell 10 people Bannon's a scumbag and Priest is not doing a good job and Kelly has a big mouth. And what do you think? Jamie Dimon says that you're a problem and I shouldn't keep you. And I spoke to Carl Icahn, and Carl thinks I need a new spokesperson. So Kelly, even though I hired Kellyanne's husband, Kellyanne is just too much of a wild one. And then he tells Bannon, you know, I really want to keep you, but Kellyanne hates you.
I have more than dozens. I probably have 100 hours of Epstein talking about the inner workings of the Trump White House and about his long-standing, deep relationship with Donald Trump.
Jeffrey Epstein says, I've met some very bad people, none as bad as Trump. Not one decent cell in his body, and he's messaging that to Larry Summers. From Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell, this is April 2nd, 2011. Epstein to Maxwell, I want you to realize that the dog hasn't barked is Trump. Victim, who's redacted, spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. And Ghislaine Maxwell says, I've been thinking about that. Then there's this message between Michael Wolff and Epstein, where Epstein talks about a victim at Mar-a-Lago. Trump said he asked me to resign from Mar-a-Lago. Epstein says, I was never a member. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop.
Mr. President, Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. Just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them
young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were. Yes.
Yeah.
What did they do?
In the spa.
What kind of jobs? In the spa.
Yeah, it's people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, does that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people, yeah. He stole her.
From Michael Wolff to Jeffrey Epstein, I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then it gives you valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you, or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey is a great guy and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. Wow, that's some serious stuff that they're talking about.
Redacted reported that some of the things President Trump had spoken about during a car ride on his cell phone were very concerning. Redacted reported he was a few seconds from pulling the limousine over on the median, and also within a few seconds of pulling him out of the car and hurting him due to some of the things that he was saying. Redacted noted Trump continuously stated the name Jeffrey while on the phone and made references to some girl. As Redacted talked about his time meeting Donald Trump, Redacted immediately stated, "He SA'd me." Redacted said, "What?" As Redacted replied, "Donald J. Trump. He SA'd me, along with Jeffrey Epstein." And the report, it continues. Redacted advised Redacted to call the police regarding the incident. As Redacted stated, "I can't. They will kill me." On Christmas Day, Redacted contacted Redacted and stated that she had in fact called the police. Redacted did not hear from Redacted until the 1st of the 10th, 2000. Redacted reached out, stating Redacted was dead and noted that she was found with her head blown off in Kiefer, Oklahoma. Officers on the scene stated that there was no way it was a suicide. The coroner stated that it was a suicide. Redacted later stated Redacted committed suicide because she had gotten from a Mexican cartel. Redacted feels that the murder is a cover for Ghislaine. The accusations don't stop there. In 2020, an alleged victim reported her concerns to the FBI. It says, "I am very concerned for my safety, which is why I have not come forward sooner. I have talked about these incidents for years, and this has been documented. With everything happening now, I feel it is important for investigators to know that Jeffrey Epstein and many other rich, powerful, famous people were involved in trafficking me for them when I was 13 years old. I was by over 176 different men from June 1984 to December 1984. They even murdered that I gave birth to while on the boat. They dumped her body into Lake Michigan. I didn't know just how powerful these men would become until years later. They were actors, musicians, politicians, athletes, royalty, and very wealthy men. Will my identity be able to be kept confidential? These are people who could easily make me disappear if they know that I'm still alive and have started talking." Holy crap. There was also the FBI NTOC names document, which contains a list of more than a dozen allegations against Trump, compiled from phone tips, alleging that girls as young as 13 and that actual parties were held alongside Clinton. This is the largest human trafficking ring ever discovered, and there are no answers for any of these people.
Mark Milton was an Arkansas businessman and former Clinton White House aide who served as a special assistant to President Bill Clinton in the 1990s. Years later, his name resurfaced when records show Jeffrey Epstein visited the White House at least 17 times between 1993 and 1995, with Middleton authorizing several of those visits and even personally flying out on Epstein's private jet. After Epstein's 2019 arrest and death, those connections were revisited, and scrutiny intensified through 2021 and 2022 as Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted and additional court records were unsealed. Then, on May the 7th, 2022, 59-year-old Mark Milton was found dead at the Haifa Ranch in Perryville, Arkansas, about 30 miles from his home. According to law enforcement, he was discovered from a tree with an electrical cord around his neck, and in addition to the investigators documented a shotgun wound to his chest, yet there was no gun in sight. The Arkansas State Medical Examiner ruled that Mark had died despite no sign of a weapon. However, documents released days later would then clarify that a shotgun was actually found roughly 30 feet away from his body, with investigators then theorizing that it must have been the recoil from the discharge that propelled it that far. But following his death, Middleton's family moved to block the release of investigative photos and detailed scene materials, citing their graphic nature, and a judge agreed to seal certain evidence, further limiting public access to the case details. But in the months that followed, scrutiny surrounding Epstein's past connections would remain intense.
President Donald Trump is mentioned thousands of times in unverified allegations reported to the FBI. He dismisses them all as smears, telling reporters it's time for the country to move on.
August 23rd, 2018, Jeffrey Epstein says, "I know how dirty Donald is." Can you imagine these messages that I'm reading? What's in the files if these are the messages that are not in the files? Now, do you all remember the lewd Epstein birthday book that included a joke about Epstein selling a fully depreciated woman to Donald Trump? Now these new documents, the 20,000 emails, which I've gone through all of them, show that Epstein was telling someone that he gave Trump his 20-year-old girlfriend in the mid-1990s, that he gave his girlfriend secondhand, which is what they were saying, that she was depreciated. Sick, right? That he gave her his seconds. I mean, absolutely disgusting. My 20-year-old girlfriend in 1993. That after 2 years, I gave her to Donald.
One of our interns, I understand, I've gotten word, got completely dolled up in like a schoolgirl outfit today because she heard Donald Trump was coming on and she wants to be the one who gets to go in the green room and have him sign his release.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
She's that into Donald?
I wonder what she's thinking. Maybe if he sees her, she'll get a job.
What is the schoolgirl outfit? Does Donald into underage girls or something?
I don't know.
What do you want me to sign, Jennifer? Okay. Can I use your back? I love this. This is fun. Using Jennifer's back to sign a release. I could do this all day long. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
So how was it? You got to
amazing.
have Mr. Trump sign the release?
He signed it on my back.
How did it feel?
Amazing.
How did he look to you?
Look awesome.
Really?
Yeah. I think you liked the outfit.
You think you did?
Mm-hmm.
I know. What do you hope to get out of this today?
Just to say I got to meet Donald Trump.
This fiancée of yours, Melania, she must be terrific in bed because for her to hold on to you all these years, she's got to be doing something special. What's her secret?
Well, she is terrific in bed. Now, she wouldn't want me to say that, but she is. But
is it the amount of positions she knows, or is it the oral? What is it?
Well,
I mean,
you know,
specifically.
She's just overall terrific. I think most important.
Let me ask you this, and with all due respect.
But is he going to get married? I mean, is she going to be the perennial fiancé?
Yeah, he's going to get married.
No. When are you getting married?
Well, sometime early next year, probably.
You set a date?
No, we haven't set a date.
Are you playing her, or are you really going to marry her?
No, I'm really good. I don't have the courage to play her. But
the first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time.
Tick-tock, Melania. You're not going to be able to hide it much longer. Take a look at this photo right here. On the left, Paolo Zampoli, Donald Trump, a young boy, Melania Trump, and a woman over there who we will be talking more about. Her name is Amanda Ungaro. She was dating Paolo Zampoli for about 19 years. In the middle, that's their son together. And recently, Amanda Ungaro, the end of 2025, was deported by ICE to Brazil. That's where she was from. She arrived in the United States when she was 17 years old. She was brought here by a guy named Jean-Luc Brunel when she was 17 years old, and Jean-Luc Brunel ran the sex trafficking ring for Jeffrey Epstein. Jean-Luc Brunel purportedly died by suicide a few years back in a French prison, but he was one of Jeffrey Epstein's traffickers, and he brought Amanda Ungaro to the United States.
Crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior.
And when Donald Trump won during his first term, Paolo Zampoli became a very influential figure within the Trump regime because he was the individual who was running a modeling agency in the 1990s who introduced Donald Trump with Melania. Paolo Zampoli ran a modeling agency, this ID model agency, where he brought over young European girls and women. He would then throw parties in Manhattan at a place called the Kit Kat Club with lions and tigers and zoo animals, and these were wild parties apparently. And he would introduce the wealthy Manhattan businessmen to the European girls or the women that he brought over from Europe. He would help them get their paperwork or make assertions to get paperwork for paths to citizenship in the United States or for temporary status here in the United States. He introduced Melania to Donald Trump at one such party in the Kit Kat Club.
I met my husband by chance at the New York City party in 1998. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump.
He helped Melania with her paperwork to get purportedly this Einstein visa, where she got this expedited visa. And then she met Donald Trump, and the rest is history there. She marries Donald Trump. She then brings her family over. Now, Paolo Zampoli was dating for a very long time, boyfriend, girlfriend, with Amanda Ungaro. Amanda Ungaro and Paolo Zampoli were invited to all of the events during the first Trump term, and even thereafter. They hung out at Mar-a-Lago. They went to all of the places. Amanda Ungaro, for a short period of time, was named the ceremonial ambassador to Grenada. She's actually named a ceremonial ambassador to a country. Right now, Paolo Zampoli has an ambassador position with an ambassador title. He's like a special envoy for American partnerships. And so most recently, he was in Hungary with J.D. Vance in order to help prop up Viktor Orban, but he basically gets to travel the world with this position. Melania came here from Slovenia. Ungaro came here from Brazil. And they had a custody dispute over the child who you see in these photos. And Paolo Zampoli, according to this New York Times article, called ICE to get them to help deport his ex-girlfriend, Amanda Ungaro, and send her back to Brazil so that he could keep custody of their kid, and that he would send her out there. And so she got sent to Brazil. Her kid was basically taken from her. She's got nothing to lose, as she's been putting it, because her life has been ripped away. She's been deported by ICE on this Trump regime. And it makes you also wonder, was part of the reason to deport her was that she knew some secrets as well? In addition to the custody dispute, there are emails from you, Melania, from 2002 to Ghislaine Maxwell calling her G and saying, "Hey, G."
I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell.
Great New York Magazine article. You look great in the photos. J.E. Jeffrey Epstein came out great. We should hang out soon. Looking forward to seeing you. Yeah, the New York Magazine article you were praising, Melania, was the one where Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were in, and Donald Trump said Epstein's a great guy who likes women on the younger side, beautiful women on the younger side. That New York Magazine article where you were saying that Ghislaine Maxwell looked great and Jeffrey Epstein was amazing in it, that was like the red flag article. And let's take a look at what Amanda Ungaro's posts are. She goes, "Hello, Melania. I was around you for 20 years. You knew I was inside ICE, and you know what hurts after all this time? I stayed close to your family, your mother and your father, not because of you, but because of them, at events and everything else. So shut your mouth when speaking about me, because I will expose everything I know until you fall as a little chicken. I have nothing left to lose in my life. I will tear down the entire system. Be careful with me, bitch. I will tear down your corrupt system, even if it's the last thing I do in my life. I will go all the way. I'm not afraid. Maybe you should be afraid of what I know, of who you are and who your husband is. We'll take legal action against you and your pedophile husband. I have known you for 20 years. You knew I was detained in ICE. You were present in my life every year on my son's birthday, even sending Secret Service and being the first to congratulate him back in 2016. Something was clearly wrong, but I'm not part of any evil mission involving children. So what did you do, Melania? You tried to involve me, but you failed because I have character. Do you know what I think about you after 20 years? And so she's saying, I know a lot about what's going on, and I'm going to expose it all. Could you imagine if a depot of Amanda Ungaro is one of the things that opens this all up even more? As I said, tick-tock, Melania, your dark past is a surfacing. Paolo Zampoli said that he wants to have his deposition taken because he wants to set the record straight. He says, I want to set the record straight. He says that it was not Jeffrey Epstein who introduced Donald Trump and Melania. It was me. I introduced. I don't think it makes it much better that you were the one who introduced Donald Trump to Melania versus you were close friends with Epstein. What were you doing? What was your modeling agency about? What did you mean that you brought these individuals from Eastern Europe? Imagine deposing Paolo Zampoli now about Melania Trump's immigration status and how she got the Einstein visa.
I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
Secretary Lutnick to continue serving.
President, right now there have been survivors of Jeffrey Epstein speaking at a press conference on Capitol Hill. They're calling for these case files, these documents to be released. Is the Justice Department protecting any friends or donors, sir?
So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends. Everybody in Palm Beach knew him. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan.
Come on in, go inside.
An invitation into Donald Trump's world. Footage from 1992 found in the NBC archives shows the future president welcoming Jeffrey Epstein to his Mar-a-Lago estate. The get-together more than a decade before Epstein pleaded guilty to prostitution charges in Florida. Both men are seen enjoying themselves, Trump pointing out women dancing in front of them. An apparently friendly encounter with a man the president is now looking to distance himself from.
Well, I knew him, from what I understand, I could check, but from what I understand, thousands of pages of documents have been given. But it's really a Democrat hoax because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president. So what they're trying to do with the Epstein hoax is get people to talk about that instead of speaking about the tremendous success like ending 7 wars. I ended 7 wars. Nobody's going to talk about because they're going to talk about the Epstein whatever. I understand that we were subpoenaed to give files, and I understand we've given thousands of pages of files. And I know that no matter what you do, it's going to keep going. And I think it's enough because I think we should talk about the greatness of our country and the success that we're having.
Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed though, statements from the manager of the club. Now I'm at him return jail. I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see, flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm gonna give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did. You made a joke, and I find offense to that. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the burn book.
Shame.
I want it from the burn book. Which is the best one? What you got?
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you seen of that?
The Attorney General. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net, and so they try and do the Democrats' work. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. I'd rather talk about the success we have with the economy, the best we've ever had, and all of the things we've done, including the Middle East. I mean, you see it. Instead, they want to talk about the Epstein hoax. And the sad part is it's people that are really doing the Democrats' work. They're stupid people.
For almost 20 years, beginning in the late 1980s, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein maintained a close friendship. They were regulars at each other's homes, Epstein at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club and Trump at Epstein's Manhattan mansion. It's no surprise to hear that Trump's name turns up in any investigation of Epstein simply because they spent so much time together.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Trump famously said, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." Epstein reportedly believed himself to be Trump's closest friend and claims that he introduced Trump to his most recent wife. According to the Washington Post, their friendship soured in 2004 over a Palm Beach real estate deal. According to the Washington Post, on the day of the auction, Epstein's attorney tried to disqualify Trump from bidding. Epstein and his lawyer, it appears, were unaware that Trump was listening in on speakerphone. Trump eventually won the auction, paying $41 million for the property. According to the records, Trump left 2 messages for Epstein later that month, and that was their last proven contact. Trump has since claimed, without providing detail or proof, that he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. Epstein had never been a member of Mar-a-Lago. He had always just been there as a guest of Trump's. Mark Epstein claims that in an unaired interview conducted by Steve Bannon in 2019, Jeffrey Epstein said that he distanced himself from Trump after realizing that Trump was a crook. Mark Epstein allegedly viewed the clip online before the link to it expired, and he said that his brother had forwarded it to him shortly before his death. These conflicting accounts, Trump's vague claims of a falling out, and Epstein's alleged private remarks have only added to the intrigue and the conspiracy theories.
Even with all the redactions, we know that Donald Trump is mentioned 38,000 times in the Epstein Files. Donald Trump is literally mentioned more in the Epstein Files than Harry Potter is mentioned in the Harry Potter books. And so, yes, I'm glad that we're making progress and we're going to get more information and more of these names are going to come out. And we don't need more information to know that Republicans should be holding Donald Trump accountable. They should be dragging him in, making him answer questions. And if they don't do it when we're in power, we will.
Congresswoman, in addition to the president, there is some suggestion or some evidence that some of the other members of his administration may have had closer relationships, shall we say, with Jeffrey Epstein than has been publicly revealed to be the case. CBS, for example, is gathering from the latest DOJ document drop, the Epstein Files, that Howard Lutnick, who was the Commerce Secretary, and Epstein may have been in business together.
Howard Lutnick is an American billionaire businessman and now also the United States Secretary of Commerce, a job in the top 10 of the presidential line of succession that's responsible for advising the president on all matters relating to American business and industry. He's also former neighbors with Jeffrey Epstein for many years.
You have known Donald Trump for 30 years. You know everybody, Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk. Jeffrey Epstein was your neighbor. I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about him. East 71st Street. He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
All right, so we are in number 11, and he lives in number 9.
Right.
So we renovate, we buy our house, and our house is pigeons and mice.
Right.
Okay, that's it. It was derelict.
Right.
So we rebuild our house. We move in 2005. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant on like a Saturday says, "Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee." So my wife and I go next door. We walk the 7 steps,
yes,
right, to the next house for coffee. We share a wall.
Right.
Right? So it's in New York City. So he invites us in, we have coffee in this, and he says, "Do you want a tour?" We said, Great.
Interesting.
He's got a really big house.
Every room you went into?
He's got, well, I'll tell you. So his house is like super big, really wide. And so he gives me a tour in the living room, big living room. And then across from it is double doors. I assume it's the dining room.
Yeah.
And he opens the doors and there's a massage table in the middle of the room.
Ooh.
And candles all around and stuff. So I ask very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
Howard Lutnick has said publicly that he cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein because he found him gross and disgusting, I think as far back as 2004, 2005. These documents suggest that they were signing documents to have stakes in a firm as recently as 2014.
Secretary Lutnick, as I said in my opening statement, you led people to believe that you had cut off all contact with Jeffrey Epstein after the 2005 encounter you and your wife had in his apartment. But as I'm sure you know, the Epstein Philes show a very different record of interaction.
In 2011, Epstein sold a property adjacent to his infamous townhouse to Cantor Fitzgerald CEO Howard Lutnick at a 65% discount to what he had paid for it just 2 years earlier. This is especially surprising as New York real estate prices rose 6% over that holding period. Lutnick famously held a fundraiser for Hillary Clinton at that home in 2015 when she was running against Donald Trump. The deal has prompted speculation. After all, it's not every day that someone picks up prime Manhattan real estate at clearance sale prices.
I look back at it as a gift.
Yes.
He gave me a gift.
Yes.
Of a voice.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I did not have any relationship with him. I barely had anything to do with that person.
In reality, the newly released files showed that Howard Lutnick had lied. In 2012, he also brought his wife and children to Epstein's island for what would be described as a lunch.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children, with my nannies and my wife, all together. We were on family vacation. We were not apart. To suggest there was anything untoward about that in 2012, I don't recall why we did it.
And even more documents show that they were actually in business together as well. Lutnick and Epstein each signed on behalf of LLCs that agreed on December 28, 2012 to acquire stakes in a now shuttered advertising company called Adfin. Epstein and Lutnick's signature appear on neighboring pages in the contract. The document lists 9 shareholders in total. The Epstein archive also shows them emailing each other all the way up until 2018.
I met him 2 other times that I can recall. 2 times. And that is none for 6 years. So 6 years later, I met him. And then a year and a half after that, I met him, and never again.
This email showing an appointment for drinks in 2011, years after Epstein first pleaded guilty to sex crimes.
I mean, that's an incredible story that you could pick up that he was a pervert.
It's gross. The guy's gross. Right with my wife. He's gross. The guy's gross. This was not, the deep nuance of Howard Lutnick. This guy's gross.
Right.
My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple they were there as well with their children. I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again, as I said, there's not an indication that you yourself engaged in any wrongdoing with Jeffrey Epstein. It's the fact that you believe that you misled the country and the Congress based on your earlier statements. There's also a reference to the fact that Epstein had expressed an interest in meeting your nanny. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein ever met with your nanny?
No, I saw that. I had no idea what that was about.
Lutnick says that in 2008, he went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room, that Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public, and in 2012, we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island.
So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, get a massage, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room, I assume was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever. I assume way back when, they traded those videos in exchange for him getting that 18-month sentence, which allowed him to have visits and be out of jail. I mean, he's a serial sex offender.
This is one of the United States' most senior government officials in office right now today, blatantly lying to the world about his connection to the billionaire who was running an industrial-scale child sex trafficking operation while they were in contact with each other. And he didn't just lie about knowing him, he lied about vacationing with him and doing business deals with him for years after the world knew exactly what he was.
Did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. I have nothing to hide.
Democrats and at least one Republican now calling on Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick to resign.
Will you be investigating the possible ties between other members of this administration and the late Jeffrey Epstein?
Absolutely. And I think that we're already seeing how much closer ties many people close to Trump had, right? Melania, Lutnick, Elon Musk, and others. And I think it's very concerning. And we need to be holding everyone accountable who was part of this, regardless of what positions they hold, regardless of their political party. Because honestly, this just goes to show what the American people have long felt, right? That if you're wealthy, if you're powerful, you get to play by a different set of rules and you're not held accountable, and it's time for that to end.
When it comes to the full picture of Jeffrey Epstein's social life, this is only the tip of the iceberg. And perhaps nobody illustrates that better than the man who spent 2025 loudly demanding the Epstein files be released, only for their release to reveal his own lies. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. Inventor and leader of companies creating brain-computer interfaces, electric cars, rocket ships, and more. He's also a longtime friend of Jeffrey Epstein. On September 25th, 2012, Epstein writes to Elon Musk, "If you find some time, come visit me on my island in the Caribbean. Bring your friend or friends." Musk replies, "Sounds good. We'll try to make it." For years following his arrest and death, Elon Musk tried desperately to distance himself from Jeffrey Epstein. In September of 2025, as the case began to rear its head again, he wrote, "Epstein tried to get me to go on his island and I refused." But as it would turn out, the truth would be nearly the exact opposite of what he had insisted for so long. 2 months after their first interaction, he emails Jeffrey Epstein to ask which day would have the wildest party on his island. He talks about wanting to let loose and have fun, and asks if Epstein has any parties planned because he needs the opposite of a peaceful island experience. In return, Epstein offers to send a helicopter to bring him. Another email from the fall of 2013 shows Epstein inviting Musk to visit him at his house in New York and meet many interesting people around the time of the UN General Assembly, to which Elon Musk responds with a rant about how busy he is, before Epstein asks, "Do you think I'm retarded? Just kidding. There's no one over 25 and they're all very cute." Then, a year later, around Christmas time again, Elon Musk asks if it's a good time to visit the island. Even later on, they would email to coordinate times for Epstein to come have lunch and tour the SpaceX facilities with Musk, and even after that, they would talk more about Epstein's idea to expand Tesla distribution to Israel. Elon Musk's public reaction to these emails has been one of complete deflection and denial. However, his public statements do contradict what's in the messages. Elon Musk never refused to visit. In fact, he begged for invitations. He coordinated meetings. he invited himself, all while Epstein was a registered file sex offender who just got out of prison 3 years earlier.
Here is the flight log to Epstein's private island, Little St. James, and immediately standing out are the names of Donald Trump and Bill Clinton, the current and former presidents of the United States. Also, we have Prince Andrew of England and celebrities like Kevin Spacey and Mick Jagger. And then we have an email from 2010 in which Epstein was granted security clearance for an event involving the world's most powerful politicians, in which it said, "Jeffrey, please come. You may have private time with each. Your security clearance is approved." From 2012, an email references Torbjörn Jagland, the head of the Nobel Prize Committee and secretary of the Council of Europe. And Epstein, he also received an email from a Dubai billionaire describing a lunch at the Elysee Palace with Emmanuel Macron, the then French Minister of Economy, who would become the president of France.
For years, the friends of Jeffrey Epstein have been in a battle to prove their innocence. Who had known him only as a rich financier, and who knew his darkest secrets?
I never went to the island, I never met any women, and although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
Bill Gates on Australian TV strongly denying new Jeffrey Epstein allegations. Gates says he regrets continuing his relationship with the late convicted pedophile, but says he did so hoping to get funding for his foundation, Global Health.
Bill Gates, from 1995 to 2017, was the wealthiest person in the world. Before that, he was also the world's youngest billionaire during the 80s and 90s.
We're expecting to do just over $100 million this year.
And still, today, he's one of the top 10 richest men alive. And it's been known for a long time that Bill Gates and Epstein knew each other well enough for Gates to have flown on Epstein's plane and even have visited his island. Two things that have become this insane albatross around his neck ever since Epstein's death. When you read through these documents Epstein had prepared for Gates, though, I'll admit it looks like a pretty blatant attempt at blackmail. It's really easy to tell how Epstein knew exactly the reaction he was trying to elicit with every word he wrote.
In the documents, Epstein wrote that Gates begged him to please delete their emails regarding a sexually transmitted disease and antibiotics, fearing his now ex-wife Melinda would see. Gates is one of many rich and powerful men mentioned in the 3 million newly released Epstein documents.
Another very prominent person caught up in all this is Bill Gates, of course, claims that he picked up a sexually transmitted disease from a Russian woman. He's denied that publicly, but listen to Melinda Gates, the former wife of Bill Gates, talking about all of this.
Whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it, those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me. Well, and I am so happy to be away from all the muck that was there.
She's happy she's no longer married to Bill Gates. She's happy to be away from the muck, as she put it. And we've just seen this interview with Bill Gates on Channel 9.
It's factually true that I was only at dinners. I never went to the island. I never met any women. And so, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be that although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
Unfortunately for Bill Gates, now he has to probably deal with the insinuation, at least for many people, that Melinda chose to divorce him and get herself out of that world. Also because of his association or his tenuous links, which he denies, with Jeffrey Epstein. The allegation that he presumably got an STD from a Russian prostitute that was associated with Jeffrey Epstein was actually written in a note by Jeffrey Epstein to himself. So it wasn't actually a form of correspondence. So there are allegations that he wrote that for the purposes of explicit blackmailing, which again will become clearer later on down the line. But obviously the damage is already done. It's just a terrible, terrible story.
Bill Gates, of course, absolutely denies everything to do with him and Epstein. He has for years, and he still does today. And hey, to be fair to Bill Gates, nothing else in the docs technically corroborates the outlandish claims that Epstein makes in his email. The only problem is that denials only go so far when your own family refuses to stand in your corner. While Bill Gates and his team were outright dismissing the documents as the desperate ramblings of a man who clearly was trying to hold him hostage, in 2011, Epstein was introduced by Boris Nikolic, longtime scientific advisor of Bill Gates, to a 23-year-old man named Christopher Poole. Poole, at this point, was already famous. famous, or should I say infamous, given that he had already been voted by Time as the most influential person of 2008 after founding the anonymous online forum 4chan when he was 15 in 2003. 4chan over the years would become both the internet's most culturally influential and also most horrific platform, a breeding ground for the most viral memes and extreme ideologies and even real-world violence, described by some as an incubator for the darkest corners of online culture and politics. Its B-board in particular attracted significant media attention when it became a lawless home for the sharing of porn and other illegal content in the early 2010s. But Nikolic writes to Epstein, "There is a really cool kid you should meet. He's only 23. Read his bio." Epstein replies later that he loved meeting Moot and he calls him bright. He said, "I drove him home. He's very bright. I liked him a lot." Later on, Nikolic sends an article about 4chan, writing, "This article describes why I find Moot interesting. The potential for manipulation is huge." And it just so happened that just 2 days after Christopher Poole met Epstein, 4chan would open up what would become its most famous board of all, Politically Incorrect. And of course, it's impossible to know what he said to Moot when they met or how many times they met, although it was confirmed that they would meet up multiple times after their first introduction. But either way, the timing of that initial meeting is curious, because Politically Incorrect, or POL for short, after being launched in October of 2011, would quickly become known as a home for anti-Semitism, white nationalism, and even as the ideological origin point for a number of high-profile mass shootings around the world. And it didn't stop there. It would become, in effect, exactly what Nikolic and Epstein thought it could be, a place where the potential for manipulation was huge, a place where anonymous, disaffected young people could be radicalized, organized, and even mobilized. Undoubtedly, POL is the birthplace of the wave of populist ultranationalism that has come to dominate the landscape of American politics in the 21st century so far. And over time, POL's potency and influence has become so large that, considering its destabilizing effect on American politics as possibly the project of an intelligence agency, has been impossible to ignore. Over the years, various pieces of evidence, with things like IP leaks showing a huge overrepresentation of users in Israel, it's given credence to the idea that the CIA, the IDF, or the FSB, or something else entirely may have manipulated or even originated the rise of the alt-right in the early 2010s completely on purpose. And Jeffrey Epstein was there at the beginning. And that may just be a coincidence. But it might also be a coincidence in the same way that having a multi-billionaire write 900 emails about ordering cheese pizza for him and his friends while they giggle about no one else understanding their code words is just a coincidence. But if we're being honest, 4chan, for all of its outsized cultural influence and Epstein's strange involvement, that may have still just been a relatively minor curiosity in Epstein's world. Moot from 4chan is not the only online political personality Epstein would meet with. Steve Bannon is the former chairman of Breitbart News. He was the chief strategist in Donald Trump's White House in 2017. At one point, he was also the vice president of Cambridge Analytica, the data firm that harvested the personal information of tens of millions of Facebook users without their consent to build psychographic profiles and micro-target voters with political advertising designed to exploit their individual fears, prejudices, and vulnerabilities. And perhaps most importantly for the purposes of this story, he's also one of the most influential voices in the MAGA movement, the host of the War Room podcast, and the man who arguably did more than any other single person to build the ideological basis of America's far right. And he appears in the Epstein Files almost 2,000 times. Their relationship wasn't casual, it wasn't transactional, it wasn't photos and handshakes at parties. It was, by any honest reading of these emails, one of the closest and most significant friendships of the last decade of Jeffrey Epstein's life. After meeting in 2017, Epstein and Bannon began texting constantly, sharing political intelligence, mocking Donald Trump behind his back, and scheming on how to reshape global politics together. At the same time, Bannon was helping Epstein rehab his PR. They recorded dozens of hours of interviews to help Epstein change his image. He told him, "You're engaging, you're not threatening, you don't look at all creepy." In April of 2019, Bannon writes to Epstein, "We must counter the narrative that says who traffics in female children to be by the world's most powerful, richest men." This is one of the most influential political operatives alive, the man who came up with Trumpism and designed the right-wing resurgence that dominates politics today, sitting in Jeffrey Epstein's corner, trying to help him fix his image. Even on the very same day Epstein was arrested, his last day alive as a free man, they were texting about meeting up for breakfast to continue their project of making Epstein look better and bring him back into the public eye. The last message reads, "All canceled."
It is extraordinary. After millions of documents were released in the Epstein investigation, it has triggered international and political fallout.
Some repercussions to the Epstein files are already playing out overseas. Former UK ambassador to the United States, Peter Mendelsohn, is retiring from Parliament's upper chamber due to his links to Epstein. He was fired as ambassador by Prime Minister Keir Starmer back in September over his ties to Epstein. Mendelsohn has denied any knowledge of or complicity in Epstein's sexual crimes. And now Starmer is also facing growing calls to resign since he appointed Mendelsohn. In countries like Poland, Norway, France, and Slovakia, we are now seeing a flood of investigations and resignations into people linked to the late sex offender. But here at home, the latest batch of documents are being slammed over questionable reactions.
Have you ever heard of Richard Branson? He built the Virgin Group, styled himself as the world's most accessible billionaire. He kiteboarded with models on his back. He also owned a private island and was knighted by Queen Elizabeth herself. And Branson, he's going to send him an email on September 11th. He says, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports, they can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you, as long as you bring your harem." He used the word harem to a registered sex offender. I'm sorry, what? And then, in the same email chain, is a suggestion that Bill Gates tell the public that Epstein had merely slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old woman, and that he'd more than learned his lesson. Now keep in mind, this is a knight of the British Empire coaching a convicted PDF on how to spin sleeping with.
Each day, it seems, there's another name and another headline.
An international domino effect as millions of documents reveal Epstein was connected to the global elite.
The most high-profile fall from grace came with the shock arrest of the former prince, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, under suspicion of sharing trade secrets with Epstein. But there have been others, with mass resignations and reckonings across business, academia, and foreign politics.
The Met said Lord Mandelson was being investigated on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
Former Prime Minister of Norway has been charged with gross corruption.
Sarah Ferguson also now facing new questions. She's now shutting down 6 of her companies.
Media mogul and chairman of the 2028 LA Olympics Organizing Committee, Casey Wasserman, now selling his talent agency amid major fallout over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
It was the moment that caught the world by surprise.
Bombshell arrest of the Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
Former Prince Andrew under arrest. The shock etched on his face.
Everybody is equal and nobody is above the law.
Questioned under caution like a common criminal.
Your Majesty, how are you feeling after your brother's arrest?
The ex-royal is the biggest casualty so far in the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
It's an unprecedented moment.
A scandal that reaches from beyond the grave.
This is where the house of cards starts falling.
As the disgraced financier's dirty secrets threaten to tear down society's most powerful.
Do you think you're the devil himself? No, but I do have a good mirror.
But by far, the most consequential is this royal reckoning decades in the making.
Fox News Alert, we begin this hour with a breaking news story out of the UK.
BBC understands that he has been arrested.
It's believed the first British royal arrested in nearly 400 years.
An arrest of this magnitude has no precedent in modern British history.
As the world watched, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was hauled in by police for 11 hours of questioning on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
This is not, at least not yet, about sex trafficking.
Police are investigating a handful of emails uncovered in the Epstein files. They appear to show Andrew, once an official trade envoy, sharing government secrets directly with his sex offender friend. But there's more, from trading secrets to trading young women.
Apparently Epstein had offered to arrange for Andrew to have dinner with a 26-year-old clever, beautiful, trustworthy Russian woman. And Andrew apparently responded that he would be delighted.
The creepy ex-duke was also caught out unceremoniously on all fours in Epstein's home.
These are the latest pictures of the man formerly known as Prince Andrew.
For his sins, the King's brother has already been kicked out of his royal lodgings, stripped of his titles, and now at least 9 police departments are probing his true ties to Epstein.
I have simply no recollection.
From former prince to president.
It takes a lot of trust with horses, and if you're kind to them, they're kind to you back.
When I first met Virginia Giuffre 7 years ago, she shared a story so sprawling and so dark that it was near impossible to fathom. She had the courage to speak out against power and privilege when it was just her word against theirs. What sort of men were you being trafficked to?
I was trafficked to other billionaires. I was trafficked to politicians, professors, even royalty. It was the most powerful people in the world, and those are our leaders. Those are the people that we are supposed to look up to. It's corrupt. It's corrupt to the core.
And it was this photo that changed everything. The 17-year-old Virginia captured in 2001, uncomfortably close to former Prince Andrew. It was taken, she said, just before she learned she was to have sex with him. Trafficked to the then royal by Epstein and his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell.
He took a photo and your arm is round her waist.
They are allegations the disgraced Andrew has long denied.
You've seen the photo?
I've seen the photograph.
How do you explain that? With your arm
That's me, but whether that's my hand or whether that's the position, I have simply no recollection of a photograph ever being taken.
He needs to stop with all of these lame excuses. We're sick of hearing it. This is a real photo.
I don't believe that. I don't believe it's real for a second. In fact, I'm sure it's not.
But now, all these years later, Virginia has been vindicated. Buried in the Epstein files was this email from the now convicted Maxwell, referring to the disputed photo.
Which appears to contradict Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's long-held suggestion that the now infamous photo was not real.
It's the proof, if anyone needed it, Virginia was telling the truth all along. Proof too that in their denials about this photo, Maxwell and Andrew were lying. The bittersweet revelation comes too late for Virginia, who last year took her life on her property an hour north of Perth.
We all know that Prince Andrew, son of Queen Elizabeth, was one of Epstein's most loyal associates and has been all but criminally convicted of him, to the point where even the King of England has put out a statement saying he's ready to cooperate with police against his own brother. In addition to that, there are now photos that have been released of him naked with women and crouching over a woman on a floor in Epstein's house. But Epstein wasn't just friends with the figurehead prince. There are, in fact, real working English politicians that appear all throughout the files as well. Peter Mandelson, former EU Commissioner, Member of Parliament, Labour Cabinet Minister, and UK Ambassador to the US, as well as key advisor to Tony Blair, appears throughout the files thousands of times. Epstein's 2003 birthday book, which included the infamous drawing from President Trump, also includes a pretty similar note from Peter Mandelson, which includes quotes about Epstein being his best pal and mentions the interesting friends that Epstein loves to bring around. But still, it goes even further. They didn't just email each other little giggles and jokes. During this time in Mandelson's career, he was actively in office. And now, with more emails coming out, it's been revealed that he was illegally sending Jeffrey Epstein classified information about developments in UK politics. When writing to Epstein about new tax policies, he pledged to lobby his own government on behalf of an interest in lower taxes for bankers, like he and Epstein were working on that together. In 2010, he would give Epstein advance notice of a €500 billion bailout scheduled for the next day, and Epstein's documents also show records of him sending payments nearing $100,000 in value to Mandelson and his husband. In the aftermath of these documents being released, Mandelson has been branded as having betrayed his country, with London's Metropolitan Police launching a criminal investigation against him for misconduct in office. Essentially, Epstein had people within multiple foreign governments sending him privileged information. a disgraced former prime minister of Israel using Epstein as a shadow diplomat and a fixer across 3 continents, a sitting British cabinet minister leaking classified economic intelligence to him during the worst financial crisis in Britain's modern history. These are not the relationships of a socialite. These are the relationships of a man who operated at the intersection of money, intelligence, and power. And somehow, it still goes even deeper than that. Ariane de Rothschild, having married into the Rothschild family in the 1990s, is a French banker and current CEO of the Edmond de Rothschild Group, an offshoot of the Rothschild family dynasty that for centuries has dominated banking across Europe, establishing itself as the most influential family-controlled financial institution in the world. Ariane herself is worth an estimated $5 billion, and despite maintaining that she only knew Epstein in the context of her normal work duties, documents revealed that she in fact held dozens of personal meetings with him between 2013 and 2019, paid him a $25 million consulting contract, and also helped him find assistants, which according to many outlets was a code word for prostitutes.
A wellness guru prescribing health advice between vulgar emails.
Peter Attia was mentioned almost 2,000 times in the Epstein Files. Attia wrote one email to Epstein in February of 2016 that a woman's private parts were low carb. You have an email from June 24, 2015, where Attia seemingly writes, "The biggest problem with becoming friends with you, the life you lead is so outrageous, and yet I can't tell a soul."
Peter Attia, best-selling author, researcher, CBS contributor and ambassador, and investor in rapidly growing protein brand David. Overall, charming celebrity doctor media personality known around the world as an expert on aging and longevity. But when you search his name in the Epstein Files, he comes back almost 2,000 times. In June of 2015, 6 years after Epstein got out of prison, Attia writes him an email with the subject, "Got a fresh shipment," with a now redacted image attached. Epstein replies with his own now redacted image. Attia says, "Please tell me you found that picture online." Epstein confirms that whatever it is in the image belongs to him, to which Attia responds, "The biggest problem with being friends with you is that the life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul."
What is weird about this conversation is that the redacted image implies something very disturbing was sent, right? The DOJ doesn't just censor random images. They censor the worst material. This is material that is deemed not appropriate for public release, like at all. So what was in that picture remains unknown. But on February 3rd, 2026, Attia publicly apologized, stating that he was not involved in any criminal activity and he has never been on Epstein's plane or island and had never been present at any actual parties.
Over the years, Attia writes to Epstein about going through withdrawal when he wasn't seeing him. They would joke about the macronutrients in women's pussies. Attia would reach out to Epstein and talk about visiting his island. He would write, "Nothing like Little St. James, I bet." Their emails even reveal a dark truth from Attia's personal life. In a book he wrote in 2023, Attia shared that in 2017, he had been so selfishly absorbed with his work while on a trip to New York City that he did not go home to be with his family in California after his infant son had a heart attack, ultimately only returning 10 days after it had happened. Meanwhile, he had been emailing with Epstein to organize a meeting during that same week. Just days after the files were released, Attia wrote in his apology tweet that in November of 2018, he read the Miami Herald investigative article about Epstein and was repulsed and nauseated. But even that was just another lie. In reality, after Epstein's crimes were re-exposed by the Miami Herald in 2018, Attia's correspondence with him only continued, all the way up until the spring of 2019. Just before Epstein was arrested, Attia would continue emailing to check up on him. He would ask how he was doing in the wake of the article's release, making sure he was okay and that he wasn't taking it too hard. Clearly, he was not repulsed or nauseated enough to bring their friendship to an end. This is the pattern that emerges from Epstein's emails over and over and over. Prominent, powerful people knew exactly who he was and what he had done, and then they stayed in his circle anyway. Peter Attia is not unique in this. He's not even unusual.
But the difference with him is that most of the people that did turn away, they didn't have a redacted FBI image sitting in their email thread.
There are many, many other people in positions of power who appear in the Epstein Files and add their own pieces to the puzzle. Catherine Rumler is an attorney who, following a decorated career as a federal prosecutor involved in convicting the Enron executives in the early 2000s, served for a while as White House counsel. the White House's personal lawyer, under the Barack Obama presidency. Today, she's the chief legal officer at Goldman Sachs. Essentially, she's one of the most powerful lawyers in the world. And when you search her name in the Epstein files, you'll find her corresponding with Epstein dozens of times, years after his conviction, years after he was a registered sex offender, years after everyone knew what he had done. Their emails, many of which were sent while she was working under the Obama administration, show Epstein arranging for her to fly on his plane, visit his island. It shows him sending her many tens of thousands of dollars worth of gifts, making jokes about his penis together. This is a former top lawyer for the president of the US, someone whose entire career was built on the premise of legal, ethical judgment, and she was socializing with a convicted pedophile like it was nothing. In the spring of 2012, Epstein was planning a trip to Paris, and during an email with a friend, he lets it slip that he's going with Woody. Woody, of course, being the 4-time Academy Award-winning, world-famous film director with 50 movies to his name, Woody Allen. And then, Epstein's friend asks if they're going for the pedophile convention, to which Epstein replies, "I think Philes is the plural." And Woody Allen, besides being a filmmaker, is also the man who began a sexual relationship with and later married his own ex-wife's adopted daughter. Woody Allen goes on to appear in the files 7,000 times. They plan visits to Little St. James and Epstein's ranch in New Mexico. They organize dinners in New York and Paris. Epstein gives him furniture. He coordinates with his wife. Woody Allen made movies. He has fame, influence, cultural capital. He's a highly respected artist. Really, he's one of the most beloved filmmakers alive. Critics praise his films, journalists still clamor to talk to him, actors want to work with him, he's received every award there is, but at the same time, he spent years scheduling visits to Jeffrey Epstein's island. And the fact that he was right there in Epstein's inner circle for years after the conviction, it tells you something that's deeper than just emails. It tells you that Epstein's world wasn't a shadowy conspiracy, it wasn't hidden, it was full of the same people our culture celebrates.
Emails reveal that Epstein invested $3 million in Coinbase in 2014. He also invested in Blockstream, one of the earliest Bitcoin infrastructure companies. Blockstream's co-founder, Adam Black, confirmed the meeting and the investment. He donated over $800,000 to MIT. A significant portion of that went to the Digital Currency Initiative, the same program that ended up paying the salaries of several Bitcoin core developers after the Bitcoin Foundation hit a financial crisis in 2015. And in a 2016 email, Epstein claimed he had spoken with founders of Bitcoin who were, in his words, very excited. He was also corresponding with MIT's Joichi Ito about arranging meetings with key figures in Bitcoin's development, including Adam Black, the computer scientist whose work was directly cited in Satoshi Nakamoto's original Bitcoin white paper. Was Epstein Satoshi? No. There's zero technical evidence for that. But was he financially entangled with Bitcoin's institutional ecosystem during its most vulnerable and formative period? The documents say yes, and the implications of that. A convicted child sex offender helping to fund and shape the infrastructure of a currency now worth trillions are genuinely disturbing.
Another person who appears repeatedly in Epstein's emails is Reid Hoffman, a tech entrepreneur from California who in the year 2000 became the senior VP of business development at PayPal, a position that would make him a millionaire after the company was sold to eBay a few years later. But then, along with other PayPal founders and employees, he became part of the PayPal Mafia, an informal group of former PayPal executives known for their own massive success after they sold PayPal to eBay. This network includes the founders of YouTube, Tesla, Palantir, Affirm, Yelp, as well as executives from Reddit, Sequoia Capital, Square, and more. In 2003, he would then co-found LinkedIn, and would grow it into becoming the world's biggest business-oriented social media platform, selling it in the end to Microsoft for over $25 billion. Today, Reid Hoffman sits on the board of directors at Microsoft, as well as having sat on the board at OpenAI for several years, among involvement in various other AI ventures, with a total net worth in the billions. He also happened to blatantly lie to the whole world about the nature of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. In 2019, after Epstein was first arrested, Hoffman went on record saying that he only ever met with him for the purpose of fundraising for the MIT Media Lab, where he had a position at the time. But it would turn out that that was not true, and he had in fact had many more meetings with Epstein up until less than a year before his arrest, as well as having visited his island for a weekend in the summer of 2014. In 2015, Hoffman wrote an email to Epstein after news of his involvement with Prince Andrew first hit the news, offering to help manage the negative press coverage online to cover up what they had been accused of. And the PayPal mafia just keeps showing up in Epstein's inner circle. Elon Musk, Reid Hoffman, and now even the company's founder himself, Peter Thiel, who also appears in the Epstein Files far more often than he ever admitted on his own. Peter Thiel, after founding and selling PayPal in the early 2000s, became a central figure in Silicon Valley, but not as an entrepreneur himself. Instead, he began a career in venture capital that would be considered by many a form of political investing. He would fund tech companies that disrupted traditional industries, building up a huge portfolio of companies like Airbnb, Uber, Stripe. He was even the first outside investor in Facebook, giving them $500,000 in exchange for 10% of the company in 2005. Meanwhile, he would advocate for libertarian politics on the side, giving big donations to figures like Ron Paul and more. But over the years, Peter Thiel's political perspectives shifted dramatically, generating skeptical media attention and a variety of questions around the nature of his influence ever since. At various times, Peter Thiel has advocated against women's rights to vote, publicly questioned the viability of democracy itself, called for a hyper-capitalist corporate takeover of world governments, and, most recently, delivered a series of lectures alleging that the biblical Antichrist is publicly emerging right now in the real world from the movement for environmental conservation. Perhaps most notably, though, the one exception to his career of mostly investing and advocating would be, of course, his second company, Palantir. Now worth over $300 billion, Palantir specializes in building intelligence tools for military and police use, and has been identified by many as essentially operating like a private surveillance state. And Peter Thiel appears in the Epstein Files over 2,000 times, with records showing various lunch events, meetings, and visits throughout the 2010s. And while Peter Thiel would say that his interactions with Epstein were purely a product of Epstein being a, quote, crazed networker, records that emerged later would tell a completely different story. Because by 2015, Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein were literally doing business together. In 2015 and 2016, Epstein invested a total of $40 million in Valor Ventures.
Epstein made a lucrative investment in Valor Ventures, a fund co-founded by Peter Thiel. The fund, which focuses on early-stage financial companies, has returned an average of 15.5% per year over the last decade. Epstein's stake, acquired around 2015 or 2016, has since grown to be worth around $170 million, making it the largest remaining asset in his estate. The investment had not been publicly disclosed until recently, adding yet another layer of mystery to Epstein's financial dealings.
Around that same time, Epstein began pitching that Thiel's fund should invest in an Israeli software company called Carbine that was making emergency communication apps, and they would invest tens of millions of dollars. And in addition to that, the Epstein Files revealed that there would be dozens more meetings between Peter Thiel and Jeff Epstein, showing countless invitations and conversations over the years. And despite Peter Thiel diminishing his relationship with Epstein as inconsequential and transactional, they in fact stayed in contact all the way up until just a couple months before Epstein died. And then there's Jess Staley, who in the early 2010s worked as the CEO of investment banking at JP Morgan Chase. And it was at JP Morgan that he would manage the bank's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein himself, where the story goes that he would protect and advocate for Epstein as a client, despite colleagues pointing out multiple times over the years that Epstein should not be a client at the bank. Epstein's chief defender at the bank was Jess Staley, a top contender to one day succeed Jamie Dimon as chief executive. Bank officials for more than a decade were anxious about Epstein's prolific wire transfers and cash withdrawals. JP Morgan ultimately processed more than $1 billion in transactions for him and warned senior management about his suspicious activities. But on at least 4 occasions over 5 years, the bank's leaders overrode those objections and continued to serve Epstein. In 2023, JP Morgan would settle for $290 million after a group of almost 200 of Epstein's accusers served them with a lawsuit for having enabled Epstein's crimes knowingly for over 10 years. Attorney Mimi Lee stated in court that Epstein's entire business with JP Morgan and JP Morgan's entire business with Epstein was human trafficking. By the time it was made public that JP Morgan had essentially enabled Epstein's crimes for a decade, Staley had already gone on to work as the CEO of one of the largest banks in Europe. But his involvement was not completely over, as the release of new Epstein emails showed that Epstein wasn't just his client. He was Epstein's client as well. In 2010, Epstein emails someone about wanting to photograph them in a Snow White costume. Then, a month later, Staley writes, "That was fun. Say hi to Snow White." Epstein replies, "What character do you want next?" Staley says Beauty and the Beast. Separately, someone else emails Epstein to say the Snow White was fucked twice as soon as she put on her costume. Later on, during a civil case against him, a victim identified as Jane Doe 1 alleged that Staley personally observed her as a sex trafficking victim and used aggressive force in his sexual assault of her, and told her that he had Epstein's permission to do whatever he wanted to her. Staley has still never been charged with anything. And even on top of all of this, just absolute horror, the files only continue, as we see that again the government turning a blind eye to Epstein in the years during and after the charges against him resulted in not just a continuation of his crimes, but in him beginning to build a far-reaching political and cultural agenda as well.
And David, tonight, for the first time, lawmakers were able to review the unredacted Jeffrey Epstein files at the Department of Justice. 2 lawmakers tonight saying they found more names that need to be released to the public.
On Friday, April 24th, 2009, Epstein, still in prison after his 2008 conviction of prostituting minors, emails a friend to say, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." That email would be revealed to have been sent to none other than Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of a shipping company called DP World that handles over 70 million shipping containers annually, roughly 10% of shipping traffic in the entire world. His brother, Mohammed bin Sulayem, is president of the FIA, the governing body of Formula One car racing. Bin Sulayem also spent years on the board for the Sovereign Wealth Fund in the UAE and is a landowner in Dubai's Palm Islands. He's one of the most powerful and richest people in all of Dubai. But it goes, of course, even deeper than just emailing each other about torture videos. In 2016, the larger island neighboring Epstein's Little St. James, Great St. James, went up for sale, and Epstein, having already had his bids denied while trying to buy it in the past on account of being a sex offender, made a holding company in Sulayem's name to purchase the island for $22 million. Other emails between them involve sharing links to porn videos and discussing politics. At one point, Sulayem would email Epstein to tell him the Ukrainian and the Moldavian arrived. Big disappointment that the Moldavian is not as attractive as the picture. This is literal confirmation in writing from a first-hand, first-party involved person that Epstein was trafficking women to different powerful people around the world. Everything they said about Epstein was true. Here he is with a man who controls one of the biggest shipping companies in the world, one of the most powerful men in the Arab world, talking about torture porn while he's in prison, sending him prostitutes and getting him to help him buy more islands. Epstein was exactly who they said he was. He was doing horrific, disgusting shit with people who sit at the highest level of power and influence in the world. And the more you read, the worse and worse it gets. In 2014, someone writes to him, "Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty." After US congressmen were allowed to view unredacted Epstein files in a secure context, they would report back that many files that had been redacted were relating to crimes against 15, 14, 10, and even 9-year-old girls. They would also say that they had identified at least 6 men, one a high-ranking foreign government official, one a prominent public figure, who were all directly involved in Epstein's trafficking activities. There is now undeniable proof that Epstein was doing exactly what everyone suspected he was doing. He was running a ring of pedophilia with the richest people in the world.
Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake, and now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikoladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI.
Remember when Kash Patel testified that there were no co-conspirators? No co-conspirators at all. This is Kash, in my opinion, committing perjury, a clear-cut case. Play this clip.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Now, my question is, why did it take Thomas Massie and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities to become public? And if we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files.
Other files in the Epstein library include an FBI document with a list of underage victims, acknowledgement that Epstein was in possession of 14.6 terabytes of what they called obscene material, and countless redactions filed under child sexual abuse material not scanned. But here's what gets me. Those emails, the torture video, the littlest girl, the age 11, these are the ones where they were talking casually, where they aren't hiding anything. But many more of the Epstein emails turn out to contain evidence of stuff that's far worse going on just below the surface. Something that, again, was before considered a nightmare too disgusting to even be possible.
What's galling for so many is that no one, other than Epstein's former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, has been convicted for their role in the sex trafficking ring. But as the Epstein Files show, the FBI has known for years who the alleged co-conspirators are. Confoundingly, they're protected, their names and faces redacted.
We're doing everything we can.
Attorney General Pam Bondi is under intense pressure to explain why there have been no investigations to prosecute or clear those who appear in the files.
The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking. Co-conspirators. Fully redacted.
Who are the co-conspirators on your hit list? Who should the authorities be going after?
From what I can see right now, it looks like Leslie Wexner. The FBI owes us an explanation for how they decided to no longer pursue him.
I hired a lady to be like the house manager who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome, and said, yeah, I know how to do this. And I said, well, why don't we keep inventories of stuff? And she said, well, yeah, I could do that. So she did that as kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done. Answer the question. Okay.
Billionaire Les Wexner was the mogul behind Victoria's Secret and Epstein's cash cow until the 88-year-old had a falling out with a financial advisor, accusing him of embezzlement.
Well, I didn't know he was stealing till after we discovered that he was a crook.
At a recent congressional hearing, Wexner denied any knowledge of Epstein's crimes, but he stands accused of being his greatest enabler.
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein sexually abuse young women or girls?
Absolutely not.
The role that Wexner played in Epstein's development into someone who could construct a huge international sex trafficking operation, it's really hard to overstate.
For Jeffrey Epstein's victims, so much hope is riding on the files, not just delivering accusations, but also justice. The fear is their hope is doomed.
There was nothing in there that allowed us to prosecute anybody.
The stance has been that it is unlikely that there will be further prosecutions leading from the Epstein file dump. What's your reaction to that?
It could make me cry that we're gonna just let these people get away with it because of who they are and the power that they have.
Take a look at some of these entities that Epstein controlled. Butterfly Trust, Epstein's Real Property, FT Real Estate Inc., Gratitude America Inc., JP Epstein Virgin Islands Foundations, Jeepers Inc., Mort Inc., the Telus Inc., Zora Development Corporation, among others. What are these entities is my question. I don't know what these entities are. Let me be very clear. But do these entities have documents? You can imagine that just one entity could potentially have 100,000 documents, 1 million documents. Again, I don't know what these entities are, zero clue. But we should be able to find that out.
Last year, the Biden administration allowed our investigators to look at portions of the file. We did that at the Treasury building. Here is what it says. Treasury's Epstein file details, Mr. President, 4,725 wire transfers. Let me repeat that. 4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion flowing in and out of just one of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts. If you ask me, that is more than 4,000 potential lines of investigation right there. Hundreds of millions more flowed through other accounts. That's even a lot more to investigate. The file shows that Mr. Epstein used multiple Russian banks, which are now under sanctions, to process payments related to sex trafficking.
This was right around the time that Epstein was being prosecuted. Of the 10 co-conspirators, 3 have been located in Florida and served grand jury subpoenas, 1 in Boston, 1 in New York, 1 in Connecticut. 4 of the 10 are outstanding, with attempts having been made. 1 is a wealthy businessman in Ohio, a lead being sent to CV. The remaining 3 currently are out of pocket. The team, 8 SAs, TFOs, 2 AUSAs, assistant U.S. attorneys. This is the team of the federal prosecutors. They're flying tonight, tomorrow to various locations in Florida to interview approximately 25 victims. The 1-800 call FBI line is up and running. We have received approximately 45 calls, which we are in the process of vetting. All of those calls, after their vetting, all have memos. Where are those memos? The 25 victims referenced here, where are all of those witness statements? Where are those statements at all? The 10 co-conspirators, what investigations were done there? There are photos of the co-conspirators. There are photos. How do we know that? This email, August 19, 2019, Epstein co-conspirator pics. I'm just reading you the documents. Like, I'm not going down a conspiratorial rabbit hole. Detective, NYPD, FBI, Child Exploitation, Human Trafficking Task Force. The attachment, co-conspirators_brief.docx. Where's that document? Where's the co-conspirator brief.docx? That's a document we want. And where are the pics? Co-conspirator pics. How about this document? Memos. Memo on co-conspirators we could potentially charge the Monday after Epstein's death. Co-conspirators update memo, December. Co-conspirator prosecution memo. Prosecution memo, April. Hasn't been discussed in 3 weeks since we sent it. Perjury, New Mexico memo will be another 30 pages right there.
Where are all the pictures? Where are all the videos? Where's all the talk of the fact that we know Epstein's houses were bugged to the high heavens, which means you have super powerful politicians, you have presidents, you have prime ministers, you have royalty, you have billionaires, you have celebrities on camera doing god-awful things with children.
Wexner's name was added back
within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed. He's listed as a co-conspirator.
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome.
Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal asking Epstein survivors in the audience to stand and offering Bondi the opportunity to apologize to them.
Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through?
I'm not going to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
Afterwards, several of those survivors sitting down with NBC's Hallie Jackson.
Show me your hands if you were satisfied with what you heard from the Attorney General today. Nobody.
The recent dump of files, I'm just kind of horrified by. And it's a kind of re-traumatization that in some ways, I mean, because, you know, the worst, the actual experiencing it, is over, experiencing the abuse. But the fact that the very people who are meant to lead this country, who are meant to protect the innocent and the vulnerable and stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves, have completely re-traumatized us. It's like being raped by the Department of Justice.
You published their names, their identities, their images.
My addresses, my driver's license with my picture, my signature, my phone numbers, notes from the government that were, I was compelled to give testimony in the Maxwell trial, and therefore I was also compelled to give an honest, amount of information on my life and notes on everything personal that had ever happened to me, and all those were released. And I'm also having abusive messages and exploitative messages and threatening messages sent to me, things coming to my door. It's disgraceful.
Who blinks first, Pam Bondi or members of Congress?
Pam Bondi's testimony over the Jeffrey Epstein investigation will not be happening. The Department of Justice says Bondi will not appear before the House Oversight Committee because she's no longer the Attorney General.
The department, writing in a letter to lawmakers, Ms. Bondi no longer holds that office. As a result, because Ms. Bondi no longer can testify in her official capacity as Attorney General, the department's position is that the subpoena no longer obligates her to appear on April 14th.
The Trump regime is collapsing under the weight of their own lies. Everybody knows it. Everybody can see it.
The Epstein Files made it clear that his crimes were worse than most people imagined. It's worse than the government was willing to admit. The world allowed it to continue when it could have been stopped many times over, and that Epstein was not just a pedophile, but somehow more connected to the highest levels of global politics and economics than anyone ever thought. There are elected politicians walking out of classified briefings right now saying that they saw evidence of crimes against girls as young as 9. There are 14.6 terabytes of what the FBI called obscene material. There are dozens of folders labeled child sex use material not scanned. And it all sits in between Epstein rubbing elbows with the most powerful people alive. And all of this comes from the years of Epstein's life where he was supposedly in hiding, supposedly disgraced by his crimes. All this stuff where Bill Gates and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel are meeting up with him, a former prime minister of Israel stayed at his apartment 50 times, helped him invest in companies, Saudi billionaires are helping him buy islands. This was while he was in exile. Barack Obama's White House legal counsel was flying on his planes, sending him kissy emojis, calling him up to ask for gifts of handbags and shoes. The man who is today the United States Secretary of Commerce right now lied under oath about doing business with Epstein and vacationing on his island with his wife and kids. Then there's the tech billionaires. Almost every person who's now considered one of America's oligarchs, our country's 100 billionaires who wield an outsized influence over politics, they were meeting with Epstein for years while he was supposedly living shamefully in the shadows.
Over 1,000 victims were identified. Millions of documents were released, and yet somehow, in 6 years of investigation, not a single person beyond Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted. Not one. Hundreds of powerful men visited that island, flew on those planes, appeared in those photographs. And the investigative machinery of the most powerful nation on earth produced exactly one conviction of an associate and a memo that said there was nothing more to see?
And still, after all of this, after everything we now know, 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted, while the US government says there is no more story to tell and that Epstein was never running any kind of organized trafficking operation to begin with. Meanwhile, civil suits against his clients are settled left and right, with dozens of powerful people going into hiding after the Epstein files revealed their crimes against humanity. It is genuinely no wonder that people have started to think Epstein was a spy, that maybe he worked for Mossad or the CIA. The way our government reacts to him today, refusing to prosecute any of his confirmed accomplices, refusing to admit anything happened at all, not only have they declared there will be no more charges, no more files, no more indictments, at the same time they also haven't even investigated the site of his massive ranch in New Mexico where he mysteriously won an $80 million lottery ticket, grew plants that are known for being used to incapacitate sexual assault victims, and hosted New Mexico's governor himself as a house guest. The institutions that are supposedly built to protect us, the Department of Justice, the FBI, the courts, Congress, are not just failing to solve this case, they are actively choosing not to. And who else would they do that for besides someone who is benefiting from them? Under what other circumstances would Epstein's mysterious death be covered up? Because if Epstein were just an asset for Democrats or just Republicans or Russians, there would be a massive reward out there for whoever could expose what really happened. But there has been no such expose. So who else could be protecting the truth about Epstein but the deep state itself?
The conspiracy theories surrounding Jeffrey Epstein are unlikely to fade. If anything, they've likely become a permanent feature of the overall scandal, filling the void left by unanswered questions and institutional failures.
Tech billionaires, Oscar-winning filmmakers, people whose names we know, people whose work we're familiar with and consume, and all of them tell the same story. We didn't know, we weren't close, and when we did find out, we cut ties immediately. But all of them are lying through their teeth. And so the question that just keeps coming back is simple. What the hell was in it for them? Why would these people stand alongside someone who was such a huge risk? And why are they lying about it now? And that tells you not just something about Epstein, but about what these people are. These people who run our companies, shape our politics, and build the technology and culture we consume every day. Not only did he get away with crimes against humanity under everyone's noses for decades, but before he could even be forced to answer for what he had done, he mysteriously died while he was sitting in a maximum security prison wing. It looked a little too convenient. It looked a little too much like someone wanted the truth to die with him. And that's why it didn't. And then slowly, very slowly, evidence came out and it showed us that the truth was even worse than we had suspected. At first, it was small. Little drawings, notes, inside jokes, small packets of information showing that, hey, Epstein wasn't just really good at hiding being a pedophile. Everyone around him knew it and they didn't care. And then finally, after years of pressure, 3 million documents from Epstein's computers were released and revealed that it wasn't the case that Epstein ever got away with anything. In reality, he didn't just get away with the crimes he had committed in the first place. He was allowed to keep going and make friends with the world billionaires, politicians, and thinkers all at the same time.
For a lot of Americans, this felt like one of the first moments where they looked at the system and thought, wait, is everything as solid as we think it is? And whether you believe the official ruling or if you question it, the reason this case won't go away is because it feels unresolved. Coincidence after coincidence after coincidence. At some point, people stop calling it coincidence or random and they just start calling it strange, because it is strange. And that doesn't mean every theory online is correct, but it does mean the public isn't crazy for asking questions.
Do you think that it's at all possible that all of these deaths over the last few decades related to Epstein's crimes were just genuine coincidences, tragedies, and natural and normal ends? Or do you feel like something more suspicious has been going on to prevent the truth from coming out?
It's not fiction anymore. If anything, the reality appears like it's probably far worse. In Eyes Wide Shut, the movie shows one night in one mansion with one group of people, but the Epstein archives show us a system spanning decades, continents, and virtually every pillar of power in the Western world. At the same time, we see how it was operating in plain sight. Because these aren't random rich people we're talking about. These are the people who decide what technology we use, what companies we work for, what laws get passed, what wars we fight, what information we see and what we don't see. A billionaire gets a slap on the wrist for something that would put you away for decades. Politicians lie on camera and nothing happens. A corporation poisons a river and they pay a fine that amounts to a Chipotle bowl out of their bank account. And each time, we're told it's an exception, that the system isn't perfect, but it works. And then Jeffrey Epstein happens, and it shows us the clearest, most undeniable proof that this story that a bunch of crazy people won't shut up about is actually true. There is a level of power where none of the rules apply, where you can do the most evil, depraved, unforgivable things imaginable to the most vulnerable, innocent people on Earth, and nothing will happen. Not because the system failed, but because the system worked. It did exactly what it was designed to do. Protect the people at the top. And it feels like a violation of our rights as people to live in a world where our freedom and liberty are protected. And when people like Epstein are allowed to take people's freedom and liberty away and torture them, and then get away with it, this is a crime against humanity. And that's why people care. That's why this case doesn't go away. Not because we're fascinated by Jeffrey Epstein and his crimes. He's dead. People care because of what it means for the rest of the world. People care because there are people out there right now today who are still rich beyond measure, still living like kings, free and powerful, who are passing around little girls as young as 9 years old like they were objects, and there has been no justice. I can refuse to let the story die. I can say, look at what they did, look at who knew, look at who's still walking free, and look at the world we actually live in. They want us to forget. It's our job to make sure that never happens.
After years of being kept apart, we're standing together.
Standing together.
Because this girl deserves the truth.
Because she deserves the truth. Because we all deserve the truth.